And I was reminded of where I thought Russia looked the best in history, and that was in that the Battle of Russia, 1943 propaganda film. That oh, it's nauseating at the outset when all of the generals and all these councils say how great the Russian people are. Well, they're appealing to them because they're getting killed in the many, many hundreds of thousands, right? So, anyway, the people that were shown that are constituents of Russia are good people, fundamentally, I think, corrupted now for many years. But it gives me hope that the people there can have their own identities, and that the dissolution of the federation and maybe reconstruction of it later, but under more manageable representative democracies, that's the kind of future state I hope for, and I think it's the only one that really is a long-term peaceful solution. And a related question, and then I'll step back down, is I guess everybody thinks about attrition rates, and I just wondered if there was a Soviet doctrine that guided, like, oh, we can accept a 4-to-1 attrition rate or something like that. And do they really do they think that way? And thank you for taking the question and the comment.
So with regards to what happens in Russia, I mean, who knows? I really have no idea what will happen. I guess let's stick to the present and ensure that they are soundly defeated in Ukraine. As for Russian combat losses and attrition, I mean, what can I say? There is documented evidence of people being sent to the front within 2 weeks of being mobilized, which is a shocking lack of concern for the survivability of the troops. So for me, I mean, at that point, I think there was one video where one of the Mobliks was saying that they had just fired a couple of rounds out of their weapon before being sent to the front. That's absolutely outrageous. But what can I say? They do not care about human life.
It seems so.
Yeah.
It does seem so. And I just wondered, that seems like, isn't that kind of what the same thing we saw at Stalingrad? Except that the enemies in that case actually had a supply line that was dying. But isn't that the same strategy? They kept throwing people into a grinder.
Well, it's really hard for me to compare these two things because they're not the same, right? This is, Russian aggression against a sovereign state. That was another situation altogether. And the difference is that this time they do not have the same number of troops. So there's really nothing. Like, I'm at a loss for words of how to describe this, but maybe Konstantin is not at a loss for words, and he can weigh in on this a bit better than I can.
So I have much less words than you, but I wanted to comment on a bit different topic, in the same topic, but about mobilization for people to understand how it works. You must understand, and this is reality, that what I would suggest that United States and other NATO countries should also, think through and understand, is that when generals and bureaucracy, and the staff works through how to identify if the unit is combat capable, they need to, look more than into the papers. When you said that those mobilized troops were, sent into the combat after 2 weeks, I can give you exact events that happened before that and why that happened. It did not happen because some evil Putin. It did not happen because they are some evil general sitting doing something. It happened because the entire system that they have is based on the Soviet Union, and is entirely flawed. And the idea is that, and trust me, you have those other countries have those problems as well, but not to that much extent. Um, to send because they have, like, to send some battalion into the action zone, into the war zone, you need to have two things. It has to be equipped, and it has to go through боевое злагодження. That means battle readiness, like an exercise that would, and based on that exercise, you would have a result, like a paper that says, okay, this battalion is combat ready. And the colonel, lieutenant colonel, is usually the commander of the battalion rank, um, and the chief of staff, which is usually a major. They will not. They will, they they will not say to their higher command that, oh, we're not ready. They will, do their best to, to push the troops, to pretend and do absolutely everything they can to look like they are ready, because they're given the troops. Um, they are from the other side, um, it's a complex topic, but just a bit step back here. How that battalion is created, or how that battalion is staffed. They give them troops, they give them equipment, and then it's the job of the battalion itself, a battalion commander and chief of staff, to make sure that from that equipment and that staff, we actually create a combat capable unit. So imagine that you're given some equipment, and now you're forced to sign that, okay, you got some rusty old crap. You have to sign that you got it. Now at the same time, you're given the troops from the other side, and those are 500 middle-aged men from 25 to 57-year-old. Like 20% of them are alcoholics, 10% are not fit for the service. But at the same time, you served in the middle of the Russia. You cannot tell your general that, oh, I'm not going to take the troops, I don't like them. You signed that those are, you accept them into your battalion. Now now what you don't realize is that the next step is that your general, who actually is responsible, maybe it's not him, it's usually other people actually, uh, who were responsible for giving staffing and equipping. But you have another general that is standing on top of you and saying, okay, you signed this that you got an equipment, and you signed this that you had a staff. Now give me the paper saying that you're combat ready, so we can send you into the combat zone. And what choices do you have? Like, let's say, doesn't matter if if you are a good guy or bad guy. You are standing in front of this absolutely idiotic, and a bureaucratic system in which you cannot refuse to anyone. So what do? You say, yeah, we're ready. You perform some fake exercise, with the guys running from right to left, they probably would, if they would have real bullets, they would probably kill all each other. But you're, thankful to God that they did not have real bullets, and you don't say no. You're sent, you're saying yes, we are combat ready. The exercise is complete, and we are, combat capable force right now. Next 10 minutes, you're sent into the front lines, because you signed exactly those 3 papers, because the culture and the system says that you cannot refuse to your higher command, and when the higher command gives you the paper to sign, you sign it, and hope for the best. And right now, that's what they're having. And if they at any moment would decide to change that system, the war would be over the next day, because they would all say, okay, no, we're not going, we're not going, we're not ready, we're not going. And it's going to be hundreds of units saying that, and they will save their lives, and they will not come to Ukraine. And and there will be a higher level problem there, where people would start saying, okay, we're not doing the illegal orders, and Russia will fall apart. But that's not happening, and it's not going to happen. They're going to keep sending the meat into the meat grinder, and that meat, it actually, even though this is like, not really great capable force, it still can shoot and it still can fight. With a much lower effect than fully capable force, but it still can. And that's how this happens, just like an insight of the process of how why Russia is failing at the battlefield, and at the same time is the insight why they cannot fix it. There is no solution to this. They cannot solve it, because if they start solving, they will start asking questions, and then going not into Ukraine, instead going back up to their chain of command and saying, like, this is illegal, this is illegal, and they're gonna dismantle the entire Russian Federation backwards if they solve this problem. So they don't have the solution for this. And that yeah, I'm gonna stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, that was fascinating. Spot on. Thank you, Konstantin. Gunter.
This might be kind of a it might sound like a sort of a dumb question, but I'm genuinely curious. So when I was a young man in the military, we definitely would have we would drink a lot on the weekends, but you would never be like drunk on duty, for example. I understand that there's a higher degree of alcoholism in Russia, but I guess my question is, would it be uncommon for soldiers to be like drunk or officers? And sort of how does the alcohol abuse fit in with the system?
So the alcohol abuse is one of the biggest problems, in general in Russia. It's I'm being really, I know what's happening, and alcohol abuse is a big problem in all former Soviet Union countries, and in Ukraine as well, and Ukrainian armed forces also have this problem. And trust me, if you think that your soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan were, those concrete great troops that are perfect, and mass to it, and there is no critical mass to it. Like um, if you have one guy getting drunk, in the platoon, you can survive with that. If it's those guys having fun and trying to get drunk 4 out of the platoon, that probably already a critical mass where you have your platoon completely unfunctional, where you have for people sabotaging, and others looking at them saying like, why the hell are we even here if those four guys, why don't I join them, even though he will not join them, but it will, completely decimate the morale of the platoon, because they would not do anything, because there is a great precedent of people just drinking alcohol and getting away with this, and it's not like it's a big problem. So how much this problem is in Russia and how they're dealing with it, they do not. They don't have any capability to deal with it, because it's a culture. It's a cultural thing. You cannot say, okay, now we're all sober and now we all are not drinking over there. No, they will drink everywhere. We have a saying in Ukrainian, "Свиня болото найде," which means the pig will find the swamp where it's gonna get dirty. So it's the same with if you have with Russians, if the culture is built on top, on alcohol, hating each other, and hatred, yeah, on alcohol and hatred, they will find a way to decimate themselves, and there is no solution for it. The only solution is cultural growth. For culture to growth, it takes years, it takes generations. In this war, there is no way that they will have those generations. While they have good commanders and good guys that, well, good in terms of, not good in terms of morality, but in terms of their capabilities, capable troops, and they don't have in any way critical mass for entire infantry, because you have to understand that it's infantry that holds the front. It's not 1,000 special forces units that know what they're doing and go here and there, and are, you can select them and they're perfect. It's not that what makes the war. That what can make some war on terror maybe, but not a wild scale of war where you literally need 200,000 troops in the trenches fighting. So that's why there is no solution. This culture has no development, and just so you know, Ukraine has this problem as well, because we're experiencing the problem of the legacy of the Soviet Union, where this culture was pushed on us for hundreds of years. And our intelligentsia, what we call, those are elites, uh, were uh, were mostly killed and genocided. It happened multiple times, and right now we have what we have, and problem of alcohol, and uh, it does persist in Ukrainian army. And but we're solving it, because we're culturally developing. We accept that this is our legacy, and we have to go away from it. It's not our future. We understand that. For Russians, they don't understand it. That they exactly saying the opposite. They're saying no. The values of democracy, of justice and liberty are not ours. Our values are rule of force. And when you say your values are rule of force, that's where alcohol and that's where like things like alcohol, they come in really perfectly. They match it, and that's why they don't have solution for this, and they will not have a solution for this. And that's why the only thing they can do is like this mobilization. It's that Russia is having. It's complete and utter culmination of their with social political failure, internal social political failure, and I don't see any any solutions that they can provide. They can provide more they will cause more suffering and problems for Ukraine, that's for sure. But it's not going to be, any solution for them, and they don't have it anywhere in the future. I hope I addressed something, but I may have, drifted away.
No, that's no, thanks. I guess the part for me that is like what about the the leadership, the officers? Like I see reports about Russian officers being missing and then showing up drunk, which that sounds absolutely crazy to me. So in all candor, like, would it surprise you to see Ukrainian officers drunk at times, or is it more in the enlisted ranks?
Well, I can tell you 5 stories when not 5, maybe 2 stories when I live in the United States for 3 years, and I have or a bit more, and I have United States officers, and they get drunk as well. Sometimes it's yeah, and it's everyone who served, uh, and we have people who have served. They know that people drink, but the question is where this is systematic, where this is encouraged, where it's actually not something that you do and try to hide, and you do it when you think no one is watching, rather than in Russia it would be okay, let's just get drunk because it's late night and don't care because we are the commanding officers and we don't give a crap about anything else. That's the difference. So in Ukraine, you would definitely have, of course, instances of commanding officers getting drunk. That's true, and it can happen in multiple conditions. But what you must remember is that how systematic is this? Is it a single officer, going out of his out of control, or is it like systematically encouraged behavior uh, that is pushed from top and supported by the bottom? That's where it matters, and that's where we differ. So I'm an honest person, and I will tell you, when I served, I've seen drunk officers, and to add to that, I had drunken officers calling me right now a couple of days ago and asking for some support um, for some equipment, but I cannot blame them too much. But it's their responsibility, and probably they should not have done that. But once again, what we understand is that this is not systematic. This is people, going off ramp because they cannot take the pressure, or they cannot take absolute pressure. And you think if that every colonel serving in the military is able to take absolutely all the pressure. No, if you're colonel or general or lieutenant, you're still a human being. You're not, given some superpowers to not be a human being, and it happens, and it happens quite often when things are in such state as when you're in the war like this, because Ukraine it's not like you are in um, it's not like you're in Afghanistan or Iraq, where conditions are not good. But if you're the colonel, you have uh, you are pretty much secure. I don't know how many officers have that. This war is totally different. I mean, it's people are dying on a much larger scale. The scale of war is totally different, and people get, unfortunately, show their bad sides. But that happens but it's not systematic. This is the key here. And another thing, it usually it rarely happens on duty, because you have your duty, and then you have your, for example, go back, and you can have some time back when you take a vacation. But for people who thinking that, I don't know, there are maybe people here that know how, for example, the service was in Iraq and in Afghanistan. But right now, if you are in Ukrainian military, you're serving 24/7, 7 days a week. You don't have holidays. You don't have. You don't have even during the night. It's not. The time where you're not serving. It's not like you have those 8 hours a day to do something. You're serving literally 24/7 for 8 months, and you've seen many things. And trying to say right now that okay, we're in Afghanistan, we would take a day off and go somewhere to have fun and relax. I have not been, in Afghanistan, so I don't know what's happening there. But in Ukraine, you cannot do that. There is no chance. I mean, people have days off. I think you you have to have a family reason to take a holiday, to take a day off. But you can imagine that those are scarce days, and you definitely would just jump on your car and run away to your family. As far and it's not gonna happen and get drunk or whatever, but it's not gonna be inside the unit. But I know hundreds of people who have not well, not hundreds, I don't know, hundreds of people in total, but I know probably only 10% of the people that I know had the luxury to take a vacation. And by vacation, I mean just to go back to your family. I'm not saying that they were flying to Bahamas. So the situation is very intense, and things happened. Things do happen. It's not fun and games. It's not sitting in the Twitter and commenting stuff. And there are just read. There are a lot of books written by the those people who have been through Vietnam War, and what was happening over there. And you can go through that to understand this is it is much more close to reality. For example, that was what was happening in Afghanistan or Iraq. Vietnam War was closer. It's not still anywhere close, but it's a bit closer. And trust me, we have internationally foreign legion fighting in Ukraine as well, and they go through the same problems. And it's not, it's the war is war. When you go through hell, you go through hell. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here. Thank you.
Hey, just a quick comment, Constantine. I guess, yeah, that all makes sense. I think there's definitely, like when I was in the military, we would definitely get drunk on the weekends or whatever. So, and it's also, I think there's a difference between like self-soothing and for whatever kind of personal reasons versus being intoxicated and basically endangering operation or people. That's sort of two separate things. But of course, no, I don't have any judgment against like whatever you need to do to survive. I think that's sort of part of it versus like what you said, something that is sort of almost institutionalized. Hey, thanks for that answer. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Gunter. We have some new speakers, and just a note that sometimes I have trouble bringing people up. But Joris, if you want to speak, please use the heart-shaped icon at the bottom of your screen and raise your hand to the right-hand side. That's how I know you want to speak. Otherwise, it's really hard to tell. But I assume you came up in order to speak, so go ahead, please.
No, just by accident touched it.
Okay, no problem. So, yeah, thank you for the conversation. Speaking about kernels and missing generals. Konstantin, had you heard what happened to General Lapine, General Alexander Lapine? He was relieved following the Russian defeat at Liman, and apparently, Russian media reported that his body had been pulled from the Moskva River, and then later on they said, "Oh no, actually he was on vacation." So I don't know if you've heard of that, but it looks like there's a lot of stuff going on within the military, or maybe he went on vacation in the Moskva River. I'm not sure. Did you hear about that, Konstantin?
Yeah, of course, I heard about it. There is no confirmation of any of this so far, but for people who are just to drop the speculation, there are two sources how this happened. First source was the Grozny. The Grozny is the capital of Chechnya. That's where Kadyrov is from. Grozny, one of their prominent news media outlets, made an article saying that he was relieved of duty. Um, and that was taken as a base for everything else. There were no other information. Well, maybe right now there was in the last couple of hours, because I was drinking at Halloween party. It wasn't really a party, but there were kids only. But I managed to smuggle a beer into it. And another with the information where he was drowned in the river, that was just a tweet by one of the it was a tweet by someone which was amplified. It was tracked to the initial source, and it was just unconfirmed tweet. So that those are origins of those things. And of course, people who tweet and, for example, like a largest media outlet in Grozny, Chechnya, does have its own sources, and it may as well be true. And that guy who tweeted it, I'm sorry, I don't have the name in front of me, but he may as well have his outlets, that have the right sources. But for people to to keep things cool, that's how it happened. It did not happen because of some official statement or anything like that. Those are so far, at least on the state, 5 hours ago, before that Halloween kids party. It was not confirmed.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Konstantin.
But
Yeah,
sorry, just to follow up. But I do believe that pretty much that he was relieved. That's probably truth. That's my take on it. But that's my personal gut feeling. From because it was amplified too much by Russian media. It was amplified by multiple Russian media outlets, and they don't, when things internally happen like this, they tend to be somewhat consistent. So I can imagine that it was probably Kadyrov pushing Putin to do so, and of course here to have the publicity and to be the first guy to report it. He posted it on his networks. That's how I personally see it.
thank you, Konstantin. Folks, just a reminder to please share and retweet the space. This is a 24-hour news source about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. If you do have a question or a comment, today has been a busy day. There have been a lot of developments, some stuff happening in Sebastopol, a thing or two. So if you have questions about that, or if you have additional information you'd like to bring up, we'd love to hear from you. And of course, we collectively support a number of charities, but especially MriyaAid.org, which we encourage our listeners to donate to help Ukrainians in their fight against this brutal Russian invasion. And Ben, I believe that you have something.
Yeah. If Colby is still around, I'd love to have a quick chat about this Canadian government initiative regarding the bond for Ukrainian independence. What was the name?
I don't have much information about it. Apologies. Craig might be a better person to have a back and forth about it. I don't have a whole lot of information.
Too bad. Okay, no, I was wondering, like, what's the point of floating a bond for a specific with a specific target? Is it even legal, by the way?
Is it legal? I don't see why. I don't see why it would be illegal. I mean, I can't think of why it would be illegal for the Canadian government to sell victory bonds that are going to support Ukraine.
Oh, I'm asking because in France it would be illegal. You cannot allocate a source of revenue as you collect it. You cannot levy a tax for something. Then once it's in the coffer, you're free to do whatever you want with it. And if you collect 1 million and then you want to spend 1 million, you might want to believe it is exactly the same million, but it is not allowed to levy either a tax or debt for a specific target, I think.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that, actually, Ben. Maybe you could explain that in more detail. From my understanding, this is a bond issued by the Canadian government. So it's, I mean, couldn't the government issue any bond it wants? Didn't people buy war bonds back in the old days? Or could you explain that in greater detail? I don't quite understand why it would be illegal, or maybe it's just in France, and France is special.
Yeah, the reason why it's illegal is because it basically flows back to the French Revolution, or rather, right before the French Revolution, where a huge section of the money that was meant to be collected by the state was actually diverted before ever entering the coffers. So what you would say would be something along the lines of, we're collecting a tax on the sale of bread in order to give it for the building of that castle. And the result would be, well, the tax would be collected, but they would never enter the state coffers. It would go straight to the guy in charge of the construction of the castle. And as a result, the state would gradually lose the direct control and the ability to temporize and to manage its own money. And as a result, what that was at the time perceived as one of the main causes for the revolution and the financial unrest that started it. And as a consequence, it became completely illegal to do anything like that. You cannot levy a tax in France or collect money in any form or shape for a predestined target. And so I was just realizing that there might be a difference in this in between Canada and France.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So we have another speaker up, Armchair. If you could go ahead. Armchair.
Yeah, thanks. I actually had a question. I don't know if this, I mean, I just joined, so if you just discussed this, feel free to um, not answer it again. But in general, just wanted to see if anyone can give a bit of an analysis of how they see this war basically progressing, and after hopefully Kherson is liberated, is there, what's the next step? Is it going to be again sort of a war of attrition, or are there new, perhaps new victories for Ukraine that are um, visible in the near future? So yeah, would love to hear some perspective from people who know more about this than I do.
Well, I mean, this is one of these questions where every answer I could attempt to give you would be pure speculation and therefore comparatively not worth much, right? Because I mean, I would have never predicted a bunch of things blowing up in Sevastopol harbor today. That's certainly, there's a lot of things that are very unpredictable. In general, I can say that the trend is very much in favor of Ukraine winning because we can see that Russian morale is horrendous. The effectiveness of their fighting units aren't very well, and their strategy is bad. So it doesn't look. I mean, the only prediction I'm prepared to make is that Ukraine will win. Konstantin maybe has some better insight. It's just such a wide question that it's really difficult for me to answer. I think it would be better maybe to focus on specific areas, like say, okay, what do you expect, from the Kherson front, and if there were any urban warfare specialists in the audience who would be willing to come up to speak about whether or not Ukraine is likely to attack Kherson, I would love to hear their opinion. Um, so we know that the Ukrainians are making excellent progress, on the Kharkiv front as well. They've interdicted, I believe, the P66 highway, which is very significant. Usually, on most days, we have a military update. Language learner comes up. Sometimes Yehuda can join us to summarize the day's events. Unfortunately, I've been cut off for most of the day, so I can only give you some vague guidelines. But I would love to hear from some of our other experts. Colby, would you like to take that question on?
Yeah, we get asked often what's going to happen next. It's really expansive, as Bloke said. I mean, it'd be great if I had a crystal ball and I can predict the future, but it's it's challenging. So I mean, I foresee Ukraine winning. It's just a question of how long that takes and what the road to get there looks like. As Luke said, I mean, nobody expected this to happen in Sevastopol today. So, there's always lots of unexpected developments. Yeah, none of us have a crystal ball. Ultimately, there's a lot of guesswork, especially when the question is that open ended. So I mean, if you want a little commentary on something more specific, I'll do my best. But sorry, my brain's in a little bit of a different place, so I'm not going to pontificate too much right now.
Yeah, no worries. So, Armchair, I know that's a really unsatisfying answer, but that we just can't do better than that. Maybe if you could be more specific. We have a lot of listeners who know a thing or two about the Navy. Maybe someone could comment more on if you have specific questions about what happened today. I know there's a listener or two down below that in the listeners gallery that may be able to answer some of your questions about that. If you could narrow it down a little bit, that would be helpful. Go ahead, Armchair.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. It's a very difficult question. I suppose maybe to narrow down to the most obvious, I guess, Kherson, if you could maybe, or if somebody could just talk a little bit about, timeline wise, do you think it would be possible for Ukraine to liberate it until the end of this year, or are we looking at next year? And maybe if somebody can estimate, again, super rough estimate, obviously, how many losses how much would that would even cost Ukrainian armed forces to liberate Kherson. That would be interesting to me.
Oh dear, Armchair. Even that is not making it easier for me. Okay, so
sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I get it, but and again, we have a lot of amazing experts in the space about urban warfare, and I guess the big question is, will Ukraine attack Kherson? As for what it would cost, what the risks are, that's impossible. But Colby just put his hand up. He probably has a better answer than I do.
So we've had a lot of predictions over the last few months about the imminent demise of Russian forces on the Kherson front. So I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop making that same mistake and sticking my neck out there and making those predictions. I'm gonna be a little bit more patient here and focus on what we know for sure, or make some bold predictions here. So Ukraine is fighting a battle of attrition in Kherson. I mean, overall, this is all, there's very much a fight of attrition, but specifically with Kherson and the operation they're conducting in Kherson, especially now that we're into the autumn and the weather is not great and the mud is becoming a greater and greater problem based on information we're seeing from the ground. Ukraine is not looking for a breakthrough, most likely here in Kherson. They are trying to destroy Russian army formations that are opposite them. So they are taking their time and being very methodical in their advances, being very methodical in how they go about things. The terrain and the weather conditions don't really permit for a decisive breakthrough and rapid advance through Russian lines at this point, unless there was a complete collapse. And again, I'm not going to make those predictions because previously they haven't turned out to be true. So we have to be patient with Kherson. I don't think we're going to see a decisive conclusion super soon. Again, I can eat my words on that. It could happen tomorrow. The Russian army could just suddenly, there could be something happening that we can't possibly know, and the things are near a breaking point, and tomorrow we start seeing surrendering or them breaking and fleeing. But right now there's a pretty brutal battle of attrition that the Ukrainians definitely are winning, but progress is slow. There's it's very much an artillery battle still, with a lot of small unit action on the ground. So I think that Kherson will be liberated in due time. It may happen this year. It may not happen until sometime in the new year. Hard to say. Certainly, once the ground freezes, which again is going to be late as well. It might not be Christmas before the ground really gets nice and solid. That opens up some new opportunities for operations because the mud will be will be more solid, and the ground will be more passable for armored fighting vehicles. So that creates some new opportunities. But right now, it's a war of attrition, and Ukraine needs all the artillery it can get for that reason to maintain their edge there, and they're trying to kill as many Russian soldiers as they can. And I trust fundamentally, I trust the Ukrainian general staff has a plan, and they're confident in that plan, and they're going to execute that plan to the best of their resources. And we have to be patient with that, because certainly nobody more than them wants to liberate Ukrainian territory as fast as they possibly can, but they have to do so in a smart and rational and deliberate manner, and just rushing into things that would lead to costly mistakes that would ultimately prolong the war. So right now it's slow and steady wins the race, especially with the seasons being what they are into autumn now, heading into winter. Things will slow down during this period just due to the weather environmental conditions. So it's going to take time, and all we can do is just continue to support Ukraine and deliver as much assistance as we can, because that will continue to grow their advantage and bring the war to a more rapid conclusion.
I hope that was helpful. That seems to be the best we can do, Armchair. But stick
Yes,
around.
yes, it was
there's
great.
probably a lot of other opinions. Christopher, go ahead.
Good evening, all. Quick mic check.
5 by 5.
Thank you, sir. Ben, this is for you. I find what your last statement is extremely interesting. So, if I'm understanding you correctly, you can invest in the central French government, but you can't really invest in a specific project. So, in other words, the money kind of is laundered through the French central government. Is that a correct interpretation of what you said?
I especially want to hear about the reaction to the word laundered. But I think
I don't think Ben's with us anymore.
Yeah, I think he went to sleep.
He went to sleep. Oh yes, yeah. It's that being a daddyhood. Okay. I mean, I'm finding it pretty interesting that I did a quick search and found a paper called
Speak of the devil.
Oh.
Here he
Good
is.
morning.
He's
You
just
brought
come
him
back
back.
up.
You brought
Oh.
him back. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, and okay, go ahead, Ben.
Thank you. Good morning, and I came back for, and thank you, Christopher, for giving me an excuse to say hello to her. Hello, Anda. How do you do?
Hello.
To answer your question, I'm not sure I would phrase it like that, but yes, in theory, you cannot raise money. With taxes, it's sure. I'm almost certain that also applies to debt, but you cannot raise money for specific projects. You have to raise money for the government as a whole, and then the government, once it's in the coffers, is in charge of distributing it. Just to be absolutely clear, that doesn't mean that, for instance, a city cannot raise its own taxes and then distribute it. But that's the city level. For the central government cannot raise money, cannot have taxes designated for something in particular. There's no earmarking, to put it this way. And on this, I will thank you for your interest for the physical specificity of my countries. I hope I piqued your interest, because I certainly won't be able to fill you in more. And I would like to say a big thank you to Bloke and Anda and Constantine and Colby and everyone, and wish you a very, very good night. Bye-bye, everyone.
Good
Thank
night,
you, Ben.
Ben, and
Good night,
a
Ben.
big hand to Ben for helping out so much. And Thanks, and have a good night's sleep, Ben.
Okay,
Sleep
no,
tight, Ben.
that's fine. I'll dig through a little bit. I found a paper on government and debt policy in France in the latter half of the 18th century. So I'll dig around. I appreciate everyone.
Yeah,
Please tweet.
that
I can
sounds
add-
like
retweet and
great
share.
reading for a Saturday night.
It's actually written rather it's not really difficult to read. That's what I want to say. So
Christopher, I can add from Romanian perspective, because we copied the French. Between the two wars, Romania became a very philo country. So we loved the French, and we took almost everything we could except them. So we had our financial system regulated same way as the French one, very similar. And for a long time, we had the same thing. All the money went to the central budget. During the communist time, they split it. At some point, they put it back. After the revolution, we have had at some point, for example, some taxes which went, for example, strictly for they were collected and went strictly for health, for example, or for the pensions. And it depended how they were just how do you say, managed, right? And some of them were managed better than others. And at some point, the central government realized it's not a good policy. So they recenter put them all together again. They come on different accounts, so you pay them in different accounts when you pay taxes. They go to different accounts, but in the end they are centralized. And for example, if I give 10 lei to the budget this year, so this month, for health, in the end they will not go all for the health. They have a percentage. They establish, for example, how much is going to go for health, and how much from the whole budget, how much is going to go for the army, and so on. And this is how they can, for example, change or meet the army quota, um, which is 2.5% next year. So sometimes it's a good thing to have money centralized, and it's like putting your husband's money and your money all together and do something with them. For example, if you are paid in the same day, so you don't have two separate budgets, you have one. And you decide together, well, we have kids, this is for the kids, this is for the pension, this is for the car, this is for the house, blah blah blah. And you have one big pot of money, and you decide together what to do with them, as opposed to, I have my own money, you have your own money, and for example, you have less than me, and I pay the mortgage and I don't know, the car and the kids' school, and you pay the food and I don't know, electrical bills and so on. And from there on, you will have at some point maybe some problems, right? If I change jobs and I have a less a smaller salary next month, I may have a problem to meet my quota, right? So it's with good and bad in this way. I hope this covered it and helped Ben go to sleep, and he will be content. I said something at least remotely okay
Oh
financially.
my goodness,
Uh,
Anda, it was no, Anda, that was great. It was a wonderful example. It is how we run our household, where the money goes into the central pot and the budget is managed, and then we each get uh, an allowance to spend based upon the percentage of our as a percentage based upon our contributions to the central pot. So yes, it's a very, very good system you've described, and it's a very good way to look at it. I just we do Social Security here, and it comes out of the paycheck as a Social Security tax, and it goes to supposedly all goes to the Social Security Administration and things like that. I find that fascinating. So thank you too for your input. I will say, ask one more thing, but I won't for this evening. But maybe you could explain at some point in time, if we talk about food, what the what Romania took from France and gave to France in terms of food. But maybe we should save that for a different time. Thank you so much for taking the space. I love hearing you. You're very calm, and you do an excellent job of making people feel reassured. So thank you so much for your contributions. And good night, everyone.
Thank you, Christopher.
Good night, Christopher. Thank you for your kind words. And I think we have Fayenza next. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that.
Oh, that's fine. I don't expect you to pronounce that correctly. So hello everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Could you please tell us
Sure.
how to pronounce
So,
correctly?
It's a street in Florence, Italy. It's Via Faenza. So yes, usually people pronounce it pretty well. There is no particular reason why I chose that name. It's a very old, I guess, pseudonym for myself online. So, when I decided to get a Twitter account, I just thought, well, I'll use this. But had I known that, I'd be queuing up to be called on, I would have chosen a different name. Okay, so this is about the earlier question about predictions, and I think asking, what people predict about how the war will progress is a great question. But I just wanted to say, I this is more of a comment or compliment to the Maria Report, and I would just like to say that I tune in to the Maria Report not for predictions, but because listening helps me get through the days, all the bad news, some of the good news. I think several of the experts help me to be patient and to see the big picture through the careful analyses and the deep dives into geopolitics. So I have a totally non-expert prediction if you're interested.
Please do.
Okay. I'm kind of worried about Germany, and I'm not going to even pretend I know anything about German politics. I just have this uneasy feeling that the closer that the armed forces of Ukraine get to liberating Crimea, the more skittish and perhaps downright unhelpful Germany will become. And the somewhat shaky, like I said, non-expert, totally amateurish reasons are I think when Ivana Stradner and was it Yulia Zhozha were talking on Ivana Stradner's first session, when she held her that first the first of her series, they were talking about how like Macron and Schultz seem to, and many people in, I guess, diplomatic positions, still seem to view the world in sort of through the sort of great powers perspective. And I think the German leadership is so wrapped up in what they learned from their teachers in school that they are just afraid to I don't know, imagine a different world, or to see Russia for what they are, a corrupt military that can't learn, that can't innovate, can't train their troops, can't adapt. I've been rambling too long and I'm getting self-conscious. So I'll just end with that.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like, there was that. I did listen to that interview, and there was that comment about being afraid of a future world that is not in line with what people have learned in the past, right? Um, but I think that there's some positive signs coming out of Germany lately. I think that people are realizing what is going on. I mean, everyone sees this for what it is, just an incredibly brazen, evil invasion of a sovereign country, and everyone knows what the stakes are. And keep in mind that even without Germany, whatever the so-called coalition of the willing turns out to be, there will be support for Ukraine. And Germany has not been absent, right? They have made contributions. So I think it is. I don't know. I can't predict the future. I don't think anyone really can. But I mean, there are some positive things coming out of Germany, and we have to be hopeful. Um, Ukraine will win. They have the motivation. They are getting stronger while their enemy is getting weaker day by day. So the outcome for me is certain. I don't know what that outcome exactly looks like. I don't know what road will lead to that outcome, but I'm sure of the outcome. And there are many things that make me nervous from time to time, but we can do something. So one thing that we can all do to relieve our own anxiety is to get into action and to write to your MP. I don't know where you live, or your elected official or congressperson. Write to someone and do what you can as individuals. And as individuals, we form this small community here at the MriyaReport. As individuals, we form public opinion in nations, and we can change the course of history if we combine our efforts. So I don't know if those comments are helpful at all, but let's stay positive. We'll get through this, and we'll support Ukraine getting through this. So thanks for your comments, and thank you for coming up to speak. And to other speakers who want to come up, please do so. You're always welcome. If we have trouble raising you up because the deck is full, you know, be patient with us. We'll get you there. And I don't know if that was helpful at all, Via, but
Oh,
it's
yes.
the best I can do.
I didn't mean to be such a downer. I do believe Ukraine will win. I just think that Crimea is going to be a real issue for the German government.
Well, you know what? Today, Crimea was a real issue for Russia, as it should be. So, you know, let's keep it like that. And maybe Crimea will be such an issue for Russia that they will decide that their efforts are better spent elsewhere. Slava Ukraini, and thanks for your comments. And yeah, you know, we'll be here. We've been here 24/7 since the war started. We'll be 24/7 until it ends. We'll be here. So please stick around, listen. Maybe I can get to some future speaker announcements a little later on. But I see we have some hands up. So go ahead, Dan.
Hello. So the gentleman asked for some predictions, and I don't know that I can predict the entire course of the war, but I have one prediction and and the next thing to watch. Am I coming through?
Lima Charlie, and yeah, that's great.
So
armchair, here we go.
So my prediction is that the Russians will be in Kherson until the Russians figure it out. There was an article in the New York Times, I think today. I just retweeted the Kiev Independent, retweeting the article. And I quote, Ukraine has gained artillery superiority on the southern front. Kherson is an incredibly convenient place for Ukraine to kill Russians. As long as Russia is dumb enough to send them there, Ukraine is smart enough to kill them there. And, you know, if the Russians want to send another 20,000 to die, I think the Ukrainians will continually just sit there and kill them with HIMARS and 155 and starvation until they're dead, and then Russia gets to decide they want to send another 20,000. So I don't know how long the Russians will be stupid.
That is incredibly hard to predict.
Yes, but the next decision point is, can the Russians even keep their army in the field over the winter? There is video after report, after article, after whatever, of Mobics being shoved to the front with absolutely nothing. So the next decision point is, can the Russian army just remain a thing until the middle of February? My bet is no, but you don't know. But, you know, I think when they've had, 100,000 cases of frostbite and 100,000 cases of trench foot on top of the additional 75,000 the Ukrainians will kill between now and then, and keep in mind their casualties are running 500 KIA a day according to the daily report, I think they might just go away, but we'll see. But, you know, if winter and starvation are killing more of them than the Ukrainians are, this is not going to be a long party. That's what I had to say. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was an excellent point about the equipment. I mean, the 1.5 missing uniforms, and what's that going to mean in the winter? This is going to be really bad for them, right? And conversely, Ukraine is being supplied even by Canada alone, like with don't even remember the number, but a lot of winter gear, right? And the other allies are pitching in as well. So Ukraine will be better equipped, better motivated, and they know exactly what they're fighting for. It's the liberation of their country. Let's go to Konstantin real quick, because he might want to weigh in on this, and then we will go to background.
I'm gonna pass, sorry.
Background, go ahead.
So, Via Faenza, the norte de Santa Maria Novella, Faenza. I love that city. That's a lovely neighborhood, man. As far as Germany goes, I'm not an expert at all, but 100,000 people were in the streets the other day in support of Iran, the people of Iran, and rejecting the mullahs of the Islamic Republic. I think the German people are on the right side here. They know what's going on. I think it's going to be hard for a government to turn their backs on Ukraine with that kind of public support. So that's my 2 cents. But thank you for reminding me of Firenze. That's just, I love that city. That's it. Thank you.
Go ahead, and you go first. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, background. Indeed, Firenze is a beautiful city. Regarding crystal balls, I've been asked yesterday also if I have one to predict what's gonna happen. I looked outside the window. It was still dark, so yeah, no. Um, I think we should stick to what's happening now, because I will tell you a story. Sometimes it's good to know when something is gonna happen. Sometimes it's good to lie to someone that something is gonna happen sooner than later. And sometimes it's better just to stick with what you know and to do what you can, right? When I said I will tell you a story, the story is from when I was young. I was young, and some friends of mine took me. We used to went hiking, right, on the mountains. And as we went hiking on the mountains, we chose a different route off the beaten path. Don't do that, by the way. It's not good. And it was really hard. I was not trained. And at some point, they said it is going to be really short, like 30 minutes. And I said, okay, it was really steep. 30 minutes, okay. After an hour, I was like, how much more? 30 minutes. How much more? Another 30 minutes. 5 hours later,
Those
I stopped and said, it's enough. So this is my parallel. We don't want to get the people who are supporting Ukraine to the point to say you have made so many predictions, wrong predictions, then that we are not going to support again because you don't bring results. Its predictions are used in economy, in war, in everything, in order to better gather your forces, right? But they are made, and it's important to be made by people and persons who actually have a better understanding of the whole, which we don't. If this question was asked, and I don't know, General Ben Hodges would have been here, or General Mark Hertling, or General Mick Ryan, right? They have a better understanding of what a war means, a front means, bigger armies and logistics and everything means. We are not in that position, and we don't have that insight. We tap in their insight, but we don't have their view. So it's very hard for us to predict when. And it's not healthy to do that. It's not healthy to ask that. It's not helping you, because personally, because you're not, how should I say that? You're not giving the money, the support, and you're running out, and this is all on Ukraine. They should be asking, when is this gonna end? But they are not asking that. They are asking for weapons. They are asking for weapons to finish this sooner. So it's not when it's gonna end. It's what can you do? What can I do for this to end sooner, right? How can I help? This is the correct answer. This is the correct question. And for this, there are answers. What can you do? What can Germany do? What can Poland do? What can any of us do? For this, we have answers. It's way simpler, and it's way productive. It's more productive for everyone, and it gives you and everyone else a sense of control, because you have control. What can you do? If you have some money for spare this night, after you went, it is for North America and South America, but mainly we have people in the room from North America, right? Not exclusively, but mainly at this point. So it's Saturday evening. I hate to use Nick's line, but he is right. If at the end of this evening you have some money, which were, let's say, budgeted to be spent today, and you didn't, maybe you'll consider donating them to MriyaAid. And in turn, they will send some non-lethal aid, some bandages, some tourniquets, some drones to Ukraine. And I know people, in general, when you say, well, consumables like bandages, it's not fancy, you know. It's not fancy bandages. What was that? Bandages. You know, a tourniquet. It's cool. You put a tourniquet in, and it saves a life, and it's true. It's true, because if you have a good tourniquet, you don't lose all your blood in that hour from when you were hit on the front line and until you reach the hospital. And that's important. That's right from wrong. That's death from life. So that is important. But once you get in the hospital, someone will have to clean your wound with bandages. Someone will have to dress your wound with bandages. And your wound will have to be dressed for days and days and days with bandages. They are so humble, and they cost so little. And they are so important because most of the problems that occur are post-op, right? After the operation. You get there, you are good, someone brilliant is operating you, and after that, you have to keep that wound clean. This was one of the problems of the guys who in Azovstal during the months they were blocked there, right? They didn't have bandages. They had doctors, but they didn't have clean bandages. So it's not something to be disregarded, and it costs, I don't know, $1-2, something like that. It's not much. It's a coffee. So when we say every little bit helps, literally every little bit helps. Some are more cool than others, but in the end, they all help. They all changed someone's life for the better. Be them stocks, be them bandages, be them drones. And this is why we always stress, if you have something to spare, please help. It's not for us. We are not asking for anything. It's for Ukraine. It's for MriyaAid. We are supporting them, and we are supporting them because the guys who are behind them are not taking anything out of that. They are sending everything to Ukraine. They are spending their own money to, for example, spending their own money to have expensive phone calls, and many of them to get the contracts for the next drones, for example, right? To get the contracts for the next tourniquets, to get the contracts, because you have to have a contract, right? They are not on the market anymore. You have to contract them, you have to talk with people, you have to raise money, you have to book them in advance, basically with 3 months in advance or so. And for all of that, you have to make many calls. And those cost money, right? Some of them are international, some of them are local. Many of them are international because they are talking with Ukraine, for example, from Canada. The internet, it's not for free. The gas, it's not for free. So they are paying all that from their pocket. And they are doing that willingly to help Ukraine. This is their contribution. Sometimes with money, but many, many times it is with time away from their family, time in their spare time, because most of them have jobs, have steady jobs, right? Do something else during day. So we are not asking you to do that. But if you have spare money, please consider donating to MriyaAid. Please consider making a steady monthly donation for them to foresee what's gonna come next month. You will say, I don't, for example, I only have $1. Well, it helps. As I said, it could be some bandages to dress up a wound. It will count for someone. Okay, I ranted. This is the morning rant on on MriyaReport. This is the morning rant on a myriad topic. So I don't have any hands, but
It
I
wouldn't
have
be the
someone.
morning if there wasn't a rant from Amanda. So
Yeah,
and
thank you, thank you,
no,
Vlad.
but I do want to say that you're right. I mean, in times of uncertainty, everyone is looking for certainty, right? And you know, it's not possible. So do what you can because those are the things you can be certain of. And so if you donate and if you support Ukraine in other ways, write your elected officials, these are concrete steps you can take every day that will help Ukraine. And those are the things you can count on, and they will make a difference. Those are the absolute things you can do with certainty. And we have a new speaker. So go ahead, Anne.
Hi. I just wanted to point out that the bandages don't just help the troops that are wounded, but it helps the morale of the ones who haven't been yet, all the way down to their family mothers, their family members, their parents, their children, in the belief that their loved one will come home. And that just supports the entire country, not just the individuals who receive the aid. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Anne. And you are right. After you find out a loved one is wounded, you worry and you think, how is he faring day in and day out, right? It's not easy for the families. And thank you for sharing that and for pointing that out. Thank you, really. Please come again. Sometimes. I have friends in back office. Let's say I have friends in back office, and I screamed for help, and they always deliver. And today, thank you, Daryl. I asked for what has Germany given, and it's a very long list, right? It's not what we hoped for, or again, not all the cool stuff that we are waiting and we know they can provide, because we want the leopards, right? But they have sent MLRS, unmanned surface vessels, armored recovery vehicles, tents, generators, winter jackets. There are 116,000 winter jackets, 80,000 winter trousers, 240,000 winter hats. Again, as Anne said earlier, this is about the quality of life. This actually it's on the front, right? When the cold hits, you have something to put on your back and to put on your head and so on. Well, on this, Colby knows more about this 3,000 anti-tank weapons, Panzerfaust, 3 they say, with 900 firing devices. 22 million rounds of ammo for fire rounds. 100 machine guns MG3. 100,000 hand grenades. 8 electric anti-drone devices. 7 radio jammers, and more. And there are more to come, right? There is a long list with more to come. And it's not everything that people expect them to, but it's more than I expected they did. And as we said at the beginning of the war, we don't always say everything we do. Some things are public and some things are not so public. We must not forget there are many Germans who support Ukrainian families. We have some in our midst here. And it's important to press for more, because Ukraine needs more, right? But it's what someone said, and this is true for other countries, for France, for I don't know, Belgium, for Holland, the Netherlands, right? We sometimes blame and point fingers. He could have sent more. He could have done more. Okay, what about my country? What about me? Right? I want my country to give more. I do what I can. And I want my country to do more. And for this, I talk with people from various walks of life. This is what I can do. And I try to focus on that. So that's what I wanted to say. Sometimes we don't know everything. And the fact the fact that we expect more, and we do, it's not to blame. It does not give us the right to blame, you know. We do expect more, and they can provide more. They have in storage more. Other countries have in storage more and are willing to give Ukraine what they have in storage. Germany just has to sign a release for that weapons, and we hope they will, and we hope that will make a difference, that will help the war end sooner. So yeah, we are pressing what we can do. We are pressing for that. Yes, we have this hashtag, we have contacts, we talk with everyone we know in order to see this done. So yeah. I have no hands. Bloke, do you have any idea? Yeah, Via is laughing at us. This is a frequent occurrence after on certain topics, such as what happened in Sevastopol. Before I go to you, Via, Bloke, do you have any idea if we will have any guest speakers in the space in the coming days?
Yeah, I'm checking the schedule. I checked it a bit earlier. I mean, we had a lot of fantastic speakers, yesterday and today. There is Peter Duran, who was on Friday with a guest, the CEO of the Ukrainian Post Office Service, and more speakers are coming. Have the latest, but I will try to dig it up. I'm really looking forward to that. I see that Via has her hand up, and then followed by David. So why don't we go to speakers, and I'll see what I can find. And go ahead, Via.
Thank you, Via.
Okay. Hello. I didn't want to bash Germany. I was just making my prediction. So just to clarify.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
they've given a lot.
That's okay.
Yes, and we understood. I was just I made a broad statement because I know some people from the audience at some point right now or in the past, mostly in the past actually, and mostly when Axel was here, so he get rattled about that. They asked, "What about Germany? You know, why isn't Germany sending this and that?" And actually, Germany didn't show this list until 2 days ago. So I think this is one way of. Um, I wanted it was more for the other ones. I just got the hint and gave a broader answer for everyone in the room to understand that not everything that is um, given is visible at a certain moment in time. Some are, but some are not. And for example, someone here, if I'm making this broad, um, how do you say, general statements, right? And we are talking about Germany. One of the things that came up in this space and was really rattling and rude at that point was a comment on Egypt, for example. And for everyone to know, the Iris-T, which are now going in Ukraine, were in contract for Egypt, and Egypt ceded the contract and agreed to receive later the Iris-T, which were already contracted for them, in order for Ukraine to get this from production sooner, right? So help comes in many ways, and we should not throw stones, without knowing everything that's behind. That's my broad assessment. David, save me from myself. Give me a good topic, please.
David?
Yes, can you hear me?
Now
Can you hear
can.
me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. I just want to say that I've been listening to the MriyaReport from pretty close to the very beginning, and you guys doing a fantastic job. I just want to say just a brief story and then ask a question. The brief story I had was studied Russian politics in college, and I had a really phenomenal teacher who started off the class by telling a really phenomenal story that kind of really sums up and led to a lot of my conclusions about Russia. She grew up as an American in the 1950s and 1960s in Moscow. Her father was a reporter for CBS. And so she lived as an American in the 1950s and 60s in Moscow. She told a story to kind of start the class out that she was an elementary school student going to an elite Russian elementary school. And she decided, like on a summer day in Moscow, to have a lemonade stand in the 1950s in Moscow. And she was out there for 5 minutes, and she said the KGB came and burned down her lemonade stand, and that her neighbors, all of her neighbors, had reported on her. And that I just came to the conclusion it's just amazing that a state just spent so much resources burning down an elementary school girl's lemonade stand. And I just thought to myself, like, the complete idiocy of that situation, like how that culture could survive with that kind of decision making. So I just wanted to share that real briefly. And she told lots of other phenomenal stories. But getting to my question, is the limiting factor, do you think, of Putin is just attrition of troops? Like, is it really necessary for Ukraine to capture all the territory versus just be in a nice defensive position and allow Putin to attack where Ukraine has the advantage, and that might bring a sooner end to the war just by decimating the troops rather than trying to be offensive and capture territory? Like, let Putin send troops into Kherson and let them be attrited in Bakhmut, and then that might be a faster end of the war than just acquiring territory. So there's just a thought I had.
Well, what we have observed, Block can back me up on this, but what we have observed is that the general command is really astute when to wait and when to attack, right? Block can give you more on this.
No, I mean, 100%. I mean, every single move the Ukrainian general staff has made since the start of the war. You got a hot mic, Dave.
Turn it off.
Yeah. So every single move they've made has been, like, I would argue, almost flawless. The way they avoided force on force armored combat at the beginning of the war, and the way they went after logistics, fuel trucks, and allowed these 7 axes of advance on their thunder runs, and just starved them of fuel and ammo. The way they managed this counteroffensive in Kharkiv, which is, like, these are incredibly complex operations, right? Like, you got to think about how to secure the areas afterwards, what to attack, where the enemy was vulnerable. Almost everything they've been doing has been just remarkably good. I mean, the Russians have this huge superiority, allegedly, in aircraft, and yet they have not achieved air superiority or air supremacy. I mean, that's amazing, and to your point, they've been extremely good at the old saying, never interfere with your enemy when they're making a mistake. And so with Bakhmut and Kherson, I mean, the Russians did, like, a crazy thing with Kherson. They actually reinforced, the other side of the Dnipro with even more troops, which actually made their logistical situation even more difficult. And they were permitted to make that mistake. Let's put it that way. And then all of a sudden, the bridges were taken out, right, stranding them. With regards to Bakhmut, I've been on this space many times. At first, I started asking. At first, I was very concerned about Bakhmut because it's a hub, a communications hub for a large part of that region, with at least 7. It's a road junction, right? Like a sort of, think of Bastogne, you know. Um, but then after the Kharkiv offensive, it became clear that it wasn't as it used to be, and yet the Russians kept on attacking it, and the Ukrainians let them, you know, and they just keep on. I mean, they are banging, they're still to this day banging their head against that wall in Bakhmut, and they're even getting pushed back. It took them like 2 months to get asphalt plant, and the Ukrainians took it back in a weekend, you know? So, so it's a combination of these things. It's in certain areas, the general staff has to just sit and let the Russians come at them, and basically saying, "You want more? Have at it. We're ready for you." And in other areas where they've seen vulnerabilities in the Russian lines, they have broken through and taken them. It's been amazing to watch. The competence of the Ukrainian general staff and their military has really, really been impressive, like a sight to behold. So, yeah, I guess this is true of any military operation. Like, when do you hold ground? When do you retreat? And they have done also withdrawals when it was fighting withdrawals when necessary. Uh, it's just like around Severodonetsk, you know, the Russians paid absolutely heavily to take that town, and when the Ukrainians realized that they had to, you know, husband their forces, or, you know, protect their forces, they pulled back, and did a tactical withdrawal, and attacked again in a different area. It's been amazing to watch. I don't know if Colby, the answer, it depends. It depends what area, what the circumstances are, and where there's vulnerabilities to exploit. You know, where their centers of gravity are. You know, taking out the bridge, the Kerch Bridge, was brilliant. That complicates the logistical supply of Crimea, but they're not necessarily attack. I don't know what further to say. So the answer to your question is yes, and many other things. Colby, did you want to add to that? Or? I don't think so. I hope
I
that was
can
helpful, David. Go ahead, Amanda.
I can add to add I can add to that one more thing. In the end, the whole territory needs to be really freed, right? The Russians need to be sent home, and I'm stressing that because in the occupied territories there are people. It's not just territory, and it's a large. There are 4 large regions with people on them. Some of them were filtrated, right, and sent to Russia. Some of them are still there. You want your people back, right? You want everyone back. So while you fight to regain the territory, you fight smarter, not harder, right? I think Craig always stresses that, and it's an important thing. but because you don't want to lose, you don't want to lose your own people, your own soldiers. You want to for them to continue fighting at another day. So you have to be smart about it. How do you inflict maximum damage on the other side, and how do you protect your own in any shape or form? But the end goal is to free the territories, in order to be able to regain, to see what happened, to help and free your people, because it's not an easy we have seen the cities that were liberated. It's not an easy sight to be seen. They don't have an easy life there. We are talking about how life is hard in Russia, or was hard in Russia. They are a difficult to understand nation, but they are especially cruel and brutal with the Ukrainians in Ukraine right now. So basically, that's why you fight. That's the end goal. You want to free your people and send the invader home. And one step at a time, smart, keep your troops alive, right? Healthy, fed. We have had Chef Zenia with us here in the space, and that is something that I can understand better than the MLRS, for example. CJ has talked in the space for hours on end on MLRS, M777, or others. I can get the basic gist of it, but it's harder for me to understand some subtleties, right? That being said, I can understand the principles of it and how they help, and how they are used on the terrain, right? Because he has a very easy way of explaining. But Chef Zenia, that I could understand better, right? I'm it's more right out of my alley, and it's one of my passions. And I know, for example, what feeding 150 people means. That's what I say. That's why I say it's right out of my alley. I know how to cook for 150 people, some days on end. So it's not easy to keep that food balanced. And when you're behind the front lines, it's double hard, right? So, and he said that they are announced, let's go. The front has moved. They are, I don't know how many kilometers afar. We need to pack up everything and move. And you move. He has to cook. To cook, you need your kitchen, right? So not only supplies. You're not going there only with potatoes, and you cannot feed them only with potatoes, because they need strength, right, on the front lines. And it's important. Everything counts, every little bit. Some things are not as visible, and as Anne said, it's important also for the people who are waiting for the soldiers back home. We sometimes forget about them because we focus on how cool the Irish tea is, right? And it is. And then we have talked for hours on end. I pestered Colby I think 3 days in a row with tank talk, because I needed to understand how it works, and this is how my brain works. I need to understand in order to memorize and integrate the information in my internal library. So everything counts. Everything counts. But yes, you are right about what your teacher said. They were oppressed. They are oppressed, but not as much. Not as much as we imagine. Not everyone, anyway. So, Bloke, I have a question for you.
Guarantee an answer.
Well, I can ask my question. It doesn't cost me anything. My question for you is, have you been up to listen to the director of the Ukrainian Poshta, Ukroposhta? Did you?
I was in and out. It was I was still working when that was going on, and one of the challenges I have at work is to try to listen to MriyaReport from time to time. But occasionally I have to take meetings and stuff, so I wasn't able to listen to the entire thing. But it was but I caught bits and pieces, and I thought the work being done was amazing. And what also amazed me is, the fact that this person had to actually deal with the Russian occupiers so many times to do the job. So sadly, I didn't hear the whole interview. I wish I would have. Was your question?
I was wondering, how are they organizing the logistics? Basically, it amazes me because from what I understood here on Space, I don't recall who said it. It's like a race with railways. Who gets there faster in a liberated town? How are they? So how are they doing that? How are they organizing the logistics behind? Because they also bring stuff for the soldiers on the front, right? So they bring it to the posta, right? To the postal office, and they can go and retrieve it from there. So I bet they have had shipments hit. They have had some postal offices closed, or some of the workers injured. So I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I mean, sadly, like I said, I wasn't able to listen to the entire interview, but I will be able to, because fortunately, some people working in the background here at MriyaReport take these interviews and turn them into podcasts, edit them, and these recordings are available on Spotify. So, to all of our listeners, if you miss one of these amazing interviews, because like myself, you're at work, and you have get interrupted by meetings and stuff like that, you can later go and listen to them. And some of the interviews we have up there are just fantastic. And so I definitely we'll be letting everyone know when this interview is up so you can hear it again. But yeah, just another example of when we had the CEO from the Ukrainian railways. That interview was also amazing. I mean, this person claims to be just doing his job, right? But the amount of commitment and care and responsibility that that person felt and demonstrated was absolutely stunning. An example that happens, you know, when an entire nation pulls together and everyone realizes the role, um, what their what their job is in their country's liberation. We often, I don't know, maybe sometimes extremely unfairly, we will make comments about post office workers and so forth, right? But here you see an entire country united in this struggle, and every single person, no matter what the job uh, is doing their best because they understand what they have to do to win the war. And these interviews are amazing. So, folks, if you do have Spotify, I would encourage you um, to check those out. I think there's a free version of Spotify, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and you can listen to these
It
afterwards.
is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's free. And there was another interview with Auntie, who just like I started listening and then later volunteered. But Auntie is a frequent speaker on this space. He's Finnish, and he did almost a 3 hour discussion about the Winter War between Russia and Finland, and what the implications are, what those lessons learned could mean for the winter upcoming in Ukraine. And that's another interview I would encourage everyone to check out. So, to specifically answer your question, Anda, I did not listen to enough of it to know exactly what those logistical details were. But there was one point where I was listening and he was explaining how, in order to make sure people in occupied territories got their mail, they had to uh, go up to Russian occupiers and negotiate with them and get the mail through. And that was just, I couldn't imagine what that must have been like. Um, and of course, there was the discussion about things that were stolen by the occupier, and so forth. So, what little I listened to was fascinating. I would encourage all our listeners to do so, and keep an eye on Spotify. If you also want to follow the MriyaReport Twitter handle, that's when you can find out when new speakers are coming and when these interviews are posted on Spotify. So it's just
Look,
at
I
MriyaReport,
have a news.
and then okay, good.
I have a news. I have something for you. We have a website. We have a website. We have MriyaReport.org. And yes, it's important to follow the handle, the MriyaReport at MriyaReport. But about the Spotify and the current space, you will all find you will find them and more about this on that website. So if you don't have, for example, Spotify on your phone, you can go on MriyaReport.org on your computer or on your phone and click on the Spotify, and it will open either the app or the web version. So you don't have to install anything. If you're on a computer, it will simply open up in your browser, and you can browse there for the interviews and listen from there. And that's what I wanted to add. I'm sorry, Block. I'm sorry. I interrupted your flow.
No, not at all. That's fantastic. I do have some news about additional aid coming to Ukraine from the US again. The US will be sending more ammo for the HIMARS systems. They'll be sending another 500 precision guided 155 millimeter artillery rounds. Those are probably Excaliburs, but who knows? And interestingly, there's going to be 2,000 rounds of anti-armor mine systems. These are sort of neat. You can spread an anti-armor minefield over a certain area with precision. So that'll be handy, to repel armored formations. There's going to be another 1,300, anti-tank weapons, and most of them for light infantry, from what I'm reading. 125 Humvees and more than several million rounds of small arms ammo. In addition, there's going to be more satellite communication to help the Ukrainians. So good news coming out of the US today. Folks, if you would like to ask a question or make a comment about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it's a bit quiet tonight. So we could always, use your comments or questions. So please feel free to request the mic, raise your hand. We'd love to hear from you. There's Via. Via, go ahead.
Hello. Okay, so I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed the session with Igor Shmelyansky, the head of the Ukrainian post office. And Anda had asked what maybe we remembered about logistics. And I mean, I'm not sure I remember so many specific things about logistics of how they were getting mail to places, except, well, I remember quite strongly that he made a request that someone questioned him at the end during the Q&A session, what he would like most, and he said armored trucks, and immediately there was no hesitation. He just said armored trucks, because he had told us that several workers had already been killed driving out to deliver mail, to bring the mail to the branches, or even maybe to the endpoint, just delivering to addresses. Maybe they hit mines, maybe they were shot at. I mean, he didn't get specific about deaths, which probably good. But that left an impression on me. That was probably the most impactful part, is when he talked about the actual danger of delivering mail. That, I mean, I expected it, but it's one thing to imagine it and another thing to hear him confirm, it. Another thing that impressed me was that they had been undergoing a process of digitalization. So a lot of their processes have already been digitalized so that they can, for instance, deal with shipping and handling from the United States or something. and yet they're in a war zone, so their computers go down. So he said they actually had to come up with, paper forms and go back to that again, because if the computers go down, they still have to carry on with business. So I thought that was a very impressive aspect of the logistics. Yeah, and just another thing, that the post office is responsible for getting pensions to people. So it's just a matter of, they're kind of, in some areas, it sounds like they have replaced banks, because banking became non-existent. That some of these villages are on a cash only basis. So these trucks that they need to be armored, I mean, they are, in some cases, it sounds like, carrying actual cash to local people who rely on their pensions or aid. And this supports the local economy. It keeps the country running. It's just a cornerstone. So I think, I don't remember specific, like, nitty gritty logistics details about how he does things, how they get things done. And I think maybe that might be a state secret until, 10 years after the war has ended. But that was very impressive, of just how much of a role they play.
Indeed, in ways in which we might not think of, right? So, yeah, thank you, Via, for that. I'm looking forward for that interview.
Yeah, one more thing. I highly recommend the interview. You wouldn't think, listening to someone, the head of the post office, to sound so interesting, but he was a very compelling speaker.
Thank you. Blok mentioned earlier Alexandra Kamishin, the head of railway company. I actually was online when he had the interview, and one thing that, actually two things that probably I remember them because they resonate with something inside me. He said, do your job. This is what he requires from his employees. Do your job. Just that. Don't extrapolate too much. Just do what you have to do. We have to run the trains on time. That's the goal. That was one. And second, that he never sends someone someplace where he is not prepared to go himself. And I think that is a true proof of true leadership, right? That is true leadership. We have Jacob and Wendy. Jacob, please.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, this question's for whoever really wants to talk about it. Kind of a random subject. I'm sure it's been talked about a lot, but I've been kind of having trouble, when I'm talking to like my friends. Obviously people have a short attention span. They're kind of losing interest in Ukraine, but I've also had friends of mine who almost seem to think that it's not a big deal, or let them fight it out amongst themselves. And I was just curious to hear how you guys maybe have handled people like that, and some ways to talk about this with your friends and family members, things like that, who might be more flip about the situation, and think that it's or people who are buying into the Russian propaganda a little bit, like Americans. I'm specifically talking about who maybe are buying into it a little bit. I just kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit.
Okay, I will let you. I will give you a short. I'm sorry, Michelle is not here. I will give you a short selling lesson, right? Why am I saying selling lesson? To sell, in order to sell, you need to know people. You want to sell your idea, right? It sounds silly and stupid, but this is how my brain works with associations and well, you have to bear with me. So when you sell someone something, it doesn't matter. You have to take in account who he is, right? Who he is in relationship with you, who he is in and itself, right? Who you have to know him. And most of the people around you, you know them, not perfectly, but you know their types. And they are basically 4 types of people around you. You have people who do what other people do, right? For example, if if someone else buys a car, he will buy the same car. If someone else buys this brand of cigarettes, he will buy the same. If they admire other people and they follow other people, usually in this category are more females, but you will be amazed, male also. So for this kind of people, the best thing to do, I'm not kidding, for this kind of people, the best thing to do is to point them out. For example, because you are in this space, to the Spotify account where you have interviews with generals, right? You have interviews with generals who have led armies in Europe, and not only. If they are not listening to them, they are not listening to you for sure. So this is one category. You have a second category of people who are very analytical, and they are very focused on details, like informational details, like how this works, why it works this way or not other way. Usually engineers, mathematicians, analysts of any kind, people who work with numbers or this kind of sort, like me. And for them, you can have other interviews on Spotify. From here, you have an awesome interview. For example, 2 of them. One of them is broken in 2 parts because it was that long, with Thomas Steiner, who explains why we need to bring this kind of weapons or that kind of weapons, what they do, how they do it, why are they useful, and so on, right? So knowing the people around you will help you know what to bring into their attention, that will that they can relate to and understand. And for someone to be open for to listen to something you say, they have to have at least the same frame of mind, right? They have to you have to have an opening, and that opening is by rapport. by understanding or relating to that person, right? With someone who, for example, is very empathic for dogs, and there are, and more often than not, people who are at least in Romania, dog lovers are more empathic with other people, and you can point out the horrors that happen, the fact that children are taken from Ukraine, um, and what is done, or the fact that they need to be brought back. So, generally speaking, with 98% of the people, you can find a way of relating an information, a piece of information that is something they can understand and agree with you on that point. It is true they are looking. Some people are watching TV, for example, and watching bad TV, where some actors which don't want to. There are some people in every country who spew Russian information. Some from lack of knowledge, for a better word. Some for money. Yes, we have to admit, some of the people who come up with gross ideas, preposterous ideas, are paid to do that, and we must understand that and take that into consideration. And with people with which I have no other way of relating and no way of breaking through, I have only 2 points to make, right? You don't defend yourself on another country's territory. That's an absurdity. And you don't rape children and women on that territory to defend yourself. These are not means of defense. You don't defend yourself from an 8-year-old girl by raping her. That's not defense. And up until now, nobody said the contrary. So usually that puts it to bed, at least with me. And at least they are not opening that discussion with me again.
Yeah,
With
I
that
mean,
said,
oh, yeah, just to chime in, I mean, I completely agree. It's just, I'm sure you've had this, I'm sure you've had conversations like this, but yeah, just like, I mean, people just they drink the Kool-Aid or whatever however you want to say it. And, I've said, made points like you had just said about children. Um, and they're like, oh, well, that's just, don't you think that that's just, Ukrainian propaganda? And it's like, no, like these are, you know, like documented,
actually,
horrific,
actually, I
yeah.
I was gross, and I'm sorry. I I I point them to the Telegram channels which actually show this, right?
Oh no.
There are, yes, I did. If one of the persons with which I talked was so annoying and so
Hmm.
obnoxious that I point them out. Look, this is a Russian channel. Please just scroll it. It's the only thing you have to do. And after that, if you talk with me again on this subject, I will rip your head off, because that means you agree with what's there, and that's that. I can understand, and I have a lot of patience. I can understand. You were brought in some way. You have heard some things. I can understand a lot of things. I am patient. I am. If you are open for reasoning, I'm all for it. But if you just want to come in front of me and say stupid things, and that's something I won't accept. That's
Yeah,
something I won't accept, because that means you are a person who agrees with that, who just wants to either are paid, either agrees, and either way we have nothing to talk about. And if you love Russia so much, please go to Russia.
yeah,
It's such a lovely
exactly.
country, right? Please go there.
Apparently,
And
they're
that's
looking
that.
for immigration.
Are you going?
No, they're advertising.
Yeah, and yeah, I appreciate you talking about it. It's just and I'm sure you can imagine. It's tough, especially when you hear like someone you consider a friend say some pretty important things, and it's just something I've been kind of dealing with lately, and just trying to wrap my head around. You know, you obviously don't want to not be friends with these people, but it's like hard to
I
hear
can't hear
people
anyone.
say things.
Sorry, yeah. At some point, some people are not worth to be friended with. If you are family, I am family with some. I am family with some, and I cannot change them because, well, they are family. I cannot erase them, but I don't talk to them anymore. I am not obliged by any law, by God or by my conscience or by anything else, to stay by someone who agrees with genocide. And I'm not kidding. We can accept everything, talk about it, but don't stand in my face and say it's okay to rape a child or a woman. Do you want to know how they did it? They entered they entered the city, the village. They put white bandages, white markings on the how do you say puerta? I am getting so annoyed. On the fence, right? The gate of the fence, for them to know there is a girl or there is a young woman, and they went there and raped her. And this is recorded, right? This is with witnesses, with children witnessing. And this is not, I'm not joking. I am not joking, and I'm not being hysterical here. This is the ugly truth. And if you approve with that, and if you are pro that, I have nothing to talk to you. It's not that I don't want to lose you. No, I will kick your butt. If you come into my house, I will slam the door in front of you. It's not okay. If you're family, I cannot erase you from my family, but if you're friend, I will block you. I don't want to talk to you anymore. If you approve something like that, I have nothing to talk to you. Nothing.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's fairly.
it's tough.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you, Jacob. Yeah, I think at some point, you know, when you provide people with the information that you think they might be lacking, and they still double down and they won't listen to reason at that point, it's best just to move on.
Yeah.
And people have to understand the consequences of making and of having an immoral stance, bluntly. This isn't just, these aren't opinions, right?
Right. Mhm.
They're not opinions, right? Like there are things that are acceptable and unacceptable, right? Uh, and of, this is why we have uh, courts and justice, and we put people in jail, right? Because there isn't a discussion about it. It's just a crime. And so at some point, yeah, you need to be assertive. Assertive doesn't necessarily mean yelling at people. It just means that you explain your point of view, and they have to live in their own discomfort. Um, and it's not your problem. So do what you can, spread the message, spread the information. But when it gets to the point where someone is just not being reasonable, then at that point, it's probably not worth it. And it's best just to move on and let them deal with their own discomfort, but just make it very clear what your opinion is of their sense of morality, because they need to understand what the consequences are of that stance, right? Jacob, do you see what I'm getting
Yeah.
at?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you guys talking about it. I just figured that, I can't be the only one listening that, I was going through these kinds of conversations and dealing with, and just dealing with friends or family who are just either in denial or worst case, they just condone it. That's really what it is. It's either they're in denial or they just condone it and just look the other way because, hey, it's not in their backyard, so they don't care. And I just can't accept that. And I think you're right. Just at some point, it's just better to just kind of walk away from it for a while. And you can't change everybody's mind, and some people's minds just won't be changed no matter what you show them. They still are gonna, you know, be in their ways.
Yeah, but we do appreciate it. We do try to spread the information here. Of course, that's what this space is all about. So, by all means, if you need talking points, we to counter disinformation, and there's a lot of it out there, and you can be successful, right? I have been, just dispelling some of the myths, but at some point, when you point out the atrocities being committed, the war crimes being committed, and at that same point, people just either deny it or want to pretend it isn't happening. At that point, there's only consequences left, right? Because they've
Right.
made a decision that's morally reprehensible.
Right. Let's go to Wendy and then pop test. Wendy.
Thank you, Anda and Bloke, for your excellent co-hosting. I just thought I'd pop up because this topic of dealing with certain narratives is it's an important one in, I'm sure, many of our lives. I meet people who are highly intelligent, I describe them as, and erudite, and uh, they produce the frequently repeated narrative of requesting peace talks. And I think on a week that we've seen the enemy show us once again who they are and why any narrative of peace talks should be answered with a single image of row after row of graves in Mariupol. Graves all marked not with names, but with numbers. These human beings were, as we know, not just numbers, they were people with lives. People who just 10 months ago were celebrating New Year's Day, waking up to a new year in a peaceful city, in a country which had never attacked anyone. I guess some of these people in Mariupol would have spent that New Year's Day going to places like the Drama Theatre, a building which had been built by Ukrainian architects and and in a style distinct to the Ukrainian identity, an identity so envied and in turn hated by the malicious terror which lay across the eastern border and for years had plotted in plain sight its destruction and that of the people of the city of Mariupol, for simply being, for being alive, for existing, for being in Ukraine and for being Ukrainian. Now, I personally feel that I owe a debt. My debt is a debt of energy and unwavering support to the people I met from this region of the world before this war and worked with for 14 years. That the leaders of the free world have known from their intelligence briefings far more than the average citizen knew what fate Moscow had designed for Ukrainians. These leaders of the free world, they have a lot to answer for. And for the generations of Ukrainians in the future, and for future generations of this country far beyond Ukrainians' golden fields, we owe them a debt, which Ukrainians are paying with their blood. They're paying for their freedom with their blood on their golden fields as we go about our lives. And I guess my point is that reaching out to people who, yes, the combating of Russian propaganda is absolutely essential. Countering disinformation and providing solidarity and support and solutions for Ukraine during this time of existential crisis. This is why we're here. And I'm really thankful for this space, because back in 2014, it could have really been done. I really wish it had existed, because supporting Ukraine back in 2014 was quite an isolating experience. It was seen as a country within my country of the UK that was that we had a great deal of support for, but I would suggest a vast majority of people saw it as a small conflict far away, and totally ignoring the fact that there were people in the Donbass, young people in the Donbass, bravely going out onto the street, parading their Ukrainian flags and their Ukrainian identity. And these young people ended up in shallow graves in their local parks. So I don't want to end on a somber note, but reaching out to people and convincing them is difficult, but it is something which must be challenged at every turn, because there are people of influence within our local communities, influence perhaps we don't realize because we work with them, we spend a limited amount of our time with them during the day perhaps, but when we talk to our elected representatives, identifying that Ukraine and bringing this war to the swiftest end possible through the delivery of weapon systems to Ukraine and giving it all the support it needs to ensure the swiftest end to this war and the liberation of all of Ukraine is the number one issue in our lives. It is it embodies the values and the principles that we choose to live by. Not Moscow. We choose to live by these values. We choose to bring our children up by these values. So, with that being said, let us continue to coalesce and collaborate in the heart and humor of allyship for the cause of Ukraine on this space's relentless pursuit of solutions for Ukrainian victory. So thank you for this wonderful discussion we're having. Thank you, Anda and Bloke, for your excellent co-hosting. It's 4 a.m. where I am. I better go to bed. Slava Ukraini.
Heroes Slava. Sleep well, Wendy. Let's go to pub test adjudicator and then Daniel.
G'day, how are you going? Mic check?
Loud and clear.
We can, yeah.
Great. Thanks, guys, for hosting this space. I've been following it for a while. Thanks, Ander and Blake, for hosting, and everyone else involved there. Look, I was not sure if Jacob's still listening, but I love a good troll. It's the way I've countered a lot of the trolling, especially from Western countries where they say perhaps we should stop funding Ukraine, yada yada. These sorts of things. I gently remind them to look up the Budapest Memorandum and let them know they have a duty to actually defend Ukraine, because Ukraine made the sacrifices of giving up its nuclear arsenals to make the world a safer place. These countries, these people that are saying we should defund it, it's not our war. They really don't have a leg to stand on. They made commitments to make the world a safer place, and they should honour those commitments, even though Russia doesn't. The other thing that I like to draw to people's attention is who lies about this war. There's only one country lying about this war, and that country is Russia. We saw it from the very start when they weren't going to invade Ukraine. They were just there for a special military operation. Well, we've seen the results. So I'll counter any troll or anyone saying that. And look, but as Wendy said, some people, you just can't change their mind. They'll believe what they'll believe, and there's nothing you can do about it. And you can just put that down to ignorance. Most free-thinking people can come to a social media site, and with a little bit of research, you can work out what's really happening on the ground to a certain extent, and what side's what, who's where, and you know where the blame lies for this. We all know where it is, where it lies, and you know, we all have a duty to ensure that Ukraine's borders are returned to the 2014 borders. That's all I really have to say. Once again, thanks very much for hosting this. I listen as much as I can. Occasionally do a pocket request. I apologise for those. But yeah, thanks very much. Again, Slava Ukraine.
Heroes Slava. Yeah, thank you for your kind words. And yeah, those are excellent points. Absolutely true. Just if we want to prevent nuclear nuclear proliferation, right? One of the most important things is to remind people that Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons in exchange for security, which the Russians did not honor. So, very good point. Daniel, good to hear from you.
Good morning, American blog.
Speaking of trolls, go ahead. Good to
How
hear
are you
from
guys?
Daniel. Oh, we're doing well.
Okay, so I gone to sleep at 1 a.m. and it was very interesting to have reports of the second strike in Sevastopol, because, like Axel said, hit them again. And because they cut every public camera, not only in Crimea, but I understand in all occupied Ukraine, they cut all the CCTV. We don't know too much. but are great news because Evergreen, I think this is their handler on Twitter, yesterday published some satellite image of Sevastopol port, and probably we'll see today what happened yesterday. And if it's all good, and Ukrainians have a lot of drones to spare, maybe they hit again. And I would love to see the piers of the docks are destroyed or the ammunition dock was destroyed. Also, what I saw yesterday, one of the subs were in dry dock, were not in the water. And if Ukrainians hit that, would be great. To take out a kilo submarine from the landscape will be probably the best move they do. Until then, let's expect Gani comes more optimistic with some images, some confirmation, and make us all laughing crazy with his British accent, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. We're hoping to hear some good news, and you know, the reaction of the Russians has been absolutely astounding to this. I mean, you know, they're whining and complaining about it, and you know, saying that, you know, look what these Ukrainians have done. Well, you know, I'm sorry.
Terrorist attack.
Yeah. And oh, there, Gunny's on cue. Gunny's coming up, and it's just like, well, I'm sorry this makes it so inconvenient for your genocidal invasion, but maybe if you hadn't done that in the first place, we wouldn't be blowing up your shit in Sevastopol, right? So, like, zero sympathy coming from, well, from this co-host anyway.
Imagine something like this. You attack for 1 month and a half with suicide drones, and when the table turns, you are less trustful than a Somali fisherman.
Yeah, cry
Yes,
like babies.
yes.
Like who?
Yeah.
What? You know, oh, just infuriating. But
If
we
is
have.
Gani on, give him the voice because I love the smell of Gani in the morning.
All right, there you go, Gunny.
Yeah, that's
has been
quite
called.
disturbing. That's quite disturbing that Daniel likes my smell in the morning. I'm not convinced about that. Bit challenging, to be fair.
So, Gunny, did you have a chance to, you know, do a BDA on that or any new information?
No, nothing. I'm taking a bit of flack about this. The thing is, there is no definitive proof. The Makarov has been sunk twice already. Strangely enough, I got a bit of grief about not believing that first time round either. So I'm a bit of a traditionalist. I like to see tangible proof that a ship has been sunk. Now, there are lots of people cutting about Twitter, the usual naval experts, all convinced that this was Taranto, take 2, that ships are sunk in the harbour, people struggling in the water, death, destruction, giant octopuses, etc., etc. And I've not seen that. So I've done a brief thread on my Twitter account, if anyone wants to have a look. It's a description of what I've seen. Hey, what do I know? I was only in the Navy for nearly 12 years, so clearly I'm not an expert in any way whatsoever, as opposed to Bob the Builder, who suddenly is Admiral Cunningham. But so far, I have not seen any indications of any vessel hit or sunk. I've seen 2 bits of footage that indicate to me 2 unmanned surface vessels were intercepted, attacked, and probably killed by the Russians. I'm happy to put my hat on that. You've got 1 bit of footage with a helicopter engaging with a light machine gun, and the ship in the distance isn't engaging.
probably because that helicopter was too close and fouled range. And then the second one, we've got a ship on the horizon conducting a shoot, shell splashes, and the unmanned surface vessel is virtually immobile in the water, which tells me it was damaged and they probably killed it. We've got footage of an unmanned surface vessel in Sevastopol Harbor running around. Happy days. We've got a couple of fires near the oil tank farm on the bay out to the west. And we've got some grainy footage of a bright flare that would indicate an explosion at night. And then finally, we've got some footage that on the face of it looks genuine of a Makarov-class frigate being approached by an unmanned surface vessel. Now, that all sounds extremely compelling, and everyone loves the idea of there being ships sunk everywhere, but there's some problems with all of this that make me a little bit wary about drawing any conclusions. First of all, the interceptions took place in daylight, but the bright flare on the grainy footage is at night. So clearly there's a time gap there. Secondly, if an unmanned surface vessel with even a fairly small warhead hit a frigate at sea, I suspect we'd know about it. It looks like they connected down aft in a machinery space. There would have been fairly substantial flooding. It would have been a mobility kill. We'd have indications of a distress message being sent almost immediately, and we'd see quite a lot of activity from the Black Sea Fleet going to her assistance. Not seeing that. If it was an attack on Frigate Alley, where the surface warships usually tie up, I've seen a satellite overhead from yesterday afternoon. There is nothing there to indicate that any ship has been attacked at all. If you're attacked alongside, there will always be activity on the jetty. You would expect to see smoke unless you put the fire out, but you would see lots of people around, maybe local area fire brigade, certainly people from adjacent ships, and some indication of damage. Not seeing that yet. There's talk of a minesweeper, a mine countermeasures vessel being hit. The Russians say that a radar has been damaged on the ship, but that's not going to have been an unmanned surface vessel unless the Ukrainians have got one that's got arms and crawls up the ship's side, up the superstructure, and then latches onto the radar and blows up. So that would say to me, if a ship's radar system's been damaged, that was probably an unmanned aerial vehicle. So yeah, nothing definitive. Nothing definitive at the moment. Wishful thinking, great. Indulge in it if you want. I want to see some pictures. Damaged ships, ideal. If it's a picture, bit of footage of a Russian frigate coming in with a hole in the side, happy days, brilliant. They managed to kill it, or certainly damage her to one extent or another. If there is a surface warship on the bottom of Sevastopol Harbor with a superstructure sticking out the water, brilliant. They killed it, happy days. But until I see that, I'm just going to wait out on it.
Well, we'd expect nothing less, right? We have to wait until we see photographic evidence, and yep. I have a follow-up for you, though, Gunny. What do you think of the reaction of the Russians to that attack?
So there's quite a lot that interests me about it. So I'll go through the technical side. So first of all, when the helicopter did the shoot, whoever the door gunner was pretty good. He was off on deflection to start with, but he started putting rounds down around the unmanned surface vessel really well. So yeah, fair one. Not bad shooting from a helicopter in the circle. Not bad at all. The way in the second bit of footage, the rounds from the warship on the horizon, who's clearly shooting with her main gun, seem to be landing, tells me their gunnery is fucking awful. Really, really bad. I can say that because I've done naval gunnery at sea, and I've laid and fired a large caliber gun from a director aiming sight. The rounds were dreadfully short to start with. they seem to be doing sighting shots as opposed to going full automatic, which is fair enough. But it was only when the USV stopped, and then you start to see big shell splashes around it, that they got the range. So that tells me they probably weren't laying it by radar. They probably did it via a director aiming sight, like an optronic sight. And whoever was on the end of that was a blithering idiot. I mean, it was really poor shooting from the get-go. Their reaction is it's a little bit odd. So they've come out and they've said a minesweeper sustained minor damage, and then something about a radar system being damaged. They've shut down CCTV, etc. But I would have expected that they'd done that months ago. I think they were a bit stupid, because obviously if you've got a webcam that overlooks a harbour and it continues to live feed, that's quite good for mission planning. Why they didn't close all of that down. The grain deal thing, probably an excuse to do it because things are going so badly. This is a decent excuse. Will they reimpose the blockade? Yeah. Do you know what? I've a horrible feeling they will. They'll struggle to enforce it with surface ships unless they put them right down the bottom end of the Black Sea, down towards the Bosphorus. So they'll probably do it by submarine. If anything, they'll probably put out a notice to mariners and declare it a free fire zone. I don't think they'll go to the trouble of relaying minefields, things like that. Probably a bit of a pain and not worth the effort. You know, they might just go after a merchant vessel of a flag just to prove a point. But I really do think we'll probably just stop the grain shipments, because we know they're stupid enough to torpedo a merchant vessel. So the reaction's sort of, you know, toys out the pram, as usual, throwing their teddy bear around. I like the way that they seem to be blaming the UK again, but this is the second time we've been blamed for something, which it might just be them. The Vatniks and the idiots have all bought into the Royal Navy as supplying suicide torpedoes to Ukraine. They're not. They're mine countermeasures, unmanned submersibles. They might just be playing to that. It's just convenient for them, and just picking on us just on the basis of they know that we are training the Ukrainians down here in Portsmouth on mine countermeasures. So it's quite handy for them. But yeah, proof will be in the pudding in the next sort of 24, 48 hours. But I've seen a satellite overhead from about 1500 hours yesterday. Frigate Alley looks fine. Nothing to indicate anything's been killed there. And the imagery of the assault ship Creek also looks tickety-boo. So if they've sunk something, my assessment would be it would have to be something at sea. And so far, I've just not seen anything to indicate that they got a successful hit on it, unless that footage of the frigate was genuine. They hit it, and she had a catastrophic emotional experience, and she's gone. But again, you know, we'd see something. I'm absolutely convinced we'd see something to indicate that they'd lost a major surface combatant. The only other thing, the floating crane for reloading calibers, that's a possibility. Without that floating crane, reloading caliber suddenly becomes very difficult. They don't really go for jetty cranes on the naval part of the dockyard, but I've had a quick look. They do have cranes on other jetties. Is it beyond the realms of possibility that you could put a kilo on that jetty, or a frigate, or a corvette, and then load calibers that way? Yeah, if you can get into that jetty, I don't see any major dramas with it. But the floating crane would be arguably as important as a surface warship. It would certainly be a big inconvenience for them. But then they'll just ammunition further east, and it's 24-hour speed run into the West Black Sea from Russia itself. So we'll see.
All right, thank you. We have a lot of hands, so this started a thread, and I was sort of expecting that. Let's go to John and then Dryfly.
Thanks, Bloke. Gunny, if I may, the imagery that you referenced, is that publicly available imagery as of yet?
Did you hear that, Gunny? That question was directed to you, I think.
No, sorry, mate. Can you repeat? Over.
The post-strike imagery that you referenced, is that publicly available as of yet?
You got Twitter Spaces error. Block, say the question. Say the question of the John.
So Gunny, the question was the imagery of the specific imagery publicly available yet? The specific imagery, John, if you could just relay through me.
Yes, the post-strike imagery he referenced, because I've seen some imagery from Planet Labs from before the strike. I'm curious if this is an actual like post-strike set of images.
Yeah, so Gunny relaying. Relay was the post-strike imagery that you saw, the satellite imagery. Is that publicly available, so that John could check it out? It's probably on your Twitter feed, I would imagine.
Yeah, I've got it out there, but I'll send it in.
Thank you. Any follow-up, John?
Nope, much appreciated.
Go ahead, Anda.
No, sorry. Dry fly?
I was going to say Evergreen has posted supposedly post-attack video or post-attack overheads, satellite shots. And she claims they show really nothing. Very, very little at all, if anything. So it kind of goes with what Gunny says. If there was a major hit, they've either cleaned up the mess or it was overhyped. And I'm not saying that's a terrible thing. Just the fact that we took a shot at them and they know we took a shot at them will have some repercussions. But I don't think, according to her anyway, that there was a lot of obvious damage.
John, okay, let's go to Daniel, John, Gunny.
Gunny, one question for you. Very simple. You are British. You usually never over-optimistic and understatement of it. He's British. He's totally sailor. My question for you is very, very, very simple. If the attack was minor, the damage was minor, why the overreaction? Because if you say to me, they tried to hit us, they didn't achieve anything, but we start attacking all the Ukrainian cities in few hours, you cut the grain deal instantly, and after that, this night was a second strike from Ukraine on Sevastopol. Explain to me why he's so overreacting from them. Thank you.
All right. So here's the difference between being negative and being pragmatic. I like proof. I like to see evidence of something having happened before I jump on Twitter, draw a big red line through the Makarov and say, rest in peace, Black Sea Flotilla. It's a lovely thing to do, but it's hopeful, it's unjustified, and it needs some kind of confirmation. Now, that isn't the same as saying the attack didn't happen or the attack happened and it was not successful in any way, shape, or form. Okay? what I'm saying is we have no bomb damage assessment. We've got no indication yet to say that this was a massive success. If the intention was to sink ships alongside harbour, initial indications are it failed. 2 of these were intercepted at sea and destroyed. They were out in the day, not the best time to be conducting this kind of strike, and they were clearly intercepted. Now, to me, that's a fail, because a lot of effort went into planning and preparation of this mission. So I don't think it's unreasonable to say, at what we're looking at the moment, we cannot draw any firm conclusions. That's not saying it was a failure. That's just me saying I like definitive proof. As to the Russian reaction, things are going so badly, they've probably been wanting to shut down the grain deal for a little while now, but the impact internationally will be substantial, and it would be a bit of a PR disaster for them to do it unjustified. Just to say, that's it, we're losing Kherson, you're killing thousands every day, screw you, you're not going to have your grain. What this does do is it gives them a reason to be unreasonable, if you know what I mean. They're going to take something out of this. And in terms of harbour security, well, I'm not denying that it was a fail in terms of harbour security, because 1 USV at least got into the harbour area. What damage it did, we don't know. But that's a fail. From a port security standpoint, that's a fail. What it achieved, don't know. What, if any, UAVs achieved in the overhead, and we've got reasonable grounds to suspect they were, because we've seen at least 1 surface-to-air missile and some probably 23mm gunfire. Don't know. But I think the Russians will just jump on this as an excuse to close down the grain deal, rather than close down the grain deal because this has been a phenomenally successful strike. Now, if the port's empty on the next satellite overhead and everything's skedaddled apart from the decommissioned ships, or the ones that they don't have enough people for, like the Krivaks, okay, I'll go with something has happened in that harbour that's really spooked them. If we start seeing indications of a search and rescue effort out to seaward, where I would expect their radar picket to be, that's okay, great. They've obviously hit something or maybe killed something. But I want proof. So, you know, it's not being English understatement. I just like to deal with facts, because the Makarov's been sunk twice already. You know, maybe 3rd time's a charm. Who knows? The footage looks good. The footage is very interesting. They carried out a USV strike. Is it groundbreaking, a moment in maritime history which we'll all look back on in 50 years' time and go, wow, you know, that was the day things changed? No. Is it bollocks? USS Cole, that was our wake-up call about the threat of small craft alongside, and that fundamentally changed the way NATO navies view ship security when in port and departing and entering harbour. The precautions taken today are absolutely different from the ones that we used to take. So I think this attack, whilst interesting, has it been effective? Don't know. Is it revolutionary? No, it's evolutionary, really. It's a suicide attack. The difference is there weren't 3 jihadis in this one screaming Allah Akbar as they hit something. If they did, it was just unmanned. So let's wait and see.
It would be fun to see these unmanned submersible boats yelling Slava Ukraini in Sevastopol port.
Now, if they had a giant cutout of a NATO fella sat on the front of it, yeah, that would be quite epic. But
we will have to sponsor that at some point. Taking notes here. Note to self: find a way to sponsor one of those drones and get a NAFO fellow on it. Gunny, you said something that doesn't quite jive, and I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say that they have CCTV on the harbor itself, like on the military harbor itself? Like they were running CCTV? Is that what you said, or is it just in the city of Sevastopol?
Yeah, within Sevastopol, you got lots of cameras, webcams, etc. A lot of them don't seem to have been shut down, so you could access them. Not brilliant footage. The good news is for ships entering and leaving harbour, we've actually been getting photos taken by people in Sevastopol. So there's a nice little spot opposite Frigate Alley where we used to get really interesting pictures of surface combatants in what we call Mediterranean style, so stern onto the jetty. The Russians apparently have completely shut down everything like CCTV, webcams, in addition to the internet. Whether they've got a suspicion that was used as part of the pre-mission planning, or whether they want to shut it down to prevent us getting any intelligence about any damage that's been sustained, who knows? The bottom line is there will be satellite overheads. Well, we've already seen one that indicates that nothing new there. So what would be the point of it? I don't know. I mean, that's just trying to guess what the Russian psyche is, but probably a knee-jerk reaction, I think.
Alrighty, thank you. Just to don't recall.
And of course, if you think about it, closing down stuff like Telegram, the internet, etc., would stop local people from taking photos across the harbour area. Although I've no doubt these will probably get out somehow anyway.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with the Navy, but I do remember port security, at least in Halifax, being fairly robust. So I'm curious as to why they would be streaming CCTV cameras. But you're saying it's just in the general area of Sevastopol. That makes far more sense. John, you had a question, and then it's Colby.
I was just going to point out, in regards to what Daniel said, Evergreen's imagery, the thread that she put up, that is pre-strike imagery. I'm about to put up a thread with links to the imagery that she put up, as well as the original imagery that Gunny sent my way, just for people to have quick reference to.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Colby?
This is not a subtweet of anybody. It is, in fact, a preemptive strike. I just want to remind everybody that Russia does not conduct false flag operations against military targets, because I can sense that this narrative will once again reemerge, most likely. So I just want to remind everybody of that fact.
What narrative? False. Oh, like
that Russia has staged this operation as a false flag, as a pretext, as if they need one to leave the grain deal. Because I'm sure people are already saying this, and I'm sure we'll be getting this question on air. So just to remind everybody that Russia does not stage false flag operations against military targets.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I'm sure that will come up probably for the next shift.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in on that? Because I've already heard it. I've already heard
no way.
false flag. I mean, I've been pegging around all day, kind of. I mean, to tell you how bad it was, I had hockey games on and I turned the sound down just so I could listen to you guys and then peg through Twitter, because I was trying to find stuff, because I knew things would start, coming up. And I've already heard all the false flag stuff. Yeah, there's people already out there blasting that. The biggest evidence that it really rattled the Russians and something happened is exactly the response that you guys are mentioning, that they're actually doing something more than just empty rhetoric. But I have not seen any evidence, solid evidence, like Gunny suggests, to say that it was a big hit. It could have been a swing and a miss, but it sure scared the shit out of them regardless. So, I mean, if nothing else, that's that's a minor victory. That's a next time it could be much worse type thing, and they'll have to pull their chin back. But that maybe those pictures I saw were all post or pre-strike, and the pre-strike stuff is waiting to come out. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, thank you, Dryfly. And just a note that I am learning so many new expressions from our international panel of listeners. Swing and a miss, pull your chin in, all these expressions I never knew before. So that this is just a fantastic education for me. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, thanks. That was quick. While Colby was up, I wanted to ask. This is a potentially swing and a miss question. I wanted to ask a pre-question to my real question, which is, did I hear you, Colby, earlier say today that Germany might have supplied the unmanned surface vehicles to Ukraine? Is that true?
Germany has pledged 10 unmanned surface vehicles to Ukraine. 2 have arrived, as far as I'm aware, so far. So I'm not suggesting that they were necessarily the ones used in this operation. There seems to be some indication that there were more than 2 vessels that were present in this operation, but Germany has in fact provided unmanned surface vehicles to Ukraine.
Then may I ask my real question, which is, thank you for that clarification, because it was amazing when I heard it, because my follow-up is, how on earth is Germany willing to supply water surface vehicles that can potentially humiliate the Russian Black Sea Fleet, and yet not allow a country like Spain to send German-made tanks that they don't want any longer to Ukraine? The equivalency there is absolutely bewildering to me, and I just had to state that, because I've been flabbergasted since this morning when I first heard your statement, which I totally believe, about the Germans supplying the drone, the sea drones, I guess we should call them. Thank you. I'll drop down.
Thank you, Nick. Daniel, and then Colby, I have one of my pestering questions, if you have the patience tonight.
Okay, let's have some fun. Yesterday, in the morning, just drank my coffee, going to shopping, and hear about Sevastopol strike. And I scroll a bit, Telegram, Twitter, to find what Ukrainians say, what Russians say, what happened. And before to see anything about Sevastopol, I saw something like this. First, General Colonel Lapin was fired, and there was something like 2 camps. One saying, "Oh, it's an injustice for this general, he's good." Others saying, "Oh, he's evil, all military bloggers want him removed." After that, I saw releasing of 52 prisoners by Russians. Prisoner exchange, which look weird, was similar with releasing of Azov defenders. Again, a very emotional event before, in same day. After I saw some reactions and footage about Sevastopol strikes, we have a very weird reaction of the Russians, totally disproportionate. And I am agree with Gani. They wanted to cancel the grain shipments. And my take will be not just an excuse, but probably even the strike was made it because Ukrainians know they wanted to cancel sooner than later. And they say, why do we need to be careful and don't give them motivation? And they going, let's strike them because the grain shipments is dead. And again, I'm flabbergasted because was a second strike this night. And we'll be fine to see today the reaction. I expect to be very, very interesting. Also, don't forget, this evening, Ukrainians strike with HIMARS all the free crossings on Dnipro and Oskil with HIMARS. 12 in Antonovsky area, again in Nova Kakovka. And I think this is very, very interesting. Also, don't forget, in Kherson, the mud is deep at this moment. Just a resume of what happened.
And I was offline most of the day and missed 90% of it, you know? Daniel, just to follow up on the comment about the mud being super deep around that area, could you explain why you find that particularly interesting?
Because I'm not a military and I'm triggered like all males seeing things going boom. I wondered for 2 weeks why Ukrainians doesn't push faster. They don't try to capture more villages, towns. And after I take a breath and I use logic and reason, I understand why to risk soldiers' lives, why to go in frontal attack like, you know, orcs of the Mordor. And I understand very easy. If you put the guns to shoot, aerial bursts, munition, destroy people in trenches, use Excalibur to destroy all their assets. And if you look at the losses counted yesterday for 2 days before, you see a lot of tanks, a lot of IPVs, a lot of, it was also one radar, some guns, and 500 soldiers killed. So they act very reasonably. Why do we need to push with our trucks, pickups, what we have in deep mud, when we can stay a reasonable long distance and just fire guns and use aviation to drop bombs? It's more smarter, more efficient, and less riskier for the Ukrainian soldiers. And the mud, imagine you are in a trench. We know they send conscripts to fill the gaps. I don't know these guys, how they understand to consolidate the trench, because that water will pour in your trench. That mud will get like small torrents adding mud in your trench. And you buy your boots probably from their version of eBay, Ozone, if I remember well. And you probably don't have any motivation to stay pouring rain on your head, pouring munition on you. And I think in Kherson, things will stay like this a lot of time. They will not push, Ukrainians will not push to Russian position. Just battering them with guns is much efficient. And if Russians try to counterattack to keep their position, they will be stuck in mud. We'll see things like people just surrendering because they cannot move. And this reverberate with me with 8 years old footage of Germans on motorcycles in deep mud trying to moving, and will be a shit show. And this is good. I prefer them to be in a very bad position. So, or like Gani said, very emotional.
Thank you, Daniel. We like you when you're passionate and emotional. You bring color to your opinions in the way you express yourself. I have a question. I have a question for Colby and I have a question for John. So bear with me. Last night I fell asleep pretty fast, so I couldn't listen to the whole talk. The question would have been, how long would take for the Ukrainian army to organize such a strike? I'm generally speaking, so I'm just as a mental exercise, no details, no, because there were, from what we saw, if we saw correctly, or I saw correctly, right? Boats, UAVs, you need satellite, or I don't know, radio or some other kind of connection and streaming, telephone, GPS, I don't know. So how, as an estimation, how much time would such a strike take to be organized? And my question is because you mentioned the drones coming from Germany, which were like 2 days ago or 3 days ago. Does it make sense? Did they anticipate this, or did they use them? Does it make sense what I'm asking, Colby?
Yeah, I don't know if, as I said, I don't know if the autonomous, the unmanned surface vehicles that Germany provided were utilized in this operation. We don't know when they arrived. I know that the German government announced them recently, but that doesn't mean that they only arrived recently. As for the logistics that go into planning such an operation, I would definitely defer to Gunny on that. I have no comment on that.
All right, Gani, how would you plan such a thing? How much do you think it will take you to plan such a thing, actually? Well, Gani, I'll come back to you. I think you're
I think
away
Gunny,
from the phone.
I think Gunny might be at work, so he might
Oh,
have
okay.
limited opportunities to talk, but we'll see.
John, you were applauding earlier. Do you have something on this? Sorry. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
have a cat.
no worries. Just 2 points. So the USVs, they had been previously spotted either in earlier this month in early October or either late September. One was found washed up on the shore near Sevastopol. So, based upon some features that were visible of the USVs, based taken from the video that was released, it would appear that these are, in fact, of this the same type of USV that was found washed up on the shore about a month or so ago. So Ukraine has had some number of these for quite some time now, at least a month, maybe more. I would also note that the past 36 to 48 hours, there's been some pretty rough weather over the Black Sea, and it appeared that the Russians pulled a number of vessels back into the harbor due to this weather. And as soon as it began to clear, we saw the port strike take place. So I suspect this may have been, something that had been, in the works for a little while, and they saw an opportunity when the weather cleared, and they went for it.
Thank you. Also, I don't remember if you mentioned we have your thread in the nest for the people in the room who want to look at the pictures before and after, and make some assumptions or assessments on them. And thank you. I have no idea. I think Daniel and Nick, and I'm sorry if it's the wrong order. You fix it. All right.
Okay, Anda. I can add something which is not my assessment, is M assessment, our friend from Egypt. He said something very, very, very interesting yesterday evening. First, he said these canoes, these things which are not very cutting edge technology, is just a canoe, some explosives, some antenna, and a jet ski propulsion system. He said something which, in my opinion, is very, very, very important. These boats are very, very small. Extremely small, and they cannot have enough fuel to come from Odessa, near Kherson, to go to Sevastopol, are hundreds of kilometers. This means these drones, these canoes adapted to be a suicide drone, were inserted very, very close to Sevastopol. This means special operating forces of Ukraine are far, far behind enemy lines. And if I remember well, yesterday at Twitter, the Ukrainian journalist posted, in fact, reposted a picture from the Special Operating Forces of Ukraine with the soldiers looking at his watch and saying, Bavona time, the time for explosion. Is like every time Ukrainian want to shitposting on Russia, they troll, and they troll like experts. And in my opinion, this is maybe more significant even if Makarov is under the sea, because if you get a so big operation so close to Sevastopol, and I imagine from the hitting the airport in north of Sevastopol, the Sake Air Base, which make them to patrol like mad in that area, because it's easier to say these are special operating forces of Ukraine there than attackers. And don't forget, Crimea doesn't have enough troops because they send in Kherson. People who are garrisoned there, except the sailors and some pilots which are brave enough to fly in that area, are just conscripts, conscripts of 50 years old. Remember that image 2-3 weeks ago with people at 50s watching carefully at the rusted Kalashnikovs?
Yes.
That people are the garrison. That people will patrol searching for special operating forces. And let's not forget, they conscripted heavily Tatars from Crimea, people who have no love for Russian army. Let's not forget the Yellow Ribbon partisan movement in Crimea is still active. Crimea is not something like very well defended, very well secured area, geographic area for the Russians. It is not different than Kherson, Zaporizhia Oblast. It's same idea. Partisan, special operating forces, missiles, drones. Is Crimea maybe is forced war, but Crimea is under siege. The Russian ships cannot go west. If they go west, they will meet a harpoon. And I think this is a huge success, because if you can do something like this day and night and successfully repeat this few hours ago, Russians are in a very, very, very bad situation there. And probably this answered my question when I said, why the disproportionate answer from them? That's it. Because they feel the pain. They are not securing anything. It will be funny to see police patrol in Sevastopol city searching for spotters. And imagine when you have overzealous people, because remember what they done with their conscription system. Overzealous people arresting patriots, Russians, military servicemen, military veterans. And Yehuda says every time, any move that make them wary, broken their morale, make them to take bad decisions is good. Anything. Make them to don't have the trust, because it is easier now. Do you saw the Lavada poll made it? Lavada is the only quoted poll agency in Russia. Has some limited trust. So in September, people believed in Russian victory less than 50%, and the poll made it for October look like 36%. That is the trust of Russian people in Russian victory. That is how I can say. Not only they lost the war, not only they know they lost the war, but they just say, it's time to go home. Russians say that, not Ukrainians. And I think it's a huge victory. They lost the home front.
Well, I'm looking forward for a revolt. I'm looking forward for that. Nick, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to thank Daniel for his current words, and I raised my hand initially to embellish what he said previously by way of sort of semi-quoting a podcast I heard a day or two ago, and I can't remember if it was the BBC or the Telegraph or another one, the Voice of America, possibly. There were concerns quoted from Ukrainian sources that they are not sure how they're going to handle a possible flood of Russian POWs, of surrendering Russians as the conditions worsen and their their situation becomes more and more untenable. Um, and I wanted to add that, and also, oh crap, I forgot the. I have temporarily forgotten the additional point I wanted to make. So if I could stay on the panel and then raise my hand again when I remember, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
You can stay on the panel, but you have to donate to MriyaReport. I'm joking. I'm joking.
You better be joking, because I'm on a
I'm
fixed
joking.
income, and I've
No,
already
no, no.
done that.
I'm
I've
joking.
done that a lot already.
I know, Nick. I know, Nick. I know, and you helped MriyaReport in 1,000 ways, like tweeting and in the other ways. So I was just joking. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I was joking. I was making a joke, not a good one, but a joke. Yesterday, before the canoe images went out, uh, we we joked a lot about the other options that were supposedly employed to take out the ships. The better one was the one with the mosquitoes. So I gave some people some gruesome images that they cannot. They keep reminding me I scarred them for life. So we were talking about the canoes, right? We were talking about this attack, and I have another question, basically, for whomever from the back of the class. I have a question. So these canoes are light, right? And um, some of them supposedly there were many of them. Some of them supposedly reached their target, but were all of them destroyed? So being so light, usually I presume if they hit the target, they will be totally destroyed, right? But if they don't, we could we or the Russians, I don't know, could see the how they were made. Colby mentioned earlier that one of them was found ashore. So could the Russian find out, or is there any threat for them to find them if they are not completely destroyed?
Gani had an answer to this. He said something like this: "It's very, very, very hard to see such a device at night, even if you illuminate all the port. If it's at night, because they are so small, so close to the water, and their color so close to the environment, it's very, very hard to spot them." Also, Russians captured one of these unmanned vessel 1 month ago, maybe more. So they have pretty good idea what is happening and what is the capacity of this device. And after the strike from yesterday and this night, probably they will patrol like mad with helicopters, fast boats. They will be very present, very aware, but this will not add too much success. What is important is to understand will be very hard for Ukrainians to repeat that modus operandi. Even we are very optimistic and trust Ukrainians, we can understand this. We will not repeat the same scale, same target. It's very hard to do it. But there are also great news, because what I saw all this war from Ukrainian High Command is adaptability. So they can make a move, a very smart move, not necessarily evolutionary, but a very good one, and to have great effect. And sometimes they repeat it on different targets, different methods, and after that they switch. And this helped them a lot, because trying to not be predictable is essential to have success. If you do like Russians attack for 3 months Bakhmut, you are not stupid, you are not moron, you are totally lost your mind. I don't want to praise too much Ukrainian forces. I don't want to look like fanboy, but what I saw at Ukrainians is they do something, a very good thing, after that they switch. So look how they operate just in Crimea. They use some UAVs, striking some targets. Then they try to attack, and most of attacks were at least partially successful against anti-air assets like S-300. Then they use suicide drones like in Rostov refinery against Admiralty building. After that, they use probably some attackers at Saki, and they hit probably 2 or 3 airports, some fuel storage, then again some emotional response were dissipating, but again we are always on their heads, because you see every week at least 1 air alarm in Sevastopol, in Simferopol. Then they hit the Kerch Bridge, then they switch again to Sevastopol in something like, we can say, combined drone army. And probably you will see something very, very different next. And this unpredictability will help them a lot, because now they patrol Sevastopol waters. They'll patrol all the coastal area. I don't think they will try to repeat this. Maybe now they will hit Yalta or Simferopol, or I don't know. There are many, many targets there. It's a rich target area. And this will not help them. I just wait to see a new admiral sacked by Putin. And this is nice, and I love it.
Danny, you have your hand up. Can you elaborate on this, or can you speak? is it the right time to speak?
Yeah, sorry, mate. I was just getting in the car and then I dropped my phone on the floor. And then the car was in gear and I nearly put my car into next door's house, which would have been quite sad for everyone. Yeah, I mean, Daniel's right. So this is making them react. Happy days. Should they have been doing more harbour defence? Well, yeah, because it looks like they probably captured one of these things a few weeks ago. So they knew what was coming. I think people saying this is special forces is probably right. I think people are ignoring the logistical challenges of that, though, because you're talking about, let's say, 4 of these things. Well, you've got to get them there to start, haven't you? So that's not a minor thing. You know, you're not going to break these down into 200 pieces and have 200 people sneak through the lines and then establish a forward operating base. So how they managed to get these things into a position where they could be launched and controlled is interesting. I like that idea. I also think the Russians will be very wary about trying to collect another one. I think they'll destroy them as and when they find them, because if it was the same type that washed ashore, they will know that it's got a good uplink downlink facility, and therefore, are you going to risk approaching an immobile one to try and defuse it, take it apart and have a look at it? Or will you be thinking, well, this thing's got a camera on it, and the minute I get within 50 feet, they'll probably blow it. So they'll probably destroy them in place as and when they find them or immobilize them. But I mean, has it got to be a special forces? I can't really see any other way of doing it, because, as Daniel says, these are quite low range. So, you know, barnstorming, a big helo, like have the Ukrainians got a Chinook and they flew one in low level and then dropped it kind of not far away from Crimea? Nah, I can't really see it. Did they run them up the coast in phases with secure drop-off points, run them up at night, run them along the coast, fuel it, hide it during the day, and then run them down to the final mission control point? Yeah, I could see that. Were they in place before the war already? No, don't really see that. So there's quite a lot, just from the logistics point of view. As an SF mission, this will be really interesting how they did it. Not so much the controlling them, but how they got all the pieces into place in theatre first and then carried out the attack. That's what's going to be really interesting for me. And of course, what it does is it unnerves the Russians, because the Russians will be thinking the same. Anything that makes the Russians think that there's SOF teams running around in their rear areas is going to make them even more nervous. It means tightened security at every single facility. That means more of a guard force. That's more of your people tied up, walking the perimeter, doing your base plate patrols, all that kind of thing. So, you know, in that respect, yeah, absolutely. It's proactive rather than reactive.
Well, I got to say this to you. I like the assessment. I like it, and the happy days. So these are 2 expressions that I really love. So I have hands again. Yay! Thank you, Gani and Daniel. And yes, this makes it puts it in perspective. And also, I have 3 hands, and I hope I won't mix them too much. John, Nick, and then Aaron.
Thank you, Anda. So, Gunny, you make a very good point about getting the USVs actually, in proximity to the harbor. One thing to consider is that I'm curious if these could be disassembled and reassembled in the field. What we've seen with some of the Ukrainian UAVs, both for use as a traditional UAV as well as those that have been converted to loitering munitions, they can be disassembled, and we've seen videos released mainly from a variety of sources of caches of I think PD1s or PD2s in disassembled form that have been pre-placed behind Russian lines. That quite literally they're buried in the ground. That they can be dug up. You pull the cache out. You put the UAV together, and you're good to go, more or less. I'm curious if they could have, done something similar with the USVs, and obviously, they could have potentially done that with whatever UAVs they used. Obviously, depending on the specific model.
Thank you, John. Daniel, you have something to add to this, or I will go to Nick.
Yeah, something in to complete the picture. Yesterday, Special Kherson Cat, our loving Special Kherson Cat, put some images of trucks sending squared cube pillboxes already prefabricated from concrete, sent to the peninsula in the reservation of Dnipro estuary. Because I think for the first time I see a proactive move, because that peninsula, that area is very, very hard to patrol, is very hard to control. Imagine Danube Delta, so it's something similar. Vegetation, mud, sediments, and they will try to stay there because they imagine Ukrainians hopping from the Kherson Odessa Oblast to that peninsula, insert in the south of Kherson Oblast and going to Crimea. But I think it's a bit too late. And I think everything you make static defense is already, you look at all these fronts, they get it 13 kilometers squared in 2-3 months. And probably they have a lot of special operating forces, a lot of forward recon mission, a lot of partisan, a lot of locals who hate them in the guts. You have a lot of missiles we can rain off them, in not necessarily HIMARS. You have harm coming for you. But it's interesting, they try to fill the gaps. And this stretch a logistical train, which is in totally shambles, because Kerch Bridge, because there are railways, because they were hit everything which looks like a switchyard, like a bridge. And the problem with their manpower, because manpower cannot be filled with conscripts and expect good results. They are in total defensive mode, and every reaction making them panicking, sending resources in another place, another place, another place. And imagine, Ukraine is a huge country. It's not moving 15 kilometers. You need to move 300 kilometers to sending, I don't know, one regiment to another place. If you want to send tanks or IFVs, you cannot go on wheels or tracks on the roads. You must put them on a flatbed truck, and they don't have a lot of that. And he's, like Yehuda said, they're in total shit show. They lost this war. I don't understand why they don't go home, because even Crimea is no more an option to keep Crimea. But I ramble too much. Let the others speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I just have to say one point why they don't go home and don't recognize this is a lost battle. It's because they haven't lost too many, right? They in the previous instances, they have gained something at the end of that battle. So, yeah, they need to be kicked better this time. Nick.
Thanks. My question is approximately for Gunny, although it could be for anybody else who with the requisite knowledge. I remember roughly, that we first learned that these sorts of unmanned surface vehicle drones were supplied to Ukraine in May or June, perhaps, and then in July, perhaps, they were washed up on the shores of Crimea. And I have been wondering ever since this morning, since hearing about the attack on Sevastopol, if the ones that were washed up were deliberately, uh, bear with me here, I'm not sure how to phrase this because I don't have the requisite knowledge, technical knowledge, but if they were washed up in with software, maybe that the Russians would dissemble and think that they understood what they were dealing with, and then the vessels that were actually used on the attack were vastly more sophisticated. In other words, the original washed up vessels were sent deliberately to lull the Russians into a false sense of security. Is that possible? Am I overthinking it? Have I been reverse engineering much too much Russian propaganda? Thank you.
Well, Block, do you have something on this?
Not
They are
really.
homegrown. They are homegrown units, are not delivered by anyone. They are Ukrainian. You can make them in garage. So it's nothing important. And it's not about luring them. It's very hard to hit something like this. Remember, Shahed, you need something very unupgraded military. World War II destroyed them. You don't need something very special. Okay, you can use electronic warfare things from Israel or United States, but it's not something very, very special. These canoes, you can make them, and Ukrainians have engineering and software expertise to mismatch different pieces to make this, and they are cheap. And it's not something very, very special. Is specialty is how they deploy them, how they use them. And let's not forget, Russians depleted their experienced forces, and they make mistakes.
Amen to many more. Aaron, you're next, and then Cliff.
So how you doing, guys? I haven't been in a while. I do my own space, the Battle Report, but I was glad to be up on the MriyaReport again. Do we have a new or updated battle damage assessment on Sevastopol? Because I know that the Admiral Gagevich frigate, well, that's the flagship now. The Admiral Makarov reportedly damaged. Do we have any concrete evidence that any more ships were damaged? Any of the Repocha class landing ships? There was one. Somebody had said a while ago that one of those had been damaged as well, but there was no evidence other than the Makarov. And then yeah, thanks.
So funny you should ask that. John would be probably best to respond. Gunny was on earlier, and yeah, we don't have a lot of definitive evidence, but John posted something in the nest for you to have a look at. And since it's his post, I think John would be best to speak to it. Go ahead, John.
Thanks, Bloke. So yeah, if it to get a good idea of the pre and post strike imagery, there should be a tweet up in the nest with some excellent images pre-strike from Evergreen, and then some excellent imagery post-strike from, I believe, MT Anderson. Draw whatever conclusions you will from the image, or excuse me, from the images. They don't seem to be particularly conclusive one way or another at the moment in terms of the presence of any major damage. The reports from Russian Telegram, if they're to be believed, were that the Admiral Makarov, one of the new flagship of the Black Sea Fleet following the destruction of the Moskva, again, Russian Telegram channels reported that it had sustained some level of damage. Potentially, reports varied. Some quoted just the radar as being damaged, others, portions of the superstructure and other equipment mounted on the ship. There were various reports that potentially, the Molniya or Tarantul, if you're using the NATO reporting name, a Russian missile corvette was potentially damaged, or alternatively a Russian landing ship. There was some confusion between the two. There seems to be some general agreement that the Russian minesweeper Ivan Golyevets was damaged to some extent, and there were various other reports of damage to various auxiliary and support vessels, and potentially some other type of landing vessel.
So that's really good. I mean, that's if that was true, if we find out that all of this is true, it's going to be, that's a significant blow, and that will help with the fact that the Essen and the Admiral Makarov, these are some of the main platforms for launching the 3M14 calibers into Ukraine, which is awesome. If they can take these guys out, or at least out of commission, even temporarily, it's an effective strike, which is great. It really affects the capability. And of course, but they can fire these missiles right outside the harbor. But that's not the point. If you can damage the targeting, if you can damage the ships in general, it's absolutely worth the effort. With these NSVs, these look, they're pretty cool. If you look at the videos, it's actually awesome to see.
Okay, thank you. I believe Cliff was next.
Yeah, hi. I wanted to back up to the conversation about how the kayaks, I'm calling them kayaks, got there. And if we back up a couple of months to all those images of people on the beach watching this boom boom at Saki Airfield and so forth, and then running away, it'll be the reminder that there's a number of beach resorts around there. And one thing I can guarantee is around beach resorts is water toys. So there's plastic kayaks and jet skis. So that ought to give you a good idea of how these things could be built right on site, essentially, right in place. I think a roll of carbon fiber and a few liters of epoxy would easily modify some plastic kayaks and take some, if they were jet ski engines, I'm not sure if that's the most logical, but put some engines, build a tank in there. And then of course you have to bring all the fancy stuff, the comms and the explosives and so forth. But the vessels themselves, I think you could build right on site. That's just an idea, but I'll leave it there.
Okay, well, Bloke and I can tell you with 100% certainty that the radio equipment that goes into the air weighs about, what do you think, Bloke? 50 pounds? 50 pounds on a bad day? Because we carried enough of them on our backs. So the comms equipment, fuel's a big thing. So essentially you got the battle, the fuel, right? So fuel's going to be
not a problem at all.
Yeah.
I think
Fuel is going to be limiting factor, and I've heard that they had about 50 to 100 pounds of explosives on them. Which is going to give a parked vessel a very bad day. Definitely definitely in whatever scenario the Russians did last night, they weren't expecting that, because all the Ukrainian aerial drones came in, and all of a sudden there was this the sea drones that we all knew about that were there in theater, but the Russians weren't expecting. So that aside, what do we got? I dare say I would like, because I'm Canadian, and Bloke is Canadian here, that we now term these as battle canoes, forevermore known as battle canoes, or battle cruisers.
Well, and they'd look really good with a set of moose horns on the front.
If a unit does that, I will buy them I will buy their unit. And I get it. There's some Ukrainians in here in the defensive forces of Ukraine. If you do this, I'm pretty sure Bloke is in on this as well. We will buy your entire at least 2 beers per man, at least.
It would be a display, wouldn't it? That the idea just came because there was a discussion going on about how the boats could have gotten there, and it's not any easier. I know some of the stuff's heavy, right? You like the radios and so forth, but it's not any easier to put a kayak on your back than it is to put a radio on your back. And
well, it all depends. It all depends, right? Like
they could have been fitted with distance tanks, but
yeah, we suspect that this is probably a soft operation, and they infiltrated them because even the pre-made stuff is got about 140 kilometer range on it. But we got Gunny in the space, and Gunny can probably talk about it with authority. Gunny, go ahead.
Yeah, just I want to clarify, Battle Moose. I believe we call, if there are canoes involved, I believe we would call the soft operation a portage, just for the audience to clarify.
How many Canadians
I
are
dare
you?
say I would go further and call it a spicy portage.
I'll tell you, I'd
Wait.
rather build them on site than carry them 250
Please?
kilometers.
Sorry to interrupt. Where are you from?
I'm from California.
Okay, so I have 3 Canadians, 2 from America, and a British guy. Okay, so is North America anti-British guy?
I love you, Anda, but they're battle canoes.
If you look at the hull shape, you can call them a canoe if you want, but if you look at the bow, the hull shape is exactly the same as a plastic kayak that you would rent on a beach resort.
Gunny, get in here. They're battle canoes.
Yeah, they're battle canoes. I don't think there are blokes in black kit on a beach in Crimea somewhere with a shed and a padlock on it building these things, to be honest with you. It's a nice idea, but I think they're a little bit more complex. Look, I think 2 of these things were killed out in the open sea. So for the Russians, that's a win. We've seen one getting shot at by a helo, and we've seen one where the warship on the horizon is engaging with her main gun. So that's a fail. Okay, but if the intention was for these things to sink warships, those 2 failed. One got inside the harbour. That's a win for a start because it got through the outer defences. Did it hit anything? Let's wait and see. Was it an SOS? Oh, it's got to be, hasn't it? There's a number of ways they could do it. I'm a bit doubtful that blokes cross the lines carrying disguised battle canoes over their shoulder and not one single Russian kind of clocked on. That's a little bit weird. So there's other possibilities. As I said, maybe they run them up the coast in stages over a period of time with secure staging posts where they fueled them, kept them undercover, and then ran them a bit further up the coast at night. Or maybe there was a vessel at sea that had these loaded down. There's still fishing going on. Maybe they ran it off a vessel off Crimea. Pretty ballsy, to be honest. I think the Russians will be looking intently at anything at sea in the vicinity. But either way, it's going to be another. It's going to be another epic Amazon book in 5 years' time. Put it that way.
So I can sum that everything up with Battle Canoe.
Battle Canoe and Black Kit, I think.
The Finns are coming. So let's hear. I lost Polly. I wanted to say.
Yeah, that we've got Twitter glitches. So we're trying, but bear with us, everyone.
Polly, please request again. Thank you.
If I may suggest something to the co-host, sometimes things start to glitch when our nest gets too populated. So you might want to clear out everything that's not pertinent in the nest.
All right, I'll do that while you drive. Okay.
And while I'm sitting here, I just want to say that Battle Canoe, and that's a trademark by Battle Moose, Battle Moose Corporation.
I was working on that as we were speaking. That's why I was so busy. Okay? It's trademarked now. I have no chance of getting that. Okay. But you deserve it, Battle Moose. You've got the trademark already. So, all right. I shall clean up the nest and try to get order reestablished on Twitter. Bear with me, folks.
So, while Bloke is doing housekeeping, because we are a modern team, and I will do the announcements, and that include one, please share and retweet the space. We are here 24/7. We try to bring you all newest, the latest information, but also the verified information. We bring you specialists on every field that you can imagine, mostly military, that's true, but this is the nature of the beast. We are here to support Ukraine. Ukraine is at war, and the topic is war. So if you can help us with retweeting, and also if you have any money left after Saturday night, you can donate to MriyaAid. However small, all help will get to Ukraine. So please bear that in mind. And we are back to battle canoes, or how are they called? It's silent. It's very silent. My room is very silent. I think everybody is in agreement. After Cliff went away, that nobody is contesting Battle Moose anymore. So this is the name that we will be using, Battle Canoes. All right. So in other news, because we we had other other topics. I have seen earlier today, as Daniel mentioned, some other strikes on Kherson area and on Sevastopol.
I can help you, Anda. They
Please.
just hit Tomac Airport again in Zaporizhia.
All right. Do you have any videos to share with us?
Come on, you are greedy.
Always.
I was going to say
Uh,
that the last satellite pass had an awful lot of helicopters sitting there. So please tell me they got hit.
No idea, but Tomac is a preferred target. So I sent some DMs. In past 24 hours, I read also language, Andrew Perpetua. They had some emotional response in Mariupol, probably a mine. Is a kaboom in Berdiansk. We have the Sevastopol, all the three bridges important on Kherson Oblast, two on Dnieper, Nova Kakhovka, and the area of Antonovsky, two HIMARS volleys, and probably on Oskil pontoon bridge, and now Tokmak. So happiness and enjoyment, rain of fire, kill all the Russians.
Here, here. Just for the listeners out there, I want to bring up, seeing as we got Gunny here, and he's one of these old Navy nerds that yar drink at the rum and all that stuff. I don't really care. I'm Army. Navy doesn't even factor into my life, but I want to bring in like this attack on Sevastopol. What it like from a Navy, even a Navy radar operator on the Makarov, what would you be thinking right now?
Gunny may be driving.
Yeah, I was going to say he's either drinking or driving, but sorry about that. Hijack that there.
he said earlier he's driving, and he dropped his phone once because I called him, and he wanted to answer, and yeah. Don't
Yeah, just folks,
text and drive.
for safety reasons, please,
Yeah, that's very much a Navy answer.
I for future reference, I have from the back of the class, I have my hands up. Some other questions like if ships are in harbor. This is for Gani for now or for later. If ships are in harbor, do they run the same? For example, you talked about radar, right? You have to have someone who watches everything, right? From the ships, but you have a lot of ships there. How do you do that? Do you have someone on every ship? I remember Gani said at some point that they did fire drills, for example, every day. I don't know, from 6 to 7 in the evening, while they were aside. So I don't exactly know how for ships which are in harbor, how is the defense organized, more or less. I will park those questions. I know he heard me.
Well, we have to be a little bit more specific with that, Anda. Like, is it a ship that's moored or is it a ship that's sitting outside the harbor? Sorry, maybe Battle has had a couple of drinks there tonight. Sitting outside the harbor doing picket, and when we say picket, we're talking about doing radar stuff that your land radar can't really do. And the Navy guys will like trounce all over the Army people because they'll turn around going, we're providing a service that you can't, right? So something with the everything we've seen thus far is the Makarov was not moored. She was outside the harbor and took some hits either aerially or along the hull from whatever the battle canoes were. And we don't know for certain, but it was definitely on fire, which big metal ship, if you can imagine, it's difficult to put on fire. Auntie, do you want to comment on this?
Auntie, are you here with us?
Yes, yes. So, to what Battlemoose was saying, it's indeed difficult to make a big metal ship go fire unless you're Ukrainian. Then it's easy. But what I was interested in is that yesterday the sense I got was this was apparently from Russian sources that 5 ships had been hit, and I was wondering if we're any wiser now than what we were yesterday. Is there some additional information that you guys have gotten since that?
I don't know if anybody has any of the recent intercepts, and we can't. The intercepts are not confirmed, right? So as far as we know, it's the Makarov, 2 destroyers, and a bunch of mine layers, and possibly a landing craft. We don't know. All we know is whatever you've done, Ukraine, you've done a spectacular job. This is an operation that's going to go down in the annals of military history.
Yeah, that's for sure. One thing about harbor safety, at least we're talking about Navy bases, is that especially in a time like this, given that Sevastopol has been a target already, there would have to be a very, at least if you're not in the Russian Navy, there would have to be a very active patrol mission.
Oh, yeah.
Outside.
Yeah, like, you would think that, I mean, the levels of preparedness depend wartime, peacetime, and everything. And the Russians, whether they call it a special military operation or not, are at war. So, being that lax that this was allowed to happen sort of baffles me. And then Gunny said something really interesting. He said that apparently they have CCTV like all around the port, which was active. I mean, okay, he's saying that maybe a lot of it is outside the port or whatever, but there seems to be lax security just all over the place. So I agree with that assessment. It looks like they're just not they're not awake, and to top it all off, they intercepted one of these, or they found one about a month or 2 ago, right? So you would think that they would see this coming, right, and take precautions. So I'm a bit baffled, but you know, the Russians baffle me
Yeah,
in
but
this war.
with that, look, we don't know if it's the same. CJ and I basically came to a agreement to call them sea drones. So we're going to call them sea drones from here on in.
I thought they were
we
battle
don't- we
canoes.
don't-
Didn't you just pontificate on that?
Yeah. We'll call them battle canoes or fucking sea drones. I don't really care. But we don't know if they're the same ilk as the ones that were donated by the UK or the Italians or the ones that were specifically built, or are they home built? Because to be between you and the fence post, it doesn't take a lot for, like, I'll tell you right now, all the listeners out there, and everybody that's listening, I can go over to Bloke's place right now because we're friends. We know where each other lives, and he's a bit of a seafaring guy. If we were to go to Canadian Tire right now and build a canoe that's going to intercept some kind of vessel with some kind of explosive device, it would cost what do you think, Bloke? About $1,000?
Oh, I don't want to go there.
But yeah, about $1,000. So to say all these people are saying, oh, it wasn't very good display of Ukrainian utility. This is the premier display of Ukrainian utility of drones. Not only do they come in with air defense drones or their air drones, they came in with sea drones, or battle canoes as we now call them, trademark battle moose. They came in with those as well. So they did a combined arms assault on Sevastopol, and Sevastopol's defenses crumbled before the assault, because they lost, and let's not kid ourselves, they lost capital assets.
Well,
And
we don't know that
you
until
lose a
after the
destroyer,
BDA,
when
right?
you lose a destroyer, when a destroyer is taken out of action, that's a capital asset.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, okay, let's wait for the BDA before we, get ahead of ourselves. But I agree with you 100% on a couple of points here, right? One is the ingenuity of what the Ukrainians have been doing with drones at scale, like aerial and these ones, right? The amount of ingenuity they've been showing has been pretty stunning. So yeah, totally on the same page there.
Did
And
nobody send you the battle damage assessment?
John posted something in the Nest. I'm going to have a look. But it's a successful attack in the sense that the perimeter security was breached, right? They were caught with their pants down. Damage was done, whatever it is. I don't know if they lost a capital ship, right? Let alone
Well,
flagship.
okay, you don't have to lose a capital ship. All you have to do is take it out of action.
Fair
right?
enough.
And all they did, they've done it. If you do enough damage to the superstructure, if you do enough damage to the subsystems, that vessel, that piece of equipment, that weapon system is taken out of action. It's no longer usable as a weapon system. And I dare say that this cruiser and the two other destroyers that were lobbing Caliber missiles or Onyx missiles at Ukrainians are no longer platforms. They're out of the war. They're done.
Absolutely. Like, okay, so even Russian Telegram was saying that, oh, it wasn't that bad. They only lost the radar. Well, I'm sorry, a warship without radar is basically no more lethal than my sailboat, right? So it's
Well, let's put the perspective for all the North American listeners. We both work for NORAD. If they turn around and said, "Oh, one of our pine tree radar systems was taken out," how would that affect the system?
That would not there would be a lot of emotional order giving, put it that way. We have some hands up that have been waiting patiently, so is it okay with you, Battle Moose, if I just get
Yeah,
to
absolutely. I was just
Sucru?
trying to do some supportive fires here.
Yeah, Sucru, Surf Fellow, and then I see that Gunny has come up. Probably he's going to fight it out, or whether this should be called a battle canoe or whatever they have in England. Those barges that go down those canals. Who knows? Anyway, Sucru, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I have a very basic, very embarrassing question. I should have learned this long ago. So, what is the proper Ukrainian pronunciation? Is it Kherson or Kherson or something else or something in between? Not the English one, the proper Ukrainian one.
That's a great question. I've been taught, well, being not Ukrainian, I will keep my mouth shut because that would be a mistake for me to try to pronounce something in Ukrainian when I don't speak the language. But maybe someone can help us out here.
I've always been told by Ukrainians that in Romanian is pretty close because it's a Slavic language, that the K was soft.
Romanian is not a Slavic language. It's a Latin language. But yes, we have a lot of words which are of Slavic influence. So that when I don't
You
find
took the
my
minute
word,
that was Slavic language.
no, we have like, I don't know, 10% words from Slavic language. The rest of it,
25. 25, not
25,
10.
and the
And
structure
it's
is
from
Latin.
Bulgarian, not from Russian.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
that,
going to pour
yes.
myself a drink. Okay.
So is it like a soft K and Kherson? How do I pronounce that?
You don't say
We
at
don't
all.
know. We don't know for certain, buddy.
When
all right.
you don't say it at all. It's Kherson. You write
Kherson.
you write the K, but you don't say the K. So it's
Okay.
Kherson as it is.
Kherson. All right. Thank you.
That's what I've been taught as well, but too embarrassed to say it.
None of us native English speakers can capture the nuance of the Ukrainian language.
Oh God, I've had Duolingo and I've still got the I'm
Ian, who I used to race with, could turn out a boat in a weekend. So the Ukrainians could, if they had built a mold, and that mold, the boat in the photo of the one washed up, seems to look like a very sleek racing dinghy. Very, very maneuverable. It'll have a transom in the back already where you could quite easily drop a engine from a watercraft. And if it's carbon fiber, you lay it up fairly strong on the front with 4 or 5 layers of Kevlar, and that thing's bulletproof. So it's going to be very, very light, very fast, very maneuverable. I was trying to work out payloads last night, and when we were racing, I was about 80 kilograms, and Ian was about 130. So that's like 230, 250 kilograms easily. You could load it up, and it would still perform with quite a heavy payload. And having that engine on the back, that mass, that weight when it hits something, it's going to cause a big fireball like we saw. So yeah, so from my kind of canoe racer and boat builder's eye, I quite enjoyed looking at that boat.
okay.
That is awesome.
Gunny, you hear that? Bloke and I are on our way. Clear out your garage. We're going to start mass producing these things.
You could make that thing so easily. It just looks like various bits to be molded off. You know, you take a bit of fiberglass, you mold it around a barrel. Once the resin's gone off, you then polish that up, put in some release agent, which is basically just a water-based wood glue, watered down, painted in, polished, which then, as soon as it gets wet, will just dissolve, become gloopy again, and whatever you've resined on top of it will just lift out and have a very nice polished surface. It's so easy to make. Like, the Ukrainians could be churning those out in a garage, like 2 or 3 over a weekend.
Okay, Surf, I'm going to assume that you're in Europe someplace.
Yes, in the UK.
Are you? Okay. Message me and Bloke on the DMs, because do you have like, if we're to turn around and go start making these things like en masse, do you have the possibility of doing that?
I don't have the time and space anymore myself. Sadly, Ian, who I raced with, passed away with leukemia. But there are people in the UK that could build those things quite easily.
My deepest condolences to you.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, you could build them. Fairly easy. Marsport was the company that we used to use. They build canoes for a living. They're based in the UK. They build racing canoes for the British team. Those guys could churn those things out if it had a mold. Absolutely no problem. And there's probably loads of boat builders around the UK, hobby boat builders, especially the older generation of canoers and kayakers that were used to making their own boats out of fiberglass before they all became readily available in plastic or off the shelf in carbon and Kevlar. So there's people out there. I don't have the time or space. I've been meaning to. I'd love to build another canoe, but time, young family, long hours of work at the moment don't allow it. But yeah, there's loads of boat builders in the UK that could churn those things out.
Thank you for that, Sir Fella. That's really good information. And yeah, having been covered in more than my fair share of fiberglass, I
you know the itch.
I do.
Do you know there was something quite funny? One thing I always remember when we were building these boats was Ian, I don't know how true it was, told me that the Canadians, and you can maybe verify this or not, said that they had this ritual when it came to polishing up a mold to make a canoe out of. The mold had to be polished either 7 times or 14 times. If because of the fumes you lost count and you were high as a kite, which I did get when I was polishing my mold, you then had to go to 21. So there was a rule of sevens, as he called it, that you had to polish a mold 7, 14, or 21 times. I'm sure it was
not only is that stands with sea-bearing vehicles. That's what we used to do with the CF-18s as well in the hangar.
No way. So there's some truth to it. I thought it's just making me work harder.
Well, I can guarantee you some of the 1980s, late 1970s vehicles that are, especially aircraft today, are being held together by resin. Gunny, jump in here, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree. These aren't cutting edge space technology. The idea of 4 Ukrainians on a beach in Crimea somewhere knocking them out. Yeah, okay. I think there's probably a somewhat more complex logistical train behind this.
Gunny, do you think have they got a queue, as in James Bond's queue? They're making things, inventing things. Do you think, like in the Second World War, we had people in labs coming up with all sorts of crazy inventions of bouncing bombs and all this kind of stuff? It was all Hollywood.
They're called Americans. One interesting thing is this does potentially, if they manage to do this, then it opens up the question of the Kerch Bridge a little bit, actually. If you remember the footage of the sudden what looked to be a bow wave under one of the spans, so you know, may be worth revisiting that. If they can do this to the Sevastopol, is it beyond the realms of possibility that they could get an explosive boat round to the Kerch Bridge? You know, you decide for yourself. But we haven't talked about the Kerch Bridge and truck bombs for at least 4 hours, so I just thought I'd throw that in. I couldn't answer at the time. And reference being alongside. So yeah, you theoretically, you could put your radar on your air search radar if you're alongside, but looking at their systems, I equate them to where we were in sort of the early 90s. Top plate radar, which is an Essen-class frigate's main air search radar, probably about 996 radar level that I used to use. Would you get a good radar picture alongside? No, you wouldn't. There would be very little point. The picture would be so cluttered, it would be a bit pointless. Could they do it? Well, yeah, they could do. Might part of this have been a harm strike, and the Ukrainians popped a harm off at a ship that was transmitting on our air search radar alongside? It's not beyond the realms of possibility. It's more believable than an unmanned surface vessel that got into the harbour, crawled up the ship's side, and then blew up on top of the mast. Not really buying that. I haven't seen any Ukrainian unmanned surface vessels with arms and legs yet. You know, you never know. And just on the radar thing, bloke, I think you said you disagreed with people who said, well, you know, if it loses the main air search radar, the ship's useless. She's not, mate. All it means is she hasn't got an air search radar. You can replace an air search aerial probably in a day. I've done it on a carrier. It wasn't great. We did it in Singapore, but and this was on an aircraft carrier, so we had to go up to the top. We replaced the 996 aerial in a day. And even if they don't, can she still go to sea and fire missiles? Yeah, of course she can. She doesn't need her air search radar to launch cruise missiles. She needs her air search radar to provide herself with an air picture for air defense, but they've got data links and they can probably do that through an airborne early warning aircraft or another shipping company. So even if a frigate has sustained damage to her main air search radar, she's not out of the game by any stretch of the imagination. It just means that she'll need someone with her. And bearing in mind, they do tend to sail in pairs at least. She'll need someone with her.
Yeah, but she sustained some significant, like the Makarov sustained. If we're going to take the reports that are being translated right now at face value, she sustained significant damage. She sustained damage to the CIC. Well, you and I know what that fucking means. She sustained damage to the fire control systems. We also know what that means. And again, it's we don't know what really happened, and we'll find out in, I don't know, 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, I have seen absolutely nothing to indicate that apart from second, third party reports. So, you know, as I said earlier, all we've got at the minute is supposition, assumption, and speculation. The satellite overhead from 1500 yesterday in no way indicates a ship in Frigate Alley took any sort of damage. You just would see indications of it in those satellite photographs. And there's virtually nothing. The jetty looks empty. The ships all look perfectly upright. There's no smoke. There's just nothing to indicate something was hit. Therefore, if a frigate has taken a hit, it must have happened at sea, I think, which means either she snuck in overnight in a bit of turbo clip, in which case we'll see some photos shortly, or she's remained at sea. She might be immobilized. She might still be on fire, something like that. But again, I've seen nothing so far, including distress signals, which you know always happens. Ship gets hit. First thing that someone on the bridge does is call in a distress signal. There's no indication of a major search and rescue up on. There's just nothing yet to tell me that that's happened. So I'm just going to hold judgment until we get definitive proof. But as I keep saying, Makarov's been sunk twice already. A Ukrainian member of parliament came out and categorically stated last time that she'd been killed. So, you know, let's just be a little bit wary about it and wait for some sort of visual confirmation.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. And Gunny, just to point out, generally when the Russians have a bad day at the office, they start broadcasting in the clear, right? Which is easily picked up. So that's what happened with Moscow. So that sort of supports your argument. So yeah, let's wait. But that's what I do recall from the Moscow, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably someone on the bridge, because her CIC was killed immediately. Probably someone on the bridge put an immediate distress call out, and that was picked up by the OCT community, who quickly translated it, because they did it in the clear on whatever their equivalent of channel 16 is or whatever. And we knew that something bad had happened. So we need, 24, 48 hours. Unfortunately, if Telegram's been shut down, that's the WAGs groups, wives and girlfriends, social media group for a ship's company can be a really good source of information. WAGs love talking to each other. They can't help themselves. And once you start have you heard from Igor? He was supposed to be home at 1800 for his delicious potato supper and the ship hasn't come in. Then we might get an indication that something's happened. But with the Telegram WAGs community shut down, internet shut down, I'm afraid we're just going to have to hope that someone in Sevastopol clocks her coming in, being brought in. She's got a hole in the ship side. Brilliant. That's a success. The footage of the USV making a run on what it definitely looks like an Essen class frigate seems pretty conclusive, but of course we don't know if the warhead detonated on it, and it looks like she was struck down aft, probably in a main machinery space. So if that's the case, that's a mobility kill, and she'll be at the mercy of how good her damage control team are, what damage control state she was in. Because if you remember the photos of the Moskva, remember all the soot coming out of every single porthole along the ship's hull?
Yeah,
that's a ship that was wide open. She wasn't set for damage control and all the hatches were open, or she was set for damage control and everyone panicked, trying to get to the upper deck, opened up all the hatches. But either way, it was smoke that killed her. It wasn't the missile strikes that killed her. She was salvageable. Her whole integrity looked good. The hits are above the waterline. It was smoke and fire that killed her and probably killed everyone on board. So we'll just have to wait to see. Maybe Makarov's floating out there with a rescue tug, and the ship's company are trying to keep her afloat. Maybe the USV struck her and didn't go off. That's a fail. Or something else. We'll just see. But we definitely know that 2 were intercepted. So the Russian seaward defense did work. You can't argue the fact that a helo engaged one and probably a corvette, judging from the shell splashes, engaged another one. So, it didn't go all the Ukrainian way on this one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, one thing I'm curious about is that what does this imply for the ferries and everything else around the Kerch bridge? Those are vulnerable targets, right? And they're logistically important. And if, like I say, from the point of view of was it successful or not, they definitely got into the harbor. So there were breaches in the security of the harbor. What does that say for everything else around Crimea? And I think that logistically, the Russians have to supply Crimea. They have to do it over the bridge, and they're bringing in ferries now. Those are extremely vulnerable targets, and I can't imagine what's going through the head of the people trying to coordinate all this right now. What are they thinking? Because if anything, this was a very successful PSYOP from that point of view, at the very, very least, because they've been shown to be vulnerable. What are your thoughts on that, Gunny?
Well, there's different bits to it, aren't there? So if you're a Russian Black Sea Fleet commander, what are you thinking? Someone used some unmanned surface vessels with fairly limited range. What does that mean? Does that mean I've got an SOF team, at least one, running around in Crimea staging attacks? Probably. Therefore, what do I need to do? I need to up my security around every single installation yet again. That takes manpower. So guard force of 10, now you've got a guard force of 20. You have to push out your security bubble from every facility. That's what we do. Double up the guard, more armed patrols, more mobile patrols, that kind of thing. So that's going to be manpower intensive for them. One got into the harbor. That's going to concern them. They intercepted probably 2, maybe 3, but 1 got in. That means probably that the boom wasn't across the harbor entrance wasn't up. So they're going to have to do traffic control of vessels entering and leaving harbor a lot more strictly. That's going to be a pain because Sevastopol is a civilian as well as a military port, and moving booms back and forth is a bit of a drama. You mitigate that with extra seaward patrols. They've got those. They've got plenty of fast boats, but they're going to have to put more and more out now to secure the harbor entrance area whilst traffic's going in and out. And then probably at night they'll have to boom it shut and then just patrol it. You might even see basic things like searchlights, stuff like that in use now. Personally, I'm surprised it didn't already. I was sort of expecting that they would do that because even though it's a bit World War II-y, given the threat is low visibility unmanned surface vessels, searchlights are kind of ideal because they pick up not only the vessel but the wake as well, which is important. Does it mean that they can get USVs around to Kerch? Do you know? I don't know, because I don't know how they got them around to Crimea to start with.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the video that's pretty famous right now of the and don't get me wrong, I was on the edge of my seat cheering on this sea drone or battle canoe, as I'd like to call it, as it dodged the incoming fire from the ship and the helicopter. Like, obviously, and that was in pure daylight. That was daylight hours.
Yeah. So first of all, doing that in daylight hours, bad move. You do this kind of thing at night. Small vessels create a wake at night. So They are remarkably easier to detect, but during the day, not the best time to be doing it. So you've got two lots of footage, haven't you? You've got one where you've got the helo in the overhead, gives it a burst, he's off for deflection, and then he starts putting rounds down all around it. So that's good shooting. Definitely good shooting. The warship in the background is not firing at all. Now, she would have seen this USV. She should have had it on her optical equipment, not radar, but probably her optronics, but she's not shooting. And I don't think she's shooting because the helo has fouled the range. So you can't start putting main gun rounds down when you've got a helo circling at what looked like about 100 feet in the overhead. So that helo was either engaging and the frigate was controlling, if it was a frigate or a corvette, or the helo fouled the range and the ship couldn't get her main gun in on the action. The second one, there's a warship on the horizon firing with a main gun. The rounds are landing short. They're not very well adjusted. It's pretty awful shooting. And I can say that because I've done the naval gunfire course and I've directed a gun from an optical sight. Then the footage kind of shows this USV and it's not really moving and there's a shell splash by it. So then they've got the range. So I think the USV there was pretty much immobile. And they probably killed that. Then you've got the third bit of footage, which is one, I think it's blowing up just off a beach. So the footage shows the helo again doing a low-level run on it and shooting at it, and something, maybe a corvette or something, racing away from the scene, and then they blow it up. So that's either one of those two vids from a different angle or a third one killed. And then you got the fourth one where he just does a wacky races around Sevastopol Harbor and scares the shit out of two fishermen. That's the one that's going to be interesting. We don't know what that hit. But if it hit a frigate, it's not going to damage the radar, is it? It might, it's going to jolt some kit and there's going to be some shock damage throughout the ship, but you're going to have a hole in the hull. So we just got
we have to consider that this was done in coordination with air assets.
Yeah, so if a radar was damaged, it was either a UAV or it was something like a harm, something like that. In order for it to be a harm, there would have had to have been a strike package. Maybe there was a window where the Russians didn't have any airborne early warning up and no combat air patrols out to the west, in which case, could the Ukrainians have got a strike package in fairly close and started popping harms off? Yeah. How would I do it? If I put a UAV up, I might entice ships in the harbour to switch on their main air search radars. If they switch on their main air search radars and there's a couple of MiGs lurking off to the west, carrying a pair of harms each, they could pop the harms off at the emissions from the warships.
That makes sense.
That would be a fairly good way. If you didn't get anything from the ships, you certainly probably would get something from surface to air missile batteries or gun batteries, something like that. So it wouldn't be a wasted effort. You could just pop harms off at anything that starts emitting a fire control radar. So is that a possibility? Yeah, because then with the UAVs, if you used a fairly cheap one, not only are you enticing someone to flash up a radar and start going into transmit, but you can also sacrifice it. So if it's something that's got decent low-level light capability, you can wang it around, get everyone to switch their radars on, and then maybe fly it into a ship somewhere. But the charge on it won't be particularly big, if anything at all. But 25, 30 pounds of UAV flying into a ship's top plate radar, yeah, it's going to put a dent in it. Might not knock it off completely, but it will damage it to the extent that radar is probably going to be op deaf, and you'll probably
Gunny, let's take a 10,000 foot view of this, and look at what the Ukrainians have done in this operation. So not only they have successfully created combat arm, like oh Jesus, they have sent in air assets and sea assets of drones against a battle hardened base. What do we like? I don't think that I don't think the listeners like realize like the level of what the Ukrainians have accomplished here.
It's evolutionary. It's not revolutionary. How to describe it? All right. So in 1990, when we sailed in a destroyer from Portsmouth Harbour, you had 3 people with rifles. When you let go the last line, you had the quartermaster, the boatswain's mate, and the outboard sentry, and all of them. The minute that the ship sailed, they unloaded, went down below, and the ship sailed with an MOD police boat, maybe a couple of blokes with MP5 submachine guns, and you sailed out the harbour, if that. Now, if you have a look at any Royal Navy ship sailing, you will have upper deck sentries with rifles, and you will have miniguns and or GPMGs manned fore and aft. The reason for that is the USS Cole. So what happened was we all got a rude awakening. USS Cole was alongside a rib, drove up to the ship with a jihadi on board. I think it might have been 2. Anyway, laden with explosives, blew a hole in the ship's side, killed a lot of people, and carried out in broad daylight. Just sailed up and boom. That woke everyone up to the threat of small craft in harbour. So now, as I say, you have close range weapons closed up when you sail, and you have a much more enhanced, we have a much more enhanced Ministry of Defence police patrol routine around harbour, and your ship's protection organisation tends to be a lot, somewhat more robust, let's put it that way. No one's manning heavy machine guns on the upper deck 24/7, but there is enhanced security around ships, and it may be even booming. So you might even put booms around ships, like Gibraltar. Gibraltar normally has a boom across when there's a warship in. So this is a logical kind of development from the suicide rib. The only difference is it doesn't have a jihadi in the back end screaming Allah Akbar. It is a unmanned suicide vessel, small boat, hard to see, not particularly hard to counter, but it does show you what you can do with this kind of platform if you can breach seaward defences of a harbour. But it's nothing. People are saying, well, this is, a moment in time in history where maritime warfare has changed forever and we are truly seeing something. No, you're not. You're just seeing unmanned vessels, which have been around for a very long time, decades. But you're seeing unmanned vessels that at least one managed to penetrate harbour defences, and may or may not have hit something. As for the runs at ships at sea, well, yeah, what we used to call FBP attack, FPB attack, bog hammer attack, was something that you really practiced before going to the Gulf, because Iranians practice swarm attacks, lots of fiberglass boats with a 50 cal equivalent on the front, maybe a small rocket launcher or a couple of blokes with RPGs in the back, and they come at you in a swarm. So same problem, exactly the same problem, small, low observable vessels, swarming attack. The only way this is different is it's unmanned. So it takes a human out of the equation, which means that you can chuck things at them and you don't have to worry about the human cost if they get killed. But, a coordinated airborne and surface UAV strike type thing was always going to come at some stage or another. It's just whether it was well coordinated, I don't know, because the footage, some of it's day and some of it's night, and logic dictates that you do it in one whack, don't you? You hit them everywhere at once. So maybe the attack, maybe this whole mission, the timing went off. Maybe the ones engaged during the day were supposed to go in at night, and for some reason they didn't manage to join the main effort, and they took a run at it anyway because they thought, well, we've got them at sea, we might as well give it a go. So again, I wouldn't at the moment call this an unqualified success. I'd call it interesting. Is it going to be a massive inconvenience for our Russian friends? Well, whoever
whoever looks after harbour security is going to have to adjust to this. That's going to be a pain, but it's not going to be an insurmountable pain. Did it kill any ships? Who knows? Let's wait and see.
Excellent. I want to come back to this. Go ahead, Battleman. Sorry for interrupting.
I was going to say, Gunny, my brother, and Bloke, my brother. I'm ending the night. I'm at the end of my rope here. I gotta go. Love you both. Good night.
Yeah, you too, Battlemoose. But one thing later, let's talk about comms, because what Gunny pointed out, I thought was really interesting, was that there were no
Oh, for
fatties.
fuck's sakes, Bloke.
No, Caitlin, we don't have to do it now. Let's do it later. But they said that people are babbling about VHF, and you and I know that there are properties about that, that band that don't make sense over long distances. So I think it's satellite. But
Well, I heard earlier on, like I was just listening to, and it was Joe or somebody else in the space that was commanding it. They were talking about bouncing UHF off clouds,
a moon
which
bounce
does
or a moon bounce.
not happen.
Like you can do a moon bounce with VHF, but I mean, this is just silly. So I think you and I need to have an offline discussion about this, because I'm not buying it, right? But it's really interesting, because if we want to geek out on this, right, like how was that done? And that's something I would like to have a discussion with you tomorrow morning, and
Absolutely. We got Herman that wants to come up, and I'm going to happily fucking drop down. And Sabine, what do you got going on?
Yeah, so I'm actually a product designer. I don't make war products. It's more interaction design and stuff like that. And this amazing conversation right now, where I find the ingenuity, is how Ukrainians during a very stressful war are able to innovate pretty fast.
Here.
That takes a lot. So let's geek out a little bit right now about what it really took to make this happen. It's not just about the actual warfare, which I don't understand much about, but the fact that they knew that it needs to be pretty quiet, so it's probably not gasoline or anything like that. It's probably electric. And all the things they must have tinkered with and figured out, and they probably have tested it. Like, just imagine what it took to do this in such a fast.
My dear, I don't want to burst your bubble or anything like that, but as many of the people, like the subject matter experts that we had on space over the last 8 months and whatnot, and I'll tell you, because I'm very well educated, as Bloke is as Ananda is ourselves. Ukraine was the brains of the Soviet Union. So when it comes to they're innovating here and they're innovating there, it doesn't impress us. It doesn't surprise us that we know they're going to do that, because they were the brains of the Soviet Union. They're essentially the ones that put Mir in fucking orbit.
Yeah, they are amazing, and they're doing it in a very agile way. If they're not doing it, this is going to take 2 years to develop, and we're going to have this waterfall way of constructing it, but they're doing it agile. You can see how they have been innovating rapidly, and it's a very modern way of working.
Totally agree. And do you want to establish control over this? I think.
Okay,
Love you like a brother. Take care, man. Have a good night's sleep, and let's talk about VHF, UHF, or SATCOMs tomorrow.
Yeah, well,
via DMs.
maybe we'll have an entire spot where we talk about SATCOMs or UHF and HF, because they are distinctly different critters.
Would love that. Well, I would love that, and probably you would love that. I'm not sure that everyone else would love that, but we'll see.
We can have a for example tomorrow for you, because it's already tomorrow for me. I'm in your future. We can have a section like I don't know, an hour to dedicate to this, and the details of everything that is related to this subject. What do you say?
About
innovation. Let's see how we feel tomorrow, please.
About
Okay.
yes, about innovation, about radar, about waves, about how they bounce or not bounce from the moon.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's debunk all this tomorrow.
God, I love you, Anda.
Okay, we love you too, Moose. Go to sleep, and I love your new avatar. Yours and Gunny's.
And
I
Gunny's
think
the
it's
puppy. I'm wearing one.
yeah.
Or it was.
I'm
Well, it's my jacket's off now, but yes.
I
Yeah,
think it's a beautiful
there's
thing.
a reason behind that.
Yes, you explained it to me, and I think it's a very beautiful thing to remember the fallen ones, to have them in our memory, and to honor them as we should. And I think the Ukrainians are doing the same thing in other ways with their fallen ones, and I think it's a beautiful thing, and it's a beautiful symbol. I know Gani's wife has a tattoo with a poppy and a sunflower to honor both her heritage. So I really like it, and I really think it's a beautiful thing to remember everything. So
Sabine, if you want to come back up, please do. Please, would love to continue the discussion. So, come back when you want, and we can carry on. But go ahead, Handa.
Yay, Sabine is right back.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, but
she's connected.
I really love that what you told me about the boat building and all that. That was very interesting. So thank you, and thank you for letting me speak. But I'm very impressed with Ukrainians from how the ingenuity, and also this is going to sound a little bit goofy. I really love that they appreciate animals so much. They seem to be kind people, smart people, agile people. I think we have a lot to learn from them in how they relate to each other and to society, as well as how innovative they are.
You're right, and I would plug in something that was told to me. It's not my idea, but I have to put it out there because it's we want Mark Hamill on this space, and the comparison was that this strike was something like the strike on the Death Star, and yeah. We hope it's just as much as successful, and also we hope we have Mark Hamill here. That being said, let's go to Greg.
Good evening, everybody. How are you?
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Do you have
Yes, sorry, go on.
or comment?
No, I just want to make a comment. Just finishing off I think a few people are signing off because it's getting pretty late where you are. Where I am, it's only 5 in the afternoon. So, but I just caught a tail end of a conversation about from Gunny, just about the detail in regard to the technology that's gone into and how tactically the Ukrainians pulled off the attack in Sevastopol. One thing to point out that's of interest is that on Thursday, on the show, I was actually raising with Doman, and he actually raised this on air. And it was an interesting article by Forbes, and I'll just read it out to you because it's actually quite current. And it says that according to reports from the Ukrainian Ministry of Digital Transformation, IT companies have maintained 95% of all contracts and continue to increase exports. Despite the crisis from the war, the technology sector is not only showing resilience but demonstrating growth, indicated by a record $2 billion in export services revenue in the first quarter of 2022. So when somebody made the comment that Ukraine was the brains of the IT and the defense industry in the old Soviet Union, well, there you go. That probably just proves the point.
Yeah, and I can confirm that, right? So I work for a large corporation, not going to name it, but they have many Ukrainians who continue to work. I have hosted in my home some Ukrainians who have, been forced out of their country, and they work in IT, and they are still working. Whether it's in their own country or in Poland or even when they go abroad. So, yeah, I can confirm with firsthand that the Ukrainian IT industry is very robust, resilient, and quite amazing. There's a lot of talent in the country, which is why I'm, so much looking forward to the end of this war. When the Ukrainians succeed, liberate their country, and begin to rebuild, because the country they will build is going to be incredible.
Yeah, I think the trajectory will be up most definitely, especially if the people, what they've been through, the resilience. I mean, I've been over in Poland to help with the Ukrainian refugees during July, for most of July, and all the ladies and the kids and the people I spoke to heading back into Ukraine were just nothing but short of amazing. They're all very smart, very educated. I was at a Ukrainian function just today in Adelaide in South Australia, with the Ukrainian community, helping them out and donating a few things and cooking for them and everything. So, and they were all, very appreciative of everything everybody's doing, and quite smart people, but obviously just suffering a lot. But the only other comment I was going to make is, if anybody wants a copy of that article, I'm more than happy to DM somebody to pass it on. So just let me know who, because I have DM'd people in the past. And
Oh yeah, we'll send it over to any one of the co-hosts, and we'll pop it up in the nest for you.
I'll do it in a minute. Not a drama at all. Okay, we'll see everybody. Look after yourselves and stay good. Thank you. I'll step down.
Thank you,
Thank
Greg.
you.
All right, bye-bye.
So, I had two speakers on the panel who ditched on me, who went away. Sir Fella, I see you're still in the space, but you dropped from the panel as we talked about something else. And also at some point, Maya, I think, I don't remember your last name. You came up as we speak about her son, about the soft K or the aspirated one. I think if my memory serves, and you're still in the space, you are a teacher and you are from Poland. So if you want to come back up, as we jumped from one topic to another, please request the mic. And also everybody else who has a question for Auntie or Bloke or Daniel or Gani, please request the mic, and we are here to answer your questions. Sometimes we jump from one idea to another, and that's why I like this space. It's like having a bunch of people back home in the yard, Sunday afternoon or something, discussing different topics and bouncing ideas from one person to another. And I think that's beautiful. I really think that's beautiful. And Gani, I was asking you about the radars and how they work, if they work on the ships which are moored, because for me it's really mind-boggling how can a ship, be it small, enter a military port. So not any port, a military port, in order to damage, to create such a damage. And if a radar cannot, if a radar cannot spot them, how can you just patrolling is the only option to spot such small vessels? Like I feel like it's how do you say, old movies where you will have a prison, and you have guards all over and lights going round and round. It sounds for me a bit rudimentary. So I was actually searching in my mind for options to spot such vessels, if there are any. Do I make any sense?
Yeah, you're talking about port defence. So first of all, these things came from outside the harbour. So you put a boom across, which they do have. So a boom is basically it's a load of flotation devices, probably with a net suspended from it down to the bottom. So the idea is to deter small submersibles, divers, and then the floating part of the boom stops unmanned surface vessels or rigid inflatables, that kind of thing, getting in. Either side of the boom, searchlights, yeah, why not? Everyone has got satellite navigation now, so having a blackout doesn't really work. It's pretty meaningless. So could you have searchlights? Yeah, why not? Certainly you would have people with thermal imaging equipment, low light cameras, that kind of thing, either side of the boom. Obviously, if you move the boom to let ships in and out, you want some kind of deterrence outside. So you would have small patrol vessels, harbour defence vessels. They've got plenty of those. And what NATO does, certainly the Americans do out in places like the Persian Gulf, is they have uncrewed patrol vessels. So it's just a launch with something like what we call a crow's mount, which is a low light camera, thermals, and a 50 caliber machine gun on it, piloted from ashore, although it can be autonomous. And you have those prowling around naval bases, anchorages, anywhere that's vulnerable, looking for saboteurs or terrorists or things like that, primarily out in the Gulf. But you would use those. So what I would do is I would have permanently a ship out to seaward. So long as the weather was decent enough, I would have a couple of unmanned patrol vessels out ahead of the boom, and then you would up that maybe with a helo or two if the boom's removed to let ships in and out. So it's not insurmountable. It's not a massive problem defending a harbour, because this is wartime. Now, peacetime is slightly different. If you rent yourself a yacht down in Port Solent, you can sail within 100 meters of a Royal Navy warship in Portsmouth Harbour. Now, if you imagine if you now put you in a rib and fill it up with explosives, and you're pottering around on a nice summer's day, how quickly can the ship react before you turn inwards, crank it up to 20 knots, and take a run at my ship? That's a problem in peacetime, but the Russians don't have this problem in wartime. They should be on a war footing. They knew this was coming because they've already recovered one of these things. Clearly, they did put in some precautionary measures because they've intercepted at least 2 at sea and probably killed them, but 1 still got through. So there was a cheeky bit of timing, certainly for at least 1 of them. It managed to get in while the boom wasn't in place. The 2 others were in daylight, though, and stayed out to seaward and made runs at warships, and it probably didn't work. So, you know, it's a bit disjointed. It looks like it was a bit of a disjointed strike package to me at the moment. I'm wondering if the timing was off and the assets went in piecemeal as opposed to all in a oneer. We'll have to wait for the Amazon book to come out in 5 years' time to get confirmation of that. But again, it looks like a partial success.
Sorry, Gani, can you explain the last phrase, because you used 2 expressions and I don't understand them. So before the Amazon part, right? You explained if it was something or something.
Okay, so if I attack a port and I've got 4 unmanned surface vessels and 2 unmanned aerial vehicles, I want to put them all in together, because if I attack the port with my unmanned aerial vehicles, the port goes up on alert, everyone wakes up, everyone's eyes open across the board, and that makes using the unmanned surface vessels harder. And they might do things like, if the boom isn't across, they'll put the boom across, and they might get a couple more harbour defence ships out, something like that. So you want to do it all in a oneer. You don't flick someone's nose, you punch them with a clenched fist. So you want the UAVs overhead, and you want, while everyone's looking in the overhead, you want the USVs, the surface vessels, to motor in nice and quietly in the dock through the harbour entrance, fan out for the individual targets, stay nice and low, nice and slow. Everyone's looking overhead. There's flak, there's surface to air missiles going off, there's sirens, and then you crank it up last minute and make you run towards the ships. I'm not convinced that happened, or at least it only partially happened. And 2 of them definitely never made it inside the harbour and ended up at sea. Sun came up, and then they did a kind of, last-ditch suicide run towards warships. So it was piecemeal as opposed to all in a one, which I suspect was probably the intention. The fly in that scenario is that footage of the final run on a frigate genuine? And if so, did she take a hit? If that's true, and that frigate wasn't in the harbour, people keep getting confused. That frigate's at sea, it's not in the harbour. The footage is of a warship at sea. If the Ukrainians manage to make a run in on that, and she's not taking any avoiding action, there's no gunfire, anything like that, then that's rescued it, and they might have, at the very least, got themselves a mobility kill. And that frigate's stuck out, probably still fighting fires and flooding, or they actually killed her. But we're not seeing any indication of that. So that's what I'm waiting for before we assess whether this strike was materially effective as opposed to psychologically effective, which it undoubtedly was.
And I totally agree with you. Indeed, we haven't seen, as you said, any footage with a ship on fire, or not even the actual hit. At least I didn't see any video with the actual hit. I see with aiming at, let's say, but not hit. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being patient and explaining all this to me and to all of us. Sometimes I thank you. You know what I mean.
That'll
So
be thank you then, yeah.
yeah. Okay. I have no more worship questions for the night. I know you're after job, so probably you want to turn into sleep. So I will give you a break for today, for this time, until I find some other questions from the back of the room. You know, I have a question. And I have Herm up, and he will have a question for me. So welcome, Herm.
Hi, and I'm sorry. I'm afraid actually I don't have a question for you. I had a question for Gunny, and yeah, he's still here. So Gunny, there was a rumor around that besides that frigate that we are all talking about all the time, the Ukrainians hit several ships out there in the port of Target, them at least, and one of them was one of those transloading ships, those with a crane on it. I don't know the technical term that we talked about back in the action of the Snake Island battle. And can you allude a little bit of what the implications would be for the Ukrainians going for the loading ship, and how many backups the Russians would have in case that ship would be out of service?
Yeah, so long story short, Russian warships do what we call Mediterranean berthing. So rather than go alongside port or starboard side too, they stick their back end onto the jetty, so that the front end sticking out the pointy end, the bow. So that makes loading missiles a little bit more complicated because they're not actually physically alongside a jetty. There are no cranes to use on the jetty, so you need a crane barge. They tow the crane barge around, and then they start loading caliber missiles vertically on surface ships, or they're put on like a sledge, like a slide type thing on submarines. They're laid horizontally, and then they're physically inserted into the tubes. And then internally, they probably close the outer doors, open the inner doors, and then store the weapon system that way. So if they kill the crane barge, it's an inconvenience. Can you move caliber missiles to another jetty where there is a crane and then put the warships alongside? Yeah, I see no reason why that's not doable. So whilst it would be an inconvenience, I think killing this crane barge was more important when Snake Island was being reinforced as opposed to now. Necessity is the mother of ingenuity, and therefore they will find another way of ammunitioning ship in Sevastopol that way, or they'll just go east to the naval base and then they'll ammunition there, and then they'll just do speed runs back to launch cruise missiles. So an inconvenience, but not a massive one. People seem to think that once the warships, if the warships are run out of town out of Sevastopol and have to go east, then that means there'll be no more cruise missile launches. That's not the case, I'm afraid. It doesn't take very long to get from the east side of the Black Sea down to the central Black Sea. In fact, if you're on a submarine, you can even do it on the surface because there's no threat to them. So it would be useful, but it wouldn't be amazing. And as for the other hits, again, you know, he said, she said, I've got it on good authority. Sources tell me there is a rumor. Telegram has confirmed. Show me the pictures and I'll be happy.
All right. Please block.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, totally agree. Let's wait for the assessments to come in. One question I did have for you, Gunny. If there was a kilo in dry dock and there was, you know, uh, damage in that area, could you talk a bit about how vulnerable submarines are to that sort of damage? In other words, my understanding is that submarines are a bit fragile when they're in dry dock. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's my understanding. And I would love to hear from you.
So submarine hulls are by necessity quite robust, a lot more robust than a surface warship, because obviously they have to deal with pressure at depth. If you're talking about a San Nazaire type raid where they rammed one of the boats into the caisson of a dry dock, yeah, I mean that's doable. Caissons tend to be very, very robust. They've got multiple baffles inside. You'd need a fairly big charge to penetrate one of them and flood the dry dock. And they use floating dry docks. So as opposed to our dry docks, where you will have the ship sat in an empty kind of box with a sea level effectively over her, they use floating docks where you flood it, you put the vessel on the stocks, and then you pump the water out, and it raises it above sea level. So, you know, what kind of damage would it do? Would that work? I don't know. I don't think so. And again, we saw no indication of that at the 1500 hours photograph yesterday. So people saw a submarine in a floating dock and went, well, there's your proof. There's your proof. No, she was probably in there before, and it would take more than a few hours to get a submarine that's taken a hit and been heavily damaged, and then work her round using tugs, get her onto the stocks, and then pump that dock dry. So, yeah.
For clarification, I wasn't saying that the submarine was damaged at sea. I was saying that the submarine was in dry dock at the time of the attack, and I'm wondering what the implications are. That's all.
Yeah. So the dry dock, so as I say, you flood it, you run the submarine in, and then you pump the floating dock dry, and that raises it above sea level. Therefore, if you attack the gates, in fact, it might not even have gates on it. It might just be open-ended at one end. There's going to be no water in there, so you can't run the unmanned surface vessel into the floating dock itself and detonate it, really. So I don't think that was an option. There is a bit of footage of a big column of smoke somewhere in the harbour area, very thick black column of smoke, but it didn't look like the military part of the port. It looked like somewhere else. And then there were two columns of smoke up by the oil tanks, and people kind of pointed at that and went, "That's warships on fire." Well, no, it wasn't. That's could be any number of things. Surface-to-air missiles that came back down, or heavy caliber anti-aircraft shells that didn't detonate in the air and fell down and just went off and started small fires or something like that. So, yeah, again, the dry dock thing, it's a nice idea, but it's quite a way into the harbour area as well. And if I'm right, you would pass some pretty tempting stuff on your way into there, including Frigate Alley. So I'd have thought they'd have gone for the warships tied up alongside before going for a kilo and dock.
Got it. Perfectly logical. Thank you. That was a great explanation. And then maybe in a month or two, let's talk about what happens when Crimea is in HIMARS range, and if it becomes a big snake island. But let's wait. Like you say, let's wait for all the assessments to come in. Is it okay, Enda, if I go to Daniel?
Of course, of course.
Gunny,
I will be evil and I will say, let's jump from marine things and go to land things. So, 30 October losses of the Russians, 13 tanks, 52 armored personal vehicles, 16 artillery guns and 3 multiple launch system, 2 anti-aircraft systems, 2 radars, 1 plane, and 950 soldiers killed in one day.
No
So
way.
950. I don't think you can say anything more when you lose 1,000 people in one single day.
I put in the nest a tweet on this with the reports and the numbers. As Daniel said, there are indeed 950 Russians killed in action today. We must not forget, beside the dead ones, there are at least the same number of wounded, right? And probably many of them won't make it. So it is
I mean, that is
staggering.
absolutely appalling. Again, this is what the Ukrainians have been posting since the beginning. I have seen nothing to contradict their numbers. So they are estimates, but I mean, that is, if I was on the Russian side, I would look at those losses and say that's appalling. We should go home.
Well, at least I hope their families will think they should go home and pressure them, or at least they will take the offer the Ukrainians put out for them to surrender, because they will be treated fairly, not as they are treating the Ukrainians. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'll co-host for a little while. Auntie, I noticed you came up earlier with some questions about Sevastopol, but have you been following the land battle at all? And do you have any comments on this? I mean, I'm particularly interested that there's the SAM batteries keep getting steady attrition, and we're seeing them move S-300s and S-400s out of Syria. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, yeah, I mean, they're basically they've been doing this for a while now. That they're hitting all the anti-air assets wherever they find them, especially in and around Kherson, because that's the prerequisite for them to effectively use their all of their own aerial assets, like from drones to helicopters to CAS and fighter planes. So I mean, they're continuing to exercise what would have been really unheard of like 7 months ago, that Ukrainians are able to achieve a measure of air superiority in a sector of their choosing. That's mind-boggling. But it's the same thing that they've been doing for months now. So
I see no no dramatic change in that. But given time, the Russians will stop finding reinforcements for their SAMs, and well, I mean, we've seen them mobilize 57 millimeter anti-aircraft guns, so I guess they have been feeling the pinch already. But the interesting thing is that I hadn't yet seen the casualty figures for the day, and I think that number of casualties and that number of vehicle losses, that's really high, and it would be interesting to know the geographic spread of those casualties.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to say geographically where those
No,
losses
definitely
are,
not.
right? But I would love to know, right? Where is that? I'm gonna, we can all speculate, but I mean, it's just more evidence that this is turning against them in a big way.
Yeah, one thing I would guess is that most of those vehicle losses aren't from Bakhmut, since from what I've been able to gather is that they've used very sort of under-equipped troops lately to try and assault the Ukrainian positions there over and over and over again. So that's just poorly trained conscripts going at it time and again. So it would be either at most of the vehicle losses would either be at Kherson or near Kharkiv, but which is it, and if it's both, no idea. But I think it's. I was really happy when I heard. I think this was like maybe 2 weeks ago that the in the US aid package there were 200 M113s, and to see that the Ukrainians are actually getting more armored ways for their mechanized infantry to move, at least with a measure of protection. And on the flip side, the Russian forces continuing to be treated in a way that they are. I mean, there was a report on. I think it was from Telegram or something similar, that there were units in the Russian order of battle that didn't have that had I mean, like, nowhere near the amount of APCs that they would have needed to transport the personnel. So I mean, it's anecdotal for sure, but it's. I mean, even when the Russians went over to the offensive in February, it was they weren't like, even with the element of surprise, given the scales of the number of Ukrainian troops that have had experience fighting in the east of Ukraine, it was so lopsided in the way that the Russians had, even with 250,000 troops, that's still nowhere near enough to invade a countryside of Ukraine. And from so many estimates in the last couple of months, it's been that Ukrainian military outnumbers the Russian military, especially in the focal points of the fighting. So it's, yeah, just a couple of random points.
I do remember at the beginning when I was thinking to myself, will they invade or will they not invade? And I thought to myself, well, they're not going to invade. That would be insane. Even if they had 250,000 troops, even if they're well armed, the rule is that you know, in order to attack, you have to have 3-1. But then again, you know, in order to occupy, you have to have even more troops. So I was thinking that they wouldn't invade, and they did anyway. And now I'm thinking this is completely unwinnable. And, you know, it's sort of obvious that it's unwinnable. And how much blood and treasure do they want to do? Like, pour into this, which is clearly an unjust, you know, genocidal war that is cutting them off from the rest of the world. And it's just baffling to me. It seems such a losing proposition. I still to this day do not understand anything about what they think they're trying to accomplish here, because it makes no sense, right?
Yeah, but you're falling into because the thing is that the bubble that the Kremlin is in is way different from the information environment that we're in. So it's fairly logical to assume that with the very faulty information that the Kremlin had, all the I mean, even the basic situation of their own military, they must have been very ill-advised on the actual conditions of their units, their strengths, and if you await a country with the supposition that everyone is just gonna, you know, maybe fire a few shots from AK-74s and then roll over and surrender, you're not really doing much of a. There isn't much of a critical thought process going into your planning, and there's plenty of examples from history where the planning for a military operation the size similar size that was really not professional, and the results were correspondingly bad for the invader.
Could you give me some examples of that?
Well, I think one quite obvious example is when Nazi Germany invaded Soviet Union in 1941. They didn't have superiority in numbers. They were woefully under-equipped for a campaign of that size, even though it was the best equipped invasion force that the Germans had started with during that entire war. But the planning process was deeply flawed because there were so many preconceptions that were patently false. Just the fact that so many military experts on here have constantly drummed on about the importance of logistics, and on the German side, I think one of the most revealing things is that they basically the whole plan was contingent upon the Germans destroying the Russian military in the border zone between Europe and Russia, so that basically we're thinking about a distance from something like 400 kilometers from the border zone that was in place in the summer of 1941, because the logisticians in the German military knew that any sort of offensive operations beyond that point would be beyond their ability to effectively supply their own forces. And the whole basic idea, even though German general staff is often cited as this sort of primary example of a professional staff that plans for every contingency and does careful consideration. But at that moment, when in the time when they were planning this operation, it was the professionalism was far from it. There was so much hubris. There was so much misinformation. There was just a basic from Hitler on down. I think it could be summed up as it's a rotten structure. The Red Army is a rotten structure. If we kick down the door, the whole structure will fall.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember it. We just have to kick down the door and the whole rotten edifice will collapse. I think is the rough translation.
Yeah. But the interesting thing is that even though that was total fallacy, but there was some method beyond that madness, because even with the flawed intelligence and even with the hubris the German military planners at the time had, the calculation was that if we successfully invade Western Russia, then we basically have all of their food production, we have all of their heavy industry, we have the biggest cities. So basically, the Russian will only have their almost barren hinterland, which means that even if we can't succeed in the first summer, which even that would have been unthinkable for the planners at the time, we would have still occupied all the strategic points for their political leadership, for their economy, and for their manpower reserves. So, I mean, that would mean that Soviet Russia would collapse. And it is true that without Western allied lend-lease, Soviet Russia would have collapsed. And that's something that when the Russians are celebrating their victory day, they have consistently and very conveniently forgotten for decades and decades and decades that they wouldn't have survived without Western allied lend-lease.
Andy, I have a question. I was talking yesterday with Domen about we were making fun basically about the mosquitoes.
All right, yeah.
And Salome came up, and she's from Georgia, and she said that is a recycled idea, that the Russians used that idea previously about the biolabs and everything. And I was wondering, do you have other examples on this alley when they made up some stories that they recycled over and over?
Well, I mean, I guess the basic narrative of Russia, if you want to talk about recycling, I think the basic narrative has been for centuries that Russia is always being threatened and always being invaded by someone from without. I think that's the largest and most consistent narrative that the Russian narrative has. That from the Mongols onward, Russia has always been an innocent target of invasions from outside, be it from the Polish, Lithuanian great power, be it from Sweden, from Mongols, from the French. I don't, maybe not from the Ottomans per se, but basically that they're always the innocent victim. I think that's the biggest recycled. Like you could basically feed off an entire circular economy from that alone. But I think if you look at what happened in the Baltic countries after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in the autumn of 1939, there was still, I mean, I think the whole, as far as I know from reading of that period of Stalin's motives, at least trying to piece together what they were at the time, it was the occupation of the Baltic countries and the invasion of Finland, and also the seizure of Bessarabia from Romania, which is you will currently know as Moldova. Those were in Stalin's mind, in the Kremlin, those were all defensive moves, and they were. I think there was no question at the Kremlin about oh my God, can we invade an independent country? Can we take away those parts of lands? Is that right? There was no. I mean, we are a great power, and we will do as we see fit, and we don't give a shit. And it was, I think, even if we look at a map and see how big the Soviet Union was at the time, it's still somehow surreal to think that decision making of such a purportedly like a great power is driven by fear. And I think that's something that's still evident in Russia today, that even though there's all of this huff and puff about, oh my God, we're such a great power, and oh my God, but NATO they fear us, and everyone is falling over backwards to try and appease us so that they won't get attacked by our awesome military. It's actually what's behind it all is that they're so scared shitless.
That is really insightful. Yeah. Thank you for that, Antti.
No worries.
By the way, Antti, I was at work when you were doing your interview on the Winter War, and I just fortunately it's up on Spotify now. So just to remind our listeners, if you want to listen to a really, really great interview that went on for a really long time, insightful, interesting, please check out Spotify and look for MriyaReport, and you have all the interviews that have been done, and they, they get edited for all the Twitter hiccups we have, and mic check, all that stuff gets edited out, and it comes to a really clear, wonderful interview, and Antti's is one of them. So I would encourage you all to go there. Please retweet the space. That's the only way we can get the word out. That's the only way we advertise. Even if you only have a handful of listeners, it doesn't matter. That's how people find out about us. And of course, visit MriyaAid.org if you are concerned about how you can make a difference. You can donate money, and this money can be turned into life-saving aid for Ukraine. MriyaAid, we know them. We know the organization. We know that they volunteer just like us. We don't take any money on this space whatsoever, not even coffee suggestions, nothing. We're in it here just to, because we care and we want Ukraine to win. And Maria Aid is a similar organization, as well as many of the other organizations we'll promote on the space. Even individuals such as Konstantin, who did a funding drive on Amazon for hearing protection for our the arty guys and girls, and so we're here for that. We're here to support Ukraine and combat Russian disinformation, and hear from you and our listeners. Make it all worthwhile. So please, if you have a question or a comment about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, request the mic, raise your hand. We'd be happy to hear from you. I have some requests to deal with, and I think Doman is coming up. Yay! Doman, we've made it to the other side of the Atlantic. Go ahead, Edward.
Thank you, Luke, and thank you, Antti, as always, calm and explaining. I have a question. Maybe, Antti, I read on Twitter that Russia has received some new long-range missiles from Iran, the Fatih 110 and some other missiles. How would you compare those to those missiles that Russia already has launched? Does it make a difference? What are the difference from them? Do you have any idea on that? That's my question.
Yeah, so I'm not a really good expert on missiles but what I have heard of those ballistic and cruise missiles that Iran is supposed to have supplied Russia with, or is promising to supply them, or what the situation is. As far as I know, there hasn't been any proof that Russians have used them so far. But the only thing that I've heard about them is that apparently they have a bit more sophisticated guidance and targeting systems, so that they might be a bit more accurate than the missiles that the Russians are using currently. But I mean, that's just basically hearsay. We at least from what I know, there is no proof that the Russians have launched any of them. And I mean, so yeah, sadly, I can't really comment on any other characteristics or any numbers, because I simply don't know.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
So,
Morning, all.
good morning, Doman. Just wanted to point out, I put up in the nest because we keep talking about Auntie and his interview from last week, and I am currently trying to listen. I'm halfway through that interview, and I put it into the nest. So if anyone else wants to listen to that interview, you have it in the nest. It's the last interview on the Spotify account, and you can scroll, of course, on the Spotify account and see many other more. So that's what I wanted to say.
Awesome. Yeah, I will really look forward to picking up on that tomorrow. And guess what? Doman has finally woken up with the rest of the Europeans, who have been sleeping in. They changed their time and informed us of it and said that, I'm sorry, your time is wrong. Our time is right. and we are going to show up whenever we feel like it, which is so Latin. Although maybe Doman isn't necessarily Latin, but it sounds like it. How are you, Doman?
I'm all right. And do you have a hot mic, by the way? It's it was just a case of it being a different time suddenly in relative terms on all the clocks around here. Oh yeah, right. That's what happened. Anyway, I have questions for people who have been up in recent hours. So, what's been happening in Mariupol and Berdyansk? Were there explosions in Mariupol and Berdyansk in the ports as well? And also, have we found out how much of the stuff down in Sevastopol has actually been destroyed, if any?
We have literally been talking about every single other subject except that. So I'm ashamed to say we have no information for you. But maybe, those Europeans who have slept in just like you may have checked their Twitter feed when they woke up. Auntie?
Yeah, I haven't checked my Twitter feed yet.
So I'm afraid to say, Doman, we do not have an update for you on that. But we have discussed a number of subjects, including battle damage assessments after, or the lack thereof, after the drone strikes on Sevastopol. And we are, and discussed it in depth, getting to the point where Battle Moose and I were talking about comms and whether VHF would be appropriate. So that's how geeky we got. And we even had several of our listeners coming up to talk about fiberglass molds for those sorts of drones. So we got quite detailed, and perhaps we missed a few of the other developments that you have read up on before coming up to speak. So we'd love to hear from you, actually. And Don, if you want to speak, just raise your hand. You can press the heart-shaped icon.
I see his hand up.
He did.
Oh, he did. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Don.
Oh, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. So before we start to talk about military as details, I want to share a very nice, cute story with you from Ukraine, from my family. So my brother-in-law, he decided to marry, and I went to the registry's office to get married, but they closed the office because there was a missile attack on Chitomir. And I went to the cellar, but they went back to the restaurant, and they said, okay, we can't get married, but we will celebrate and we'll have a meal also. And there was a phone call, hey, the Russians are gone, you can run over, and we have to get the ceremony very fast. And they did it, and they went back to celebrate the party. And this is awesome because they are so have so much courage, and they said "Idina Hui" to the Russians. I love that story. I wanted to share that with you.
That is awesome. And yes, it is just, I mean, it's a micro story of stories that are being repeated throughout the entire country of Ukraine. We had an interview on Friday with the CEO of the post office, talking about day to day how Ukrainians have really bonded together and stood up to this aggression by being assertive, by being confident, and by being determined to carry on with their lives. And it's beautifully inspirational. Auntie.
Yeah, so I have to go for a little while now, but hopefully I'll be back later in the day. So thank you so much, and keep up the great work.
Thank you to all our listeners and speakers who make it worthwhile and who contribute to the space. I cannot say more than that. You make a huge difference, all of you. Everyone who's listening can make a difference. Make your way to MriyaReport. If you can forgo a few coffees, you can buy a $30 tourniquet that saves a life. And that's one thing you can do. If you are getting frustrated and angry about this illegal genocidal invasion of Ukraine, you can do something. And we encourage our listeners to donate when they can, share and retweet the space, but more importantly, write to your elected officials, spread the word, talk to your neighbors, and make sure everyone understands exactly what's happening in Ukraine and why it is so important that they win, and that we support them in their struggle to win the liberation of their country. And we have one job. It's to support Ukrainians. They will do the work. They want to. They want to liberate their country. They want to live free. All we have to do is support them. It's such an easy task that is being asked of us, and every little bit counts. So please donate when you can. And I think soon we'll have a co-host swap. Domin, is that correct?
Guess so, yeah. I'm good now. I just need to drop and come back to clear some phantoms.
While you drop, I will interject with some updates that were sent to me via DMs, because we have people who care and who want to help. So the defense intelligence from the Ministry of Defense of UK. They are putting up every morning an update, and today's update is about Yevgeny Prigozhin, who is a Russian mogul. For those of you who don't know, who runs this private military company, which is called Wagner, which we have seen on the front lines in Ukraine, in eastern Ukraine, and who has had during the time tried to train his soldiers at first, but he went public and to admit he recruited Russian convicts suffering from serious diseases, including HIV and hepatitis C, which is very, very interesting. And from what I've read from our colleagues from the back channel, apparently they sustained some 200 casualties, which is a very, very high rate of casualties. But we must take into consideration that we had 950 Russian casualties only yesterday, and overall they have exceeded 70,000 casualties, right, dead. And they also have over 130,000 soldiers which are injured. So that will bring everything up to almost 200,000, which is an astonishing number for 8 months of war, 8.5. So, Domen, did you find out learned anything about Mariupol in the meantime?
Nothing at all. In which case, I guess
I like this Finnish approach to a question. I will never forget Auntie a couple of days back when you asked a very lengthy question, and he just answered with yes. So I think you kind of caught from him that.
No. No, but really, I guess in which case we can maybe run back through the biggest update of the morning, the regular update, which nevertheless is a massive update today. Massive. There are 950 KIA Russians on it, but also, among other, 13 tanks, 52 armored personnel vehicles. I think that's a record as well. 950 killed Russian troops. That's a record. I think 52 armored personnel carriers and IAVs combined is also a record for a single day. So I think that's very impressive. Maybe Ukraine targeted some of those pontoon ferries or some such across the Dnipro, and they were full of APCs, and they sunk them, and maybe that's why the numbers are so high. But then I would also presume that quite a number of those 950 were inside APCs, if so many APCs got blown up. So I'd love to have a little bit more of a breakdown, of course, from someone who might be better understanding of it. But hey, 950 is a lot. See, I think what happened is there was actually probably 1,000, but the person who administers it was like, nah, people will think we're exaggerating. Let's go to 950.
Actually, today we had we have had on the space we have had Gunny for I don't know, better than 3 hours or so. We have discussed in length the attack that took place yesterday, and he when he doesn't like something, he's like, nah. And I totally get a kick out of this every time. I'm sorry. I'm full of jokes at this hour. I'm happy you're up, and we have Charles Ray. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Dolman. Yeah, about that 950, I was really interested in that as well, in the high numbers. I don't know, Dolman or Ando, what you think. Lately, over the last couple of days, we've seen it heating up on the Svatovic-Hermina line and in Kharkiv, or on that front. And I would expect with all the conscripts there and all of that, we would be seeing increased casualty numbers from the Russians just from that front alone. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Waiting between that and everything that has or might have been going on in Kherson, between the two, that probably explains it, right? It's been, it's been a lot of fighting that didn't necessarily lead to large changes in frontline positions, but also quite a lot of artillery exchanges, right? And maybe that's also why. Then again, we don't know exactly how and where the fight, the front lines have been moving, if they have, beyond the persistent advance towards Svatovo, simply because there is that information blackout and just relatively little is known. But I would not be surprised, as you noted, with the large numbers of conscripts out on the front lines on the Russian side. Not surprising at all if quite a lot of them got hit in this. I mean, you can do an assessment of the defenses they've built that we've seen much better than I can. Could that be a part of it, Charles?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't see them building defenses that are really going to increase survivability that much against artillery. Not yet. I don't think that that's going to help the survivability, but they are easier to find and to target. So maybe it backfires.
What we do know is from ZSU, from Ukrainian armed forces, is that the largest proportion of those 950 were in the Donetsk and Liman directions. So obviously not around Liman itself, but that basically means Kremina, right? It means around Kremina and Bilohorivka. So right either side of Siversky Donetsk. As to Donetsk, that probably is coinciding with that supposed reported breakout that Russians attempted at Donetsk airport, where apparently 3 BMPs managed to get like 2 kilometers behind Ukrainian positions and then, got destroyed. So well done. Well done, Russia there. That, and also they've been trying to push out of Pisky ever more and to sort of the southwest of Donetsk city as well, I think. So they've been trying to kind of probe Ukrainian lines in many places, and guess that is where a lot has been happening, right? A lot of activity, very little actual movement.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I've been wondering myself, at what point have the Ukrainians received enough aid and material to really conduct 2 offensives at the same time, in the north and the south, and it seems like they're starting to reach that point to me, but I don't know what you think.
Charles, I'll ask you this instead: how much more difficult is it to be attacking built out defenses, such as those, for example, around Avdiivka, right, that Ukrainians have been building out for the past 7 years, compared to, compared to going at much less well built out defenses, perhaps, just a straight trench with some tetrahedra in front of it, as opposed to, complex networks of deep trenches with firing positions set up, etc. How much of a difference is that? An order of magnitude, 2 orders of magnitude?
Yeah, it's much more difficult. The longer and the more elaborate and the more material you have to build defenses, what happens over time is that you get more and more interlocking fields of fire, you get depth, you get pre-plotted artillery grids, you get strong points and channeling defenses. I know these all kind of sounds like abstract terms, but it becomes more and more difficult to get through them because each, we'll say, fortification or area supports the others, and they're all supported by artillery and pre-plotted fires, and the interlocking fires, that goes down to the individual soldier, knowing what their sector of fire is and where their next position is and where their third position is and so on. So the longer and the more professionally you can do it, even if you're giving ground 200 meters, that's already planned within your defense. A single line of trench with not professionally designed or considered, with lack of communication, lack of fires, doesn't pose a huge challenge. But if it's done very well, it can be very, very difficult. It's definitely orders of magnitude.
And this is why Russians have been charging it at Avdiivka, which is just an exurb of the city of Donetsk, let's say. That's been the line of contact since 2015. And they've been charging at it again and again and again, several times a week, and made about 300 meters of progress maybe in 8 months, right? Because the Ukrainian defenses are built out, because Ukrainian defenses have been so established there that they just haven't managed to actually break out there and make any progress at all. I think this is always worthwhile remembering.
Exactly. And if we hear, I mean, we've heard many times about settlements being taken and then retaken and then retaken. Just because a settlement near Bakhmut or Pisky or anything like that is lost doesn't necessarily mean a very, very bad thing. I mean, these can just be, pickets and skirmishers. Those are very old terms, but sensing forces in front of a fallback position. And it's actually planned that when they attack, you fall back and kind of lure them into pre-sighted artillery. So there's a big difference between losing a settlement and holding a settlement. So the Russians will always say, we've made a 300 meter, 600 meter advance. That doesn't necessarily mean that they've won. Does that make sense?
Oh, of course, and I think we could observe this in Bakhmut over the past 3+ months, right? Russians kept advancing towards Bakhmut by 2 meters at a time, and then in the course of 3 days, all of their progress of the previous 3 months was pushed back. A truly Sisyphean effort. Sisyphean, I think is stressed. Sisyphean effort by the Russians, pushing that rock uphill inch by inch, and it just rolling all the way back down in one fell swoop, really.
Yeah, this is the myth of Sisyphus, and that's exactly what they do. They push a couple of months, they get back in 2 days, they push some other months, gaining like 100 meters a day in advancement, and they say this is normal. And after a couple of months of gaining slow and slow and slow, the Ukrainians get in and gain everything back. So this is indeed looking like the Sisyphus myth you are mentioning. I totally agree.
Thank you, Anda. I'm glad you agree. It means a lot to me. It actually does, but that's not in jest. See, I would love to have a Swede who has. Can I open this? Aha. Okay. So, I'll bring something up then, because I think this is of some interest. There is an interview in Swedish press in Dagens Nyheter, which is one of the largest newspapers, if not, well, I think it's the second largest newspaper, but kind of the newspaper of record at the same time. And they have an interview with the new Swedish Minister of Defense, not with the institution, with the man himself, Paul Jonsson, and they talk about lots of things. Well, primarily, they talk about the war in Ukraine and Swedish accession into NATO. Now, Paul Jonsson has a PhD in defense studies, war studies from King's College London. While he was in Parliament, before he became a minister, he was the head of the Defense Select Committee. Before that, he worked for a while as a researcher in the NATO Research Center down in Italy, something in Rome. So he knows a thing or two about defense. Just probably a good thing when you're a Minister of Defense of a country such as Sweden. Now, he's noting that that on Thursday the Swedish government got a document from the Swedish military about exactly what heavy weapons the Swedish military can spare. He's had his first bilateral meeting was with the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Alexei Reznikov, which is very good. And specifically, that Ukraine is requesting more air defense systems. One of such systems, I don't know what 70 is in Swedish, but it's Robot 70, which is a possibility according to him. It's not guaranteed, but it's definitely a possibility. There's also strong speculation in the article, or at least there's insinuation by the Minister of Defense in the article about archers, and specifically, and I think this is very interesting. The defense minister himself says there are 24 archers that Norway ordered, but then returned. Some of these could be sent after minor modifications. I mean, I'd love it if all of those were sent after minor modifications, but nevertheless, right, the minister himself is Minister of Defense himself, after already having had the details from the Swedish military, has already suggested himself that archers are very much a possibility. I mean, who better to say this? Now, the one thing that sadly they didn't ask him about is anything to do with the CV90s. I would like to discommend the interviewer for not asking about those, because that would make a big difference. CV90s, a Swedish-produced infantry fighting vehicle, so very much Western infantry fighting vehicles. And I would very much like it if they would be sending those as well. But yeah, if we have any Swedes who wanted to talk about the new defense minister and whatever their defense industry might be planning, I would be very excited if you were to, join us and maybe let's talk a little bit about Robot 70, whatever that is. I think it's a manpad, right? I think.
It's Luftforschungsrenningen. Domen. I have sent you something.
Good.
I have something sent you in the DM, and you can see what it is.
Yes.
It is something you thought it is.
Yes, it's a manpad on a tripod, which I guess is maybe a good thing to make it a little bit more stable. But yeah, good idea. Definitely a good idea. I thought they already sent some. I thought there were some Robot 70s that were already sent by Sweden previously.
Ooh, I don't know.
I'm just looking at them. They look odd. That's
Well,
my,
it's kind of
that's my military
It's an automatic
assessment. They
system.
look odd.
it's a manpad on a tripod, right? That makes it look kind of funny. Yeah.
And because Mr. M is from Holland, it's everything is in Holland, so I can guess some of the information, like Vict must be how heavy it is, weight, that is, but I know diameter, so okay. Apparently they are designed in 69 and they started to produce them in 77. They are not new. Are they effective?
They have a range of 8 kilometers. It's 320 millimeters. this is in Swedish. Oh fuck! I'm sorry for my language. I'm reading in Swedish.
No, yeah. It's both of us, of course, right? Which makes perfect sense. I would presume that this is the perfect thing to be mounting on the back of a pickup truck. It just looks very much like it, because it looks a little bit heavy to actually carry around. But yeah, that's it's probably good to have more such air defenses. Can't hurt to have more. Very much when needed. Let's use that.
Effective range is 8 kilometers, as I said. It has a nuclear head, a splitter.
Sorry, did you? I don't think you wanted to say that, because that sounded like a nuclear head, and of course it doesn't have that.
No, it says kernkop, and a kernkop is a nuclear head.
No.
No, okay. It doesn't have a nuclear head. So maximum height is 5 kilometers. From which it can okay.
Yeah, it would help out. It would be yet more
It
sort
is
of.
an effective. It can be very effective. Let's keep it that way. We want to wait for some Swedish who has more information on this. That's much better.
Absolutely. Luís, bom dia.
Bom dia. Good morning. Good morning. The clock is still working, Doman.
Yeah, yes, it is, absolutely. And it just shifted about a bit.
Yeah. The clocks were turned 1 hour back. And for my surprise, the clocks on the website are still running properly. Thank God.
That was the question, if they are running properly.
Exactly. My friends, my European friends, we have end of the month. Have you already took your measures to pay our bodyguards in Ukraine?
Actually, Luís, the clocks aren't all running properly.
Oh, God damn it. No, please, Doman.
No, it's fine. It's just the UTC one now needs to be switched from Reykjavik to London, because Britain has also now changed clocks, and now London is again aligned with GMT/UTC. So the middle one needs to be shifted to London time now. But then you don't have to touch it again until March.
Do you believe me if I tell you that I tonight in the night I dreamed about the clocks?
Yes, absolutely.
I was sweating. I had to get up and change my t-shirt because I was sweating.
You're a perfectionist, Luís. But I have to say to you this. I got from DMs a lot of praises for you and your team. Also, I have spoken with a friend who knows a little bit about websites, and he said it looks amazing. It's very well done, very well finished with all the details and everything, and it's running smoothly. So even if you have this visible thing and you will fix it, it's not a big problem.
Yes.
The rest of the website looks really nice, and it works really well, and it makes all the connections with the space. I have tested it actually several times. Also, when we changed the space, it's a really well put website. You should be proud of it. Your team should be proud of it. It's really nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luís.
if you allow, I will tell you the names or the handles of the people in the background, because I'm I'm not good in
But just
getting.
Luis, remember that some just want to stay in the background.
Yeah. I know.
For the ones who want to, for the ones who allow you to make them public, you can DM them to me, and I will make a quick thank you note, which I want to do, and I will put it on the thread. So
Thank
in the mess.
Thank you. We have Roman, we have Ivan, we have Knut, we have Ghost, we have Yehuda himself, the person himself. We have Axel, we have Knut, we have Edward, two Edwards, we have so many people in the background. I'm the only one actually coming to the speaker panel. That's why you keep praising me. But I'm believe me, I'm not the single one working on it. And like we said many times, meanwhile we are not 30 people, 25, 30, 35. We are much more, over 50 people, people that you don't even know about. And they are really doing an amazing job in the background, and there is much more to come. At the moment, one thing that I want to finish as soon as possible is the speaker database, where you can simply put a tag like topic energy, and you will get all the speakers shown that are experts in energy, and you can listen to recorded interviews. You can see their Twitter handles and stuff like that. So it's much more to come, believe me.
So yeah, Luis, the UTC clock should now be set to London time.
Okay, I will. I promise.
Could you please just refresh my memory? What time is it with you guys right now, just so I can set my clock, so I know when?
Well, so that depends where, right? But I think Luis and I are both Central European time zone, and it's 9:20 in the morning. Whereas yesterday, this time it would be 10:20, and hence, stuff. Whereas Anda is in the same time zone as Ukraine, and it's 10:20 there. Yesterday, at the same time, it would have been 11:20 in the morning. So, in other words, yes, in other words, Boke, we used to be 6 hours apart, and now we're briefly 7 hours apart. I guess, right? That's the way it is.
Oh yeah, I seem to remember this lasts for about 2 weeks or something until we change our clocks.
No,
too,
apologies.
right?
We're now 5 hours apart, is what I wanted to say. Yes, it lasts for 2 weeks because it happens twice. It happens in the autumn and happens in the spring again. So briefly, we're closer together. Briefly, we're only 5 hours apart instead of 6 hours apart, and then it goes back to normal. Block.
Excellent, thank you. I will plan my life around your universe. I promise you.
Hey, Dolman.
Yes. Have you fixed it already?
No.
Oh,
I'm still sitting outside. But I will finish it. I promise before it's midday. Can you believe that we already have almost 60 recorded interviews on Spotify?
You know what the funny thing is? There's at least another 30 that they're still pending editing.
By the way, we the guy responsible for that, we had a chat yesterday, and we cleared some technical stuff that he needs to keep working, because the data is getting really big. I mean, if you think about 24 hours or 30 hours recorded audio, you can think how many gigabyte you need. and we just sorted out that yesterday, and I think he's also getting some help for cutting and stuff like that, and I think it will turn a little bit quicker when someone gets recorded an interview, that it will be available on Spotify. And we of course want all platforms crossed referenced, so what is on Spotify, maybe we can also put it on Apple Music and other platforms.
I can promise you, Luis, there is a lot of work being done in the background to achieve those objectives. So stay tuned. We'll get the infrastructure sorted out. Plenty of great people working in the background, as you know, who will make sure that this all happens and make it easy for you to do your magic, you know? So we're right behind you.
Thanks, bloke. Sorry for my voice, but I think I have corona again. I have to make a test.
Hope not. Not again. Make it a nice garden variety cold this time, Luis. Make it a nice garden variety affliction this time.
I will give my best. But by the way, or anyway, as I was telling our European guys, please, end of the month, paycheck has arrived, so we can drink beer again, and not only water. So think about our Ukrainian bodyguards. We need to pay them. It's a rough or tough winter coming on. You know how cold it can get in Ukraine. -15, -20 degrees. It's really tough, and they are laying in those trenches. I have seen a picture. I mean, there are a lot of pictures, but I have seen a picture of guys just sleeping in a trench without a roof, without anything, just in a sleeping bag. And we have to make sure they have everything they need to get through this winter. So please, if you are already donating monthly, please check your account, check your balance, and try to give a little bit more, so we are able to send them everything they need. And by the way, this is also important because it was also discussed here on the space that we cannot only look to the soldiers themselves, we have to also look to the civilians that now for many hours per day do not have electricity, do not have gas, and stuff like that, things that you need to survive. So let's please support them as much as we can, because without our support they are not able to fight that evil, that genocidal evil that is trying to interfere or trying to take us away our freedom and our values. So please support whenever you can, even if it's only writing to your elected officials and asking, for example, here in Germany for Free the Leopards. If we are many people making the noise, something will change. And we are the people. We have the power, and we should help whenever and wherever we can. So please go to the MriyaReport report. MriyaReport report, sorry, MriyaReport.org website if you are searching for a place to donate, and donate there. But if you also have another organization, small organization, where you know that your money will get 100% to Ukraine, donate there. Just make sure that there are no overhead costs and nothing is taken away from the $1 that you can donate. So Ukraine gets the help it deserves.
Thank you, Luis. I think it was super important for you to highlight the fact that Ukrainian civilians are in this war just as much as the soldiers, right? It's inexcusable, it's tragic, but we can make a difference by donating, and many countries are donating blankets, generators to Ukraine, and we have to liberate the entire country. And yes, we support the military. We support providing non-lethal aid to the military, but that includes the civilians as well. So every dollar you spend makes a huge difference.
And I want to give a shout out to all the people. I don't know if you want to be named. So for all the people who wrote to me in DMs, telling me they donated today or some other days back, and thank you all for your contribution. Thank you for your feedback. It's really important. And we will try to bring more visual, more pictures from the deliveries from MriyaAid.org and also from MriyaReport.org. The sites are linked, so if you go to MriyaReport.org, you can from there get to MriyaAid to donate if you want, or to see what's happening. Domen has something to say. Please, Domen.
So I just went on the MriyaReport website, Luis, and I went to look how many different places I can click that send me straight to MriyaAid.org. Do you know how many I found, Luis? Because you should know, because it's your website.
At least 4.
7.
7, yes. Perfect.
So if you're ever not sure how to spell MriyaAid.org, but have the MriyaReport.org website in your bookmarks, there are many places where you can find your way over to MriyaAid. Yeah, there were 7 I found in a quick cursory search. I don't know, bloke. Are there more? Are there more Easter eggs?
Well, I was
or
just
Halloween pumpkins, perhaps.
I was just pointing out that actually, for me, early, a few months in, it was actually difficult to spell MriyaAid, and so links make that job a lot easier. And I have donated, and the reason I donate is because I know that it is a registered nonprofit, so they're subject to audit, and the people who work there are volunteers. That makes a big difference. That means you're not dealing with some sort of organization that is going to take salaries for administrative fees or any of that stuff. These people are just volunteering their time, like we do, like you and I do, Domen, like Anda and I do, like Luis and I do, like everyone who is here does, because we care and we just want to make a difference. And that is the way of turning your anger or whatever you're feeling about this unjustified genocidal invasion of Ukraine, whatever you're feeling about that, you can turn it into action by making a donation and by supporting Ukrainians in their existential fight for their freedom. And that is also your existential fight for your freedom as well. Because we know from history that if we fail with supporting Ukraine, they're coming for us next. We just know that. And this is really important. And we can all make a bit of a difference. You may not think that coffee money matters. It does. The majority of the donations are small donations. You know, um, people donating 10, 20, $30. $30 buys a tourniquet. That saves a life. Can you imagine? That saves a life. Because if you can get a tourniquet on someone, if that tourniquet can be turned by one hand, if it has a timer on it, then someone gets to a hospital and a life is saved. So your contributions make a difference. Please think about that, and please think about what you want to do in this day. And if you do have the spare money, I know there are some people who don't. They're on fixed incomes. That's fine. Then just retweet the space. Do what you can. Um, Combat disinformation. There are many different ways you can help, but one of the ways you can help is by donating to organizations such as MriyaAid, who we know. But we also, there are other, organizations you can donate to. The most important thing is that we support Ukraine in their existential fight for their liberation, which is our existential fight for freedom and democracy, and opposing this imperialist, idea of conquest over sovereign people who want their freedom. We cannot let this stand. The Russians will be defeated, Ukraine will be victorious, and you can play a part in that victory. And that is something that you can do and be proud of later in the future. And with that, I should probably drop down because, the Europeans show up late and I should be in bed by now.
We didn't show up late. The clocks changed. It's Louis' time. It's Louis' fault. No, it's not Louis' fault. I'm 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 sorry. And Louis, you shouldn't have nightmares over this. Actually, I received about nightmares. I received today a very funny story of one of our listeners who is nonstop in the space, and she has listened to us talking for the last 18 hours about boats and drones and sinking ships and everything. And when she fell asleep, she dreamt about them. So she yeah, we transmitted that to them. So Bloke, please be mindful of what you dream. Not sinking ships, I hope, for you, but victory, I hope. Luis, you have your hand up.
Yes, I'm just logging in to correct the clocks. Just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. I'm
No
a
problem.
tough project.
Thank you for
I'm
that.
a tough project manager. Luis. I
Yeah.
don't admit failure, failures
You are
or delays.
you are the product owner. Yes.
Hey, I just want to say I love you guys. It's wonderful to be part of this team. I started out listening because I was so concerned about this important endeavor, and I just love the fact that we're working with people that are so committed to this cause. And I bid you good night. Thank you for holding the candle and taking it into the next day. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute in my small way. And Domin, you're awesome. Louis, you're awesome. Anda, you're awesome. I can't even name all the people. There are so many people. There's like 50 people that are involved in this, and you're all awesome. And that is what I will dream about. I will feel fulfilled going to bed, knowing that I am surrounded by people who have core values that mean something, and that warms my heart and will make me sleep well. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night, bloke. And thank you to you also.
Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Domain. How are you this morning?
I'm all right. What's your comment or question?
My question is, so we're all getting excited about what's happening down in the Black Sea Fleet, or what was the once the Black Sea Fleet. But last night before
The
going
Black
to bed,
Submarine Fleet, I think.
yeah, it's joining the Spanish Navy. Russia learns from the best. I have a question. Last night, just before going to bed, I assume we all follow War Monitor on Twitter, and he was just reporting the one-liners that there were more explosions and that the Sevastopol air defense was operational again last night. So was it being attacked again, like last night after the main attack during the day?
I don't know. What I do know is that the people manning Sevastopol air defenses are the Trumpy sort, because historically, let's say, there has been rather a lot of rather a lot of cases over recent what should we call it, recent months, where Sevastopol air defenses were firing at who knows what, very happily so. So it could be that's what happened last night again, or hopefully Ukraine was actually trying to finish the job with some more of the ships. But I don't think anything concrete has come out at all. Charles, has anything concrete come out about the Sevastopol strikes late last night?
Not that I know of. We talked about it a lot this morning, and there was the people who were the naval guys who were watching it closely were also unclear about the timing of all of the different videos and the different strikes and all of that, and they wanted to try to figure out over the next time to determine what the actual storyline was. That was the main summary I got, right, Anda?
Indeed. Also, Daniel, if we can lure him up, said he saw some new hits on Sevastopol. I only saw some new videos on Antonovsky. They claimed it was Antonovsky, but I don't know. I need to verify that. And also at some point I saw and talked a bit with Colby about that in DMs about some howitzers, Russian-made howitzers, 5 of them, that were taken out in one hit. So that's a good thing. They go boom. I like that. So yeah, apart from that, I don't have any other information, and I haven't seen anything on Mariupol. I've been searching on that. About that.
Yeah, very good, very good. I would very much like to see some images, satellite images of ships sitting shockingly low in the water,
You
or
have
just not
them?
being there anymore.
Sorry, you have some images in. Do we have?
It's in the nest, John Ridge's stuff,
Yes.
yeah. But I don't know how to interpret that. I think we're quite I don't know. I'd like to see some with appropriate commentary next to them that says, well, these are sitting weird or there's black charry bits on them. I don't know. Something along those lines would be nice. Charles?
Yeah, I have a totally different topic now that we've sent all the North Americans to bed, if it's okay. It's about the European support. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, we got a new list from the Bundesregierung, a new list of things from Germany going to Ukraine. Long list, potpourri of items. Some of it's fluffed a bit, I would say. And I've lived in Germany for 20 years, so I'm a bit partisan here. I'm critical of Schultz and the government, and I definitely want to free the leopards. But to be honest, I take some general criticism of Germany a little bit personally. About the same time, I saw an infographic, I think it was from Euromaidan Press, I'm not sure how accurate they are or not, that showed French equipment support being much lower than Germany's in absolute numbers and also in terms of percentage of budget. I don't want to get into whataboutism, that's not my point, but I'm just wondering if you or if anybody in the space has an idea of French political and popular support, and how does that look? Because one border to the west, I don't understand.
Yeah, I can talk to that. So okay, let's work bottom up. The French polity, the French citizenry are a lot less strongly supportive of Ukraine than the German ones. That makes Germany not sending things that easily could be sent a little bit more grating, perhaps. So that's one component of it. The second component of it is Germany just has a lot more stuff that's very useful and relatively easy to send, things that are stuck in warehouses that are just being stuck in warehouses, whereas France apparently has less of such stuff. And the third is political communication, right? So the first one is about the difference between the feeling of the population, the feeling of, and what the government's doing, right? In France, you can say maybe that the government is doing about as much as the average of the population is good with quite a large chunk of the population being very vociferously against, a much larger chunk than in Germany. Secondly, France has sent more of the stuff that's easier to send. And thirdly, it's a question of communication. So I think that infographic is probably true. I think Germany has sent actually a lot more stuff than France has, like a lot more. But the third one is about communication. Now, you just don't hear from French politicians, "Oh, we can't do this, we can't do that." They just don't comment. They just don't say anything. Whereas from the German Chancellor, the German Minister of Defense, it's it's a lot of. I mean, you've heard it all, Charles, haven't you? It's a lot of, "Oh, we can't do this, we can't do any more of that. That's not possible." It's a lot of negative, right? It's bad communication strategy. It's bad communication ideas. It's a bad approach to assuring people that you're doing what you actually can. If you remember, a week or two ago, it was announced that Germany is sending some more Panzerhaubitze and some more Mars, right? Some more M270s. If you go back, a month previously, the German defense minister said, "We can't possibly send any more howitzers or any more Mars." I mean, why? Why go out and say that? It's just a bad idea. It's just a bad idea to go and say, "Oh, we can't do this, we can't do that," and then especially when you then walk it back, because of course you could have done this the whole time, right? You could have done it the whole time. Why not just do things instead. I think this is the big disconnect. The other really simple thing is that's back to point 2, right? Germany has a lot of stuff that could easily be sent. We also know that Germany has a lot of stuff that could easily be sent. Remember that 48-page laundry list that the German defense industry sent to Scholz, and then Scholz sat on it for like a month and a half, and then forwarded the less interesting half of it on, and pretended that was the whole list. You know, that is another frustrating element, right? That's another frustrating factor, and coupling the fact that the German defense industry wasn't allowed to send or sell, for example, MADAs, which are 1960s tech, to Ukraine. And then all those rumors from Spain about Leo 2s that Spain kind of wanted to send, but then just kind of didn't. And with serious people who know who's who on the diplomatic floor, then saying, no, it's the Germans scuttled it before there could ever be a formal request. The reason why there wasn't a formal request is basically that the Germans told the Spanish that don't even bother with a formal request because it won't be granted anyway. Similar apparently went for, I think, Greek Leo 1s as well. And now, without the German defense industry also being effectively not allowed to sell the MADAs that they said that they have to send to Ukraine, right, or to sell to Ukraine. Because of that, that gives us good evidence to believe that that's true. Now, the specific person I'm referencing is Thomas Hendrik Ilves, former 2-time president of Estonia. A very, very sensible kind of guy from a sort of center left party. Not someone who would be generally a big political opponent of Scholz on most things, right? Someone who would generally be relatively politically aligned with social democrats around Europe. So, it isn't someone who would be jumping at Scholz for other political reasons. It is genuinely because of this, right? It's genuinely because of German attitudes to Russia, Nord Stream, long-term consensus politics in Germany throughout all major parties of not just rapprochement with Russia, but working with Russia, trying to change Russia through trade and so on, and then also, of course, the security threat that Russia poses. So, he's very focused on that. He's not doing it for any other political reasons, and this is why I think it's particularly notable. So I reckon this is why Germany just gets a lot more flack, because the German public wants to send more stuff, a lot more than the French public does. Germany has more of the easily accessible things that would be particularly useful, for example, Leopards, and communication. German communication from the high end of politics has just been so much worse than what the French have been saying, because the French just don't talk about it, and then they say, we sent 12 Caesars, glory to us, vive la France, something, and then just move on. Caesars were, I think, possibly the first Western howitzers that ended up in Ukraine, and they just showed up and did excellent work. And there wasn't any, but could we, but couldn't we? And there wasn't any of that back and forth. So I don't know, Luis. So Luis, you live in Germany, kind of like Charles. You're not born in Germany, but you've lived in Germany for a long time, both of you. How are you looking at the domestic, let's say, situation, and why the German government gets so much more criticism than the French?
Yes, that's why I exactly put my hand up, because I have to talk to this. Well, first of all, Charles, I am sorry that you take the criticism towards Germany personally. I definitely think that you shouldn't, because the criticism is directed to the government and not to the German people themselves. Because there is a big difference. We keep saying this here in the space a lot of times, but I personally am a person that believes that what the German government is doing is on purpose. They are definitely, and I know it sounds crazy, I know it can be seen another way, but for me, if we recall every single story about what Germany is going to deliver, what Germany afterwards didn't deliver, how many stories of confirmed stories, by the way, of the German government not allowing, just what Doman said, not allowing the military industry to deliver stuff into Ukraine, or receiving a request list from the Ukrainian government where all the interesting stuff that Germany had or has and is in stock was just taken down from that list. For me personally, it is on purpose. It has to do with German history. It has to do with the infiltration of Russian thinking and Russian ties in the government and the parties themselves here in Germany. And we should definitely investigate that when the time has come. Because, look, I mean, if you lived here in Germany, you are definitely following the news the last couple of months. Look at what astonishing stories have come to light. Look at the president of the cybersecurity, the guy that is responsible for the cybersecurity in Germany. Look what his ties are to Russia. Look what software, government entities, and infrastructure companies are using in Germany that was programmed, that was developed by FSB, KGB guys in the background. I mean, the first story that you cannot deliver a speech like Scholz did 3 or 4 days after the invasion began, where he talked about Zeitenwende, where he talked about the changing of time, and that will never be the same again. And afterwards, you simply block everything that could help Ukraine. Think about, I don't know the specification for those vehicles or tanks that the Czech Republic wanted to deliver. They took 6 weeks, 6 weeks to give a simple signature. How is that possible? How is that possible? Can you explain it to me? And we saw many things like these. Think about the delivery of the Gepards, how many months it took to get them actually to the front lines, where they afterwards, after announcing that they were delivering them, I think it was the first Rammstein meeting, they then came public and said, we want to deliver the Gepards, but we don't have ammunition, so we have to get them from Brazil or from I don't know what country. This is not I mean, you as a Bundeswehr, as a military branch from Germany, you cannot decide, we deliver Gepards, but we have to first look if we have ammunition. So I cannot explain what is going on, but definitely it should, after or when the time has come, we should definitely investigate what is really going on here in Germany, because it's not normal. And that's my point of view. It is not normal. And personally, I think Germany, from the history background that it has, should have another role in this invasion. We should have stepped up and give Ukraine everything they need to fight this imperialism or this fascism that we know from the 40s.
Yeah, I completely agree with all of that, and I'm not saying that the German government should not be void of criticism. I firmly believe all of that. And I just want to be clear about what I do find, what I do take personally, or what is misinformed. And to be honest, it's often comes from the other side of the Atlantic, and people who literally have no idea even what a parliamentary system is, or the history of the Bundeswehr over the last 25, 30 years. And German politics in general. And I agree with all of that. That more should have been done and should be done. And I appreciate, Doman, your clarification into those 3 points. That makes a lot of sense to me, and I thank you very much. I guess though, then my question then, Luis, is if you're saying that we need to really get to the bottom of, what were Russian influences on German society, into political structures, which maybe this is a premeditated approach to supporting Ukraine and the lack of what is done, what is not done. My question is then, doesn't that also apply to then France? I'm looking at a country that likes their military parades, and like Doman says, Vive la France and international influence, where then they arguably have an even further or more influence from Russian infiltration of their political system. So again, I don't want to be into whataboutism, but it confuses me somewhat.
So I can, okay. Let's go to Ander first, and then to Luis, and then I will speak to it, and then we can circle back. How about that, Ander?
I just wanted to praise myself, right? Because this morning I took Germany's side and debunked and said almost the same thing. Sometimes we don't know everything. Of course, we want the Gepards and more, basically, because we know Germany can provide more. But they did a lot of things that some of us maybe didn't know about. And I think in this category, many countries have done a lot of things that were not all public. So yeah, basically this is this is it. This is what I wanted to add. Even if Axel is not around to protect Germany, or Luis, or Charles, I try to when I'm around, I try to be mindful that not all is bad, right? Not all is as good as it can be. That's another story. But from there to nothing, it's a long stretch. That's my take, at least.
Luis?
Thank you, Enda. I just want to clarify. I am not saying that Germany is not doing a lot. Germany is doing a lot. If you look at those things that are delivered to Ukraine, you will see a lot of stuff. I mean, I've read this week or last week about 200,000 uniforms, winter uniforms, or stuff like that. But the problem is, and that's what I'm pointing out, and everyone should point out, it's not the stuff that could make a difference on the front line. I mean, from a weapons point of view, the time has come where Ukraine needed air defense systems. Ukraine needed those vehicles like Gepards and stuff like that. I'm not a military guy, that's why I don't know exactly. And they were simply not delivering them, and that's the point. Germany, the German government is always. I honestly still believe that the German government is still in hope that someday, in the near future, they can go back to business as usual with Russia, get again Russian energy, the Russian gas, and everything will be fine. Because there is no other explanation for the things that happened in the last 9 months. Yeah. And this is exactly what Germany lacks: delivering on an early point weapons that can make a real difference in the front line. And Germany is still avoiding doing that. I don't know why, and we definitely should investigate that.
I agree with you. Yeah. Great, thanks.
So, Charles, you noted isn't the French political system even more full of Russian influence? I guess the slight difference is that France has moved from a center left versus center right system ever more into a far left, center, and far right system, if that makes sense, right? If you look at with French elections, the old center left and center right are decimated. It is the new, much more farther right and much more further left, and a new center around Macron, mostly. So the farther left and farther right, just as in Germany with the AfD and Die Linke, tend to be quite openly supportive of Russia. The French farther left and farther right tend to be quite openly supportive of Russia, but they get a whole lot more support than they do in Germany. In Germany, the old parties, be it the CDU, CSU, be it the SPD, or be it the smaller ones like the Greens or the FDP, they are not vocally supportive of Russia, right? They're just not. However, that possibly makes any Russian connections a little bit more insidious, and it makes because they're not out in the open like with Le Pen, right? Because Le Pen actually goes and hangs out with Putin and has an agreement with United Russia. I think that is wherein the difference lies when it comes to the political aspect. As to the sending stuff, right, and what France has, what capacities France has, you're right in that France likes military parades and so on. But if you just look at what France has available, it's nowhere near the same quantity or utility of stuff that Ukraine would need. And I think this is where the big difference really lies. There are, hundreds of Leopards in storage, hundreds of Leopard 1s in storage. Why are they in storage? No, that's really a big one, as well as the re-export permits for other countries. I think between those, that kind of explains it. Luis, then Charles, and then we got to Eric. Luis?
Doman, they are not just only in storage. The military industry came public and asked publicly Scholz to be allowed to deliver those tanks to Ukraine, and it was denied. Why? We have to get an explanation for that, because this is not normal.
I appreciate all of the insights and thank you very much. I'm learning a lot here, and I agree the re-export license. This has been debated for many years, even including during the global war on terror. It's certainly a legislative hurdle that I would like to see removed in German politics. Thanks.
Thank you, Charles. Yeah. Eric, would you like to talk about the interview with Swedish Defense Minister Paul Jönsson in today's Dagens Nyheter?
No, actually, I didn't.
Damn it!
Because I haven't read it, but I can read it. Come back to you. I actually just want to pipe in a little bit on this discussion, if you don't mind, because there's a Wikipedia page that tracks everything that is pledged and delivered to Ukraine on a country basis, and I've checked that a couple of times. And one thing I find really interesting, and which I find surprising, is that, well, I mean, of course, Germany is a huge country, and the list is very long. But there's certain surprising countries, I think, that hasn't done almost anything. And one of the countries that really that was most surprising for me was Ireland, which has done absolutely zero. I think it's 9 million or something in non-lethal aid, compared to, I mean, you get countries of similar size, like in the Nordics and so on, that have done so much more. And I don't know the background of that. So I just wondered, does anyone care to enlighten me a little bit why Ireland is so ridiculously behind everyone else in Western Europe on this issue?
Oh, it's the whole Irish neutrality stuff, and I mean, their army is basically non-existent anyway. Ireland has a very troubled history with weapons, especially anything heavy. So unlike countries like Norway or Finland that maintain serious militaries, Ireland just kind of packed it in a long time ago. And it's also to do with being off in the North Atlantic somewhere.
Yeah, of course, but I was also thinking at least some financial aid or something. I mean, even Luxembourg has provided more financial aid and military aid than Ireland. I mean, we're talking. I mean, it's non-existent, or it's hidden, or it's not updated. But I googled around a little bit, and it's a very rich country and it's been doing marvelously for the last couple of years. And of course, you can be neutral, but you can still give financial aid or I don't know, send ambulances or something. I was just very surprised. It almost seemed there was something more to it than just the stupid neutrality stance.
No, I agree. It's just kind of, they think it's far. They think it's not that. They don't think they can do it, right? Does that make sense? Like, they don't think they can be of any help a lot of the time. There was also this awful thing in the Irish Times where the wife of the president of Ireland basically said, "Why can't there just be peace? Let's just end the fighting." The usual kind of pie in the sky thinking if there's just an end of fighting, it will be fine. There's a lot of that, I think. They're very happy to help with people. Actually, Ireland took in a very large number of, proportionally large number, especially for when taking distance into account of Ukrainian refugees. They're taking very good care of them. But anything of actually doing something. What I wonder is, Eric, the European sort of grants to Ukraine to help out with the budget deficit. How much Ireland is participating in that, and what its attitudes were in voting. Because honestly, I have to admit, and I don't remember the specific attitudes in voting for Ireland, because it's not one of the countries I pay particular attention to when it comes to that.
That's a good point, Oman. I didn't think about that. That's a good point.
But I agree. You look at Ireland. Ireland should be somewhere around the same as Denmark with other stuff, right? At the very least, the non-military things at the very least, because similar populations, similar GDPs, it would only make sense, wouldn't it? But I absolutely agree. It's then again, smaller countries tend to kind of fly under the radar with a lot of this stuff because no one is expecting 100 tanks from Ireland. I mean, Ireland has 0 tanks to start with, so that's going to make it difficult. But you're right. You're absolutely right. And I would love it if countries that can maybe take a moral high ground to go ahead and take it. I wondered if domestically, politically, the very strong UK support might be making it difficult for them to galvanize the domestic political scene one way or another. That might be a component of it as well.
I've got a message in the DM saying that Ukraine received smart shooter systems from Israel to intercept Iranian drones. Have you seen that, Doman?
Would you believe me if I told you I'm just watching a video of a demonstration of this smart shooter, which is basically it looks like an assault rifle mounted on a gimbal with some servos that shoots at stuff, which is pretty cool. I wonder if they can have various different things in there, possibly. Different weapon system mounted to it, of various sizes, maybe. But yeah, Erik, shall we talk about the interview with Paul Jönsson, or have you not read it yet?
Doesn't want to talk to you, or didn't?
Guess so. Well, Erik, I sent you a link to it in case you haven't read it yet, so that you can read it, because I'd really like to talk to a Swede about it, because I think there's something I might be missing about tone of voice or writing in it, of just how strongly committed they might be or might not be to certain things. It seems to be the sort of set of questions that I think Erik is busy with family that are, I don't know. It's very suggestive, the interview, let's say, with the Swedish defense minister, as opposed to him coming outright with anything. But then again, that very much fits with the general behavior of many of the Nordic countries that basically say, well, it's we're just going to send some stuff and then we're going to look forward. Edvard, would you like to talk about your new defense minister?
Yes, Doman. I think it's a typical way from Paul to handle this. I know that the Swedish defense försvarsutskott, it's the defense ministry, so to speak, or they will have a meeting at the 10th of November next time, and I am pretty certain that there won't be any decisions made before that date, unfortunately, because that's the typical Swedish way of handling things. It is in Swedish you say a långbänk. It means a long bench. You're dragging things out, decisions and so on, and I think it will probably be not before that date. I'm pretty sure of it, actually. But Paul Jönsson is a former airborne ranger, and he's I think his position is pretty clear, but he has to convey the other party members in the försvarsutskottet, the defense ministry, about this. So But I'm pretty sure about that date, though, man. Unfortunately, and nothing will happen before that date. That's my take on it right now, anyway.
So, Luis, are you ready for some bad news? Sorry, Edward, I'll turn my attention to you momentarily.
It's okay. It's okay.
Luis, I have bad news.
No, please, no.
So, wait a second. This is very interesting.
It's not the clocks, right?
So, something isn't working very well, because clocks are fine where I am, but they're off for Anda.
What?
I don't know, but basically, Anda just sent me a screenshot of the clocks, and they're off. But I'm looking at the clocks and they're fine. So Anda's looking at the clocks, and the clocks for Prague and Kiev are off, but the rest of them are fine.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the clocks and they're all fine.
Yeah,
So
don't bother with it. Don't bother with it. Anders' computer is broken.
Okay, easy solution. Just okay. Throw it out of a 7th floor window, Luis says Ander. I don't know what's going on.
She needs to use another browser.
Send me the screenshot, Ander, please.
Because I assure you, mine looks fine.
I'm gonna kill myself. With a clock.
Yeah.
With the clock, you have the screenshot with the clock from my computer, and my phone says the same thing. It's 11:20. I'm up from so to meet my quota. I am up from 4 a.m. today. So because we Kiev and Bucharest changed time today.
Yeah, all of Europe did all together. All together
now.
Yes. Okay, so let's leave Ander and Luis to sort out the clocks. And don't change anything on the website, Luis. I guess that's maybe. Anyway, Edvard, right? Let's go through the interview a little bit, because I'm very curious. So obviously, the new Swedish defense minister, very committed to defense, very committed to NATO. He's been arguing for Swedish entry into NATO for a long time. Well before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. He wants to, push Sweden into NATO past Turkey and Hungary. Maybe that's a conversation for another time. But really, what I'm interested about is in the interview, the tone that he adopts with the references to, and you can tell me, because somebody tried to explain to me what 70 is in Swedish for the robot 70. Is it shooter? What is it, Edvard?
The robot 70 system?
Yeah. No, but how do you pronounce it in Swedish? That's all. I know what it is.
You say robot 70 or 70. That is 70 is 70 in Swedish.
Robot 70.
70 or 70.
I'll go with 70. Very well. That. So the tone that he adopts in the interview, that's the thing I'm wondering about, right? Because he's asked, might it be sent? And he says, I'm not ruling it out. We'll reconvene. And that's why I'm kind of like, well, are they intending to send them or not? Is this just the usual, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, of course we are? Or does it sound more like, we might think about it another time? How does that part of the interview sound to you, as somebody who's a native speaker of Swedish?
Actually, Roman, I have to admit, you have to send me that via an interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't
Very
read
happy
it.
to.
But I will make a point on his speech about the NATO. I think there is.
I would love to, but I can't message you. So you need to rectify that. Either you have to message me first or follow me, because otherwise I can't message you.
Okay, now I'm following you. I didn't know I didn't follow you. That's good. But Before I read the article, Doma, I just want to say that I think there is this kind of, for Sweden, it is important, of course, to be a member of NATO. And I think that's the highest priority for Paul Jonsson as well, and for the Swedish Defense Ministry, and for the Swedish government. So perhaps there is some kind of, sending weapon systems to Ukraine will kind of come second on the priority list, if you know what I mean. I think that's a hinge here, or that's something that's they want to do first, get this NATO secured, and then send weapons. But it's kind of strange because both you and I know that Swedish military are educating Ukrainian soldiers right as of now in, for instance, the British Islands, and are doing a lot of stuff. And so, but I think the position the government has taken is that, we just want to make sure we're NATO first before we make some other decisions. I haven't read the article yet, but I from my Swedish mind of thinking, I would say that that's typical Swedish. You want to secure it up first, being a member of NATO, and then we can do stuff. It's a typical Swedish thing, I think. What is your take on that, Donna?
Oh, that makes perfect sense, of course, right? The Archers might be easier. They're in storage. Sweden doesn't actually have troops to use them. They were meant to go to Norway, and then they're just parked in a warehouse for the last few years. What I have been told by another of our Swedes is that the problem with the Norwegian Archers is that they probably have to remove all the Norwegian warning signs. Such as signs that say things like "Don't leave the keys back in the cabin when you're locking the door," or "Make sure the gun is fastened before you take off," or some such. So I wonder if those are the minor modifications that Paul Jonsson references.
Okay, now I have the article here. Was it down in the article?
Yeah, it's after the picture where he is gazing into the distance. There's a question about can robots be sent to Ukraine, and what is that? The first paragraph there says maybe we will reconvene. Does that sound like a maybe but really yes, or does that sound like a maybe but it's really a maybe and maybe in a couple of months kind of maybe?
Yeah. On the question, will parts of the Robot 70 will be sent to Ukraine is the question, and he answers he doesn't exclude it. We will, as soon as possible, come back to this question, and when Russia escalates its warfare, it's important that we answer and also gives heavier and more advanced weapon systems to Ukraine. That's what it says. Yeah, I translated it. And
so what's the tone? Does it sound like probably yes, or does it sound like far in the distance? Because I know what the words mean. I just don't know what it what it actually suggests.
I think it's it sounds like a stalling, actually. That's my
like stalling.
my
Okay,
line.
like some like the decision hasn't actually been made yet, as opposed to the decision has been made, but we're just not saying it publicly.
I think it's more like decisions haven't been made yet. That's my take on it.
Got it. Okay, and for the Archers, it sounds more definitive, right?
Because the first sentence there, jag utesluter inte det in Swedish, is a typical Swedish saying. It's like a stalling process. There hasn't been made any decisions yet. That's my take on it. Maybe some other Swede would disagree with this, But that's a typical Swedish thing to say when you haven't made up your mind yet, so to speak. That's my take on it.
See, this is why. Thank you very much. This is why I really wanted to get a Swede's thoughts on it, because there are little cultural factors like this that really make a difference and really matter. All right. So thank you very much, Edward. So Archers kind of guaranteed. Robot 70s. We'll see other stuff. I'm quite annoyed with the interviewer for not mentioning, for not bringing up the CV90s actually, because I think that could have been of some use.
I think that too, Doman. That would be a great asset, right? It's a great piece of kit, and it would make some difference. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Edward. Geb.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I just want to say that I'm Swedish and I'm really disappointed in the new government and how they have handled all of this. Because before the election, everything went too slow. Nothing happened. They blamed the former government. And now when the prime minister haven't spoken about Ukraine offensively, he says he has spoken to some there and some there, but he's never really spoken out on his thoughts on Ukraine. So I'm really disappointed, and I think nothing happens. That's my thought about it, and I think they should send weapons, of course, Archers and all the Robot 70 and all that stuff. But I think they talk too little. You also know it's not just a war on the ground. You also have a war. As a political person, you need to speak out to tell the others your thoughts, also offensively.
And I think here, right, this would be very meaningful and important, especially within the context of also getting other countries behind it to be a little bit more active, right?
Yeah.
Sweden has a lot of soft power, and it's generally seen to be making very sensible moves, whatever it is it might be doing. So I think from that perspective, it would also matter quite a lot to for them to speak up a little bit more. And I was hoping they would have, especially with his history, with his personal history. It felt like maybe he might be a very outspoken defense minister, especially for a Swede, on these matters.
Yeah, I don't talk only about the defense minister. I also talk about the prime minister. He spoke a lot before the election, and now it's been really quiet. So I think they need to step up in many ways. I also understand that it's a lot of things that we don't see and hear about, but they need to keep the game going, so to speak. You need to play the game all the time.
Oh, certainly. It's great. We have 3 Swedes now. Enter the NAFO. Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, also Swede here. I was just giving my 2 cents on Paul, our defense minister, and the article that was in the news this morning. To my ears, it sounds like Ukraine is still very high up on the priority list. Actually, the order that they mention priorities is Ukraine first, and then NATO, and then the how to handle the budget increase because of the Swedish army being so what's it called? Like, we haven't been using the 2% per year, so you can't just go from a lower budget to a higher budget and be effective. So basically what they were saying was that Ukraine first, NATO second, and budget third. So in my mind, that sounds like they have Ukraine very high up on that priority. And I think that the Robot 70 and Archer systems seemed more like practical questions needed to be sorted out, like tweaking the system so that they're in correct languages and stuff like that, and also making sure that you send the things in the right order. But I felt that it's very likely that they would be sending this stuff as soon as possible. Thanks.
No, see, the thing is, because of the previous comments that were made during the election campaign, right? Because they were saying both Christensen and Johnson were saying during the summer that send archers. We want to send archers. The previous government was wrong in not having sent archers. I was expecting a little bit quicker action, perhaps specifically, but also it kind of makes sense if they just haven't made the decision quite as yet. He just can't say, well, we are doing it, because proper protocols need to be followed, right? And that's probably a component of it. Edvard?
Yeah, I just want to add there, Domen, to the discussion that it is also a typical Swedish thing that everyone agrees on everything, right? Especially the defense politics, or so to say. It's a classic Swedish thing that every party has to agree with each other about what to do with the defense budget and so on. So this Tidöavtal that was the new government's different subjects that they would agree upon does not include any defense stuff or military stuff, and I agree. I didn't say that. I think that of course, for a Swede, for most Swedes, Ukraine is a clear priority, and for me too. But I would suspect that the new government has maybe some problems to deliver. I think that many Swedes can. I don't know what it is. They promised a lot of stuff, and we'll see how they deliver on those promises before that were made before the elections. So I don't know about the priority. I still think, but maybe I'm wrong. I still think the NATO priority is higher, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I'd argue they go hand in hand rather than being separate things necessarily. At the end of the day, both things contribute heavily towards regional security and towards Swedish security. So they are kind of one and the same at some level, right? And if anyone, he would be one to understand this. I wonder if this is a part of the back end talks, either between government parties and exactly how to do it, or between government parties and the confidence and supply partner, right? In Sverigedemokraterna, or whatever they're called. Svenska Demokraterna, what are they called?
Sverigedemokraterna.
Sverigedemokraterna. There we go. Yeah. Those ones, right? I wasn't sure if they're Sweden or Swedish. Anyway, so we will see, I guess. But hopefully, they just say yes, a major package has been sent, and then a few days later we'll see some archers off, taking out Russian artillery positions. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Timo?
Yeah.
Hi. So I think at least there was earlier some RBS 17 missiles sent to Ukraine. I think there was even a video of Ukraine using on ground probably against ground targets, because it's Hellfire missile, so you can use it against ground targets also, basically.
So wait, so 17, yes, and they've been sent before by both Sweden and Norway. But now we're talking about 70, so 70.
Okay, so
which is the manpad.
Okay.
And that's what's up to discussion now. So somewhat separate thing. Well, rather separate things. But I also thought that previously at some point they had already sent some 70s as well, some of the manpads, or at least they were being considered already sometime previously. So I'm kind of confused about it. But I think they haven't indeed been sent previously. And this is now a new question. And it'd be great, of course, if they were. I think Sweden's kind of running behind on their short-range air defense planning, because I thought they were considering NASAMS at some point. I know I was reading about 4 years ago that Sweden was, we'll get some NASAMS, and then I think nothing came of that in the end. And had they, this would have been the thing they might be using now instead. But hey.
So, to have a small change of a small interlude for this, please share and retweet the space. I'm sorry. Please share and retweet the space. Please make a nice tweet with 2 words. Why are you here listening to us? If you like us. If you don't, please don't. And let us let others know we are here. We are all about Ukraine. We are 24/7, so you can find us always here, always running the space. And also make a note about our new website, MriyaReport.org, and also about MriyaAid.org, where you can donate. As Luis always says, it's the end of the month. I don't know. For example, in Romania, the salaries are always paid after the end of the month, so in the first days after. But regardless of that, please consider this. Either you donate today or some other day, it doesn't matter. But if you do, it helps, and all the money are going to Ukraine. MriyaAid is a all-volunteer organization. MriyaReport is separate from MriyaAid, but we support MriyaAid. We are also volunteers. None of us will ask for money for ourselves. As we support MriyaAid, we will kindly ask you to donate to MriyaAid if you have the money. If not, it's okay. We all go through some rough patches from time to time. But if you can share and retweet, if you can go on our website, or check out the Instagram account or the Facebook group page, you can find more on what MriyaAid is doing. it will be slowly populated with new images from the Fury drones that were sent, and from other great things that were brought to Ukraine through this organization. From time to time, we have guests coming in, sharing their knowledge, their information, their insight. We have had several times, I think 3 times, General Ben Hodges, General Mick Ryan, General Pekka Toveri, because we usually we have Finns in our space today and every other day during the day, during morning. And we have had I think 2 interviews with General Pekka Toveri. We also have had very lengthy interview with Thomas Steiner, 2 of them actually. One was 3 hours and something, and the second one was 4 hours. And
the second one is in 2 parts on the Spotify channel because it was too long and it couldn't be edited and uploaded in its full length.
Indeed, and it's easier if you get tired, or for example you need to do something else. It's easier to come back later to the second part. You can listen to them separately. Who else? We have Antti. I put his interview in the space. It's linked in the nest. I'm currently listening to it. I started when I was driving home, and I will continue when I will go about my life. Because usually I listen to the Spotify account when I'm in my car. As it is easier for me when I'm home. I am in the space usually. So yeah. So what else? We have the Spotify account, and we have the all of the accounts are plugged in our website. So if you go to our website, from there you can reach the space, reach any of our accounts. Domen has something to help me with, because I'm
I have a
not
question
here.
for you. I have a question for you.
Sorry. Please.
Okay. Do you know anyone who might be interested in getting some new washing machines?
Why, you have any to sell?
No, but there are some people who are very interested in washing machines. Who do you think might be very interested in getting some new washing machines?
Let me think. Usually they drive very expensive military cars or very expensive helicopters.
Yeah, so this is the thing, right? For months now, we've been observing Russian soldiers, Russian troops, Russian invaders of Ukraine stealing washing machines. But now, some new information has emerged. I know for quite a while, it's been said, why are they taking all the washing machines? Why not just take things that are, smaller and easier to carry? Because if you've ever dismantled a washing machine, if you ever had to lift a washing machine, you might recall it being quite heavy. And have you ever lifted the washing machine?
Yeah, I tried to move my washing machine, which is quite old, and it moves around the house when
It goes for a little bit of a walk.
So I have to push it back, and it is quite heavy.
it's quite heavy. And the reason why the washing machine is quite heavy is because inside the washing machine there are some very large blocks of concrete, usually. And those blocks of concrete are there to dampen the vibrations, because when the washing machine does the little spin cycly thing, if it weren't for the large blocks of concrete, everything would be moving around too much. So, because of that, people have long been wondering, why are the Russians stealing washing machines? Isn't that kind of difficult to move? Why not, steal things that are easier to move about? New information has emerged. Specifically, new information has emerged that there is a sudden and surprising spike, this is per Bloomberg, sudden and surprising spike in European exports of washing machines, refrigerators, and even electric breast pumps to Russia's neighbors, which is raising concerns among some officials that the trade boom may be helping Vladimir Putin's war machine in Ukraine. Armenia has imported more washing machines from the EU during the first 8 months of this year than during the previous 2 years combined, according to Eurostat. Kazakhstan imported more than $21 million worth of European refrigerators in August, more than triple than what they have imported during the same period last year. At the same time, the Kazakh government notes that there's a large jump in exports of refrigerators, washing machines, and electric breast pumps from Kazakhstan to Russia. Yes.
Doman, can you hear me?
And I can hear you, but you're very crackly.
You too. And
I think it's on your end. I don't know. Tom, who's being crackly? Is it me or Anda?
Anda.
Yeah, and I think it's your end that's protesting. I think mine is fine.
Yes, you are
right.
fine, Doman.
Thank you, Mr. M. Tom, we'll go to you in a second if that's okay. I just want to finish this because this is amusing and also distressing. So people might remember a few months ago, RUSI, which is a security think tank in the UK, noted that it's possible that chips from modern white goods can be reused for military applications. Now, it's not been entirely figured out yet just how just how useful they might be and how they could be used. But for example, Kazakh imports of breast pumps from the European Union are up over 600% in the first half of 2022 compared to last year, compared to 2021, despite the birth rate in Kazakhstan falling by 8.4% during the same period. So it's not because there are 6 times more, kids in Kazakhstan for whom there is a need for such equipment. It really looks like they're all being sent to Russia. And I'll tell you what, Russia isn't having that many more babies either. So I think that's very interesting. And I think they might be onto something. Because if RUSI, the Royal United Services Institute, which is a security think tank again in the UK, is noting that they can possibly use them, and specifically that these commercial electronic microelectronic components from commercial goods can actually be used in Russian weapon systems. This might be a way that Russia is using to possibly bypass sanctions with some effect. And that is it's not a good thing, is it? So I'm very curious how it goes. I'm very curious if those stolen washing machines and the like can actually also be used to power Russian military devices. But specifically, I suspect that what could be looked into is if very specific types of fridges and washing machines and whatnot are being purchased in these countries that neighbor Russia, that are then re-exporting these things to Russia, because I would suspect that there might be a particular type of a component that is used in some types of washing machines, but not others, that is particularly useful for Russians. And I'd be very curious to see if there's any more in-depth breakdown of exactly what kind of appliances, what kind of white goods are the ones being sent. And this is apparently suspicious to various European officials as well. Apparently, one European official, per Bloomberg, noted that Russian troops systematically looting household appliances could be eventually being used for military applications within Russia as well. So something of a question there, I think, something of an issue, and I'd be very curious to know more. So if somebody is an expert on how washing machines are put together on the electronic side, because I'm quite familiar with the mechanical parts, but the electronic ones are not something I'm sufficiently familiar with to comment on. I'd be very curious indeed to see or hear. Tom, have you ever fixed the washing machine yourself?
I have fixed the washing machine, at least the plumbing and the draining and the getting out of the gunk that washing machines accumulate.
Okay, so only the mechanical bits, like
only
you,
the
right? So
mechanical.
you're no good with the microchips either.
No, not at all.
And I would trust you've never dismantled the washing machine to get to its electronical guts, and you reuse them to make a cruise missile, perhaps, or an observation drone or anything of the sorts. It doesn't seem like the sort of thing you do, Tom.
I can confirm that I have never made a cruise missile out of washing machine components.
Yeah, you'd use a better approach. Sorry, Tom, I'm sure you had a better thing to do than make silly quips about not ever making cruise missiles. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it was still on the washing machine topic, actually. I mean, as much as are they trying to get them to get electronics would make sense, you'd think they'd just say, look, here's the bit you need to rip out of the washing machine. Don't damage the electrics. Doesn't matter about the washing machine, because I can tell you carrying a washing machine is no fun. So given that there's no hands up, I thought I'd just tell a brief anecdote on the moving of washing machines. I think with regard to the Russians, Occam's razor suggests that it's just simply the sheer amount of work that goes into washing your clothes by hand means that a lot of wives in Russia are saying, or maybe a lot of mothers in Russia are saying, please get me a washing machine, and they're motivated to do it. But I once lived with a group of physicists that I lived with back when I was studying physics, and then after I dropped out and went onto psychology, and I have a friend named Molly, and I won't say her full name because she's very high up in medical physics now. She has a PhD in medical physics. And being a woman studying physics, she was in something of a minority, and as a result got treated like a bit of a princess by all of us, because she's lovely, really intelligent, really beautiful, wonderful person, very, very posh. She had 3 middle names and a double-barreled surname. She's met the Queen twice. She went to a boarding school. She sort of sounds a little bit like Joanna Lumley, if any of our listeners know, like that, but with a higher pitched voice.
Bolly.
Yeah. So when my American wife first met her, she was like, "Is she taking the piss with that accent?" Like, she actually thought that Molly was putting it on, and I was like, "No, that's really how she speaks. She went to very posh boarding schools." So anyway, moving student houses. No, where was she? She was, her dad was a Harley Street doctor in London, and her mother's a High Court judge. So London, but I can't remember where her actual boarding school was. Anyway, the point is, we lived with her for many years, and being students, you moved house from year to year. And Molly had this washing machine. This is why I'm telling this story. She had this washing machine. She's like, "Oh, do you think you could help me move some of my things?" And of course, we're like, "Oh, yeah, sure, Molly," helping her to move boxes full of books and all sorts of ridiculous things. And then she's like, "Oh, I've got this washing machine." And it was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that will help you move washing machine." And I swear it took 4 of us to lift and move this washing machine. And it was a total bastard to move it. We moved it to the house. And God knows why she had a washing machine, because the house we moved into was already plumbed with a washing machine. So anyway, next year we move house, and I was like, "Oh God, we've got to move the bastard washing machine again." So we pick it up, and it literally took 4 of us to get it into the back of a van, get it to the other house. And we get there, and there's a washing machine all plumbed in. A couple days later, we're like, "Oh, this washing machine in the house, it doesn't work." And it's like, it's okay. We've got a washing machine. We can use Molly's washing machine. Molly, can we use your washing machine? And she's like, "Oh, it doesn't work." And I was like, Molly, we just lugged around a washing machine that doesn't work for the past, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 times we moved that washing machine. And yeah, she just intended to get it repaired at some point. It has a happy ending. She did get it repaired and it did work, but we were pretty mad with her when we found that out. So, yeah, washing machines, don't move them. That would be my advice to the Russian military.
Oh God, Tom, this is amazing. Thank you for story time. I see. This was my point. Washing machines are heavy. Why did the Russian soldiers decide to go around stealing washing machines specifically? Right. And this kind of maybe gives people a little bit more of a hint. Now, I don't know. I don't know. This must have been a very heavy washing machine if it took 4 of you, because I lifted the washing machine recently myself, barely, but managed. So must have been a particularly posh washing machine if it was that heavy. But okay, maybe they used to weigh more. I don't know. But that's it's a good illustration why I'm being told by a wonderful listener that modern washing machines basically have low-end tablet electronics inside. Makes sense. And that also the servo motor controllers and motor controllers inside are a shared component in those appliances. So that kind of makes sense, whereby they could use various different ones too. I don't know, possibly run an Orlan 10 off of, maybe something relatively simple like that. I don't know if they can be used for more complex things, but that is very interesting. Yeah, Luis.
Yes. I actually have an idea and need someone to support this that is maybe in the print and paper industry. Can you please print a few millions of signs on paper that we can give to the Ukrainian people so that they can put these papers on their washing machines, warning the Russians that they need running water at home when they are carrying out the washing machines?
So on the plus side, right, maybe it's a bit too late for that, because it seems very unlikely that Russia will take over any bits of territory that it currently doesn't control. So purely because of that, you need to specifically deliver them behind current Russian lines. I think that's that's why. Does that make sense? Too late for that.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm really asking myself what they will do with those machines. I mean, they have, and this is not some propaganda shit. Sorry for my English. They barely have a toilet at home. They have this. I don't know how those are called, plumber toilets outside their homes. The majority of the rural areas in Russia don't have running water at home. So what the hell are they doing with these washing machines?
Well, you can bypass that if you have a nice elevated bucket that you can put the hose into. That's probably all right. There's bypasses for that issue. I'll figure it out. Timo.
Yeah, so also I think there is factor that the easier to move items like gold, jewelry, or something like that, most civilians would try to take them with them when they are evacuating, or would try to hide them, or then even if you manage to steal them, they are so easy to steal because of their weight that somebody higher in the hierarchy is trying to forcefully take them, or then somebody else is going to re-steal them. So I think there is also kind of factor that it's for them maybe a kind of cool thing that it's kind of harder to re-steal that, so that someone else is less likely to steal it. So apparently the post is still a huge portion of the loot that they haven't sent through the Russian post system. But I guess that kind of might also be a factor. Also, there was the funny video where they had stolen some home security cameras and had forgot to reset them, so then the Ukrainians could see through those cameras which they had stolen, and taken to their home.
Yeah, that one's particularly surprising because it means that they will have, I'm guessing, connected the cameras to their Wi-Fi, but they have Wi-Fi. Interesting. That was an interesting one to me, right? Because I don't think they will have had cameras connected to the cell network automatically. I don't think that's very likely. Anyway, that's kind of interesting. I'm kind of suspicious about that because I think I saw one of those and then it was said that no, it's actually not true. It's actually fake. It's actually whatever. Not a real not a real image from a living room somewhere in Siberia. So not entirely sure of that. Anyway, I wonder. This is put forward by a regular listener. I wonder, is this the sort of thing where when they know to remove the weights of the washing machines before they strap them to their BMP, because it can't do anything good to the amphibiousness of a BMP.
Yeah, it's the concrete blocks in the bottom of them, particularly in the older ones, that make them heavier. The newer ones, like the one I've got here, I can move on my own. But the older ones sort of shook around a bit more and needed a massive concrete block in the bottom to keep them still, I think. Otherwise, if you've ever seen a washing machine run without the concrete, it sort of shakes itself to death, or at least the older ones did.
Tom?
Yeah?
Please check your messenger.
Okay, will do. I've got any Twitter messages. Or is it Signal, do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be up for that. I'm happy to discuss with you. That's no problem. I'm just pottering around my house, tidying things up and listening to Miri out at the moment.
Cool. Let's write later on. Dolman?
Go ahead.
I actually have a question because I am missing her since a couple of days, 1-2 weeks. What's up with Nina?
I have no idea. I'm maybe focusing on Iran.
I can tell you a little more, but I'd probably better to do it privately. Yeah, I've spoken to Nina. She is okay, but I can update you guys on that later on, okay?
Okay, thank you, Tom.
You can write to Luis then, whatever he just wrote to you on. Okay, very well.
I actually would have one topic if you allow, Dolman.
Go ahead.
Because I wasn't able to follow all the news the last couple of days, and I have seen that something is happening in Portugal. And there was a president from a Russian president from. Me?
Yes, Russian something.
Oh, sorry.
You started to cut in and out.
Yeah, I received just a call. There is a president from an organization in Portugal, a Russian president, a woman that where her house was raided because of some weird connections, and maybe Peace for Ukraine or Spring can come up and update us a little bit on that, because I have the feeling that Portuguese authorities are really up to cut off specific ties and investigate, to go to the bottom of some things, and it would be really nice to hear about that.
So is that the ones that were involved in Setúbal and elsewhere?
No, I think no. I think it's something new. It has to do with real estate, I think. A house that was bought for a couple of millions was sold for, I think, 300,000. There is some weird stuff going on. I didn't get full into it. That's why I'm asking if some Portuguese can come up and update us on that.
Mic check. Has it just gone quiet?
No, we're just waiting for Luis to attempt another Portuguese app to figure out what it is that he's referring to, because I'm not entirely sure. I've not heard anything from Portugal specifically, Luis. Not since the 6, what is it, Camov 32 helicopters they're called? I forget what they are. The big transport
Camov,
helicopters that they use. Yeah, but which ones? Because not 52, because that's an attack helicopter, and that's
No, the firefighter ones.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because Kamov is a company; they make different things, and the only ones I can remember the designation of specifically are the 52s, which are definitely not something used in firefighting. But yeah, they do have these counter-rotating rotors, nevertheless. However, obviously for transport helicopter, that isn't nearly as much of a problem.
Do you actually know if they are already in Ukraine? Because the time we were talking about that, it was planned, but I don't know if they are already in Ukraine.
I am not entirely sure, but they're also the sort of thing that we're less likely to simply observe, because, well, they're less likely to operate quite at the front lines, where the cameras are likely to be the most active. Maybe we'll see them running above, just above a motorway somewhere, to stay away from Russian radars or some such, and then maybe we will see them. I'm not entirely sure if Ukraine actually operates any of that same type, but they should have abilities to repair, especially the engine components, because I think Kamov at least used to rely on Motor Siege for a lot of their engines in the first place. That's from Zaporizhia, and they should be able to at least fix them up on their own without too much issue.
Yeah, that's exactly the point why why Portugal is delivering them. Because of the sanctions, they are not able to fix them anymore. In those 6, there is one that is not able to fly. It has to be repaired, and they definitely have the ability to fix them and put them in the air again. By the way, Vishnakovsky is just writing me that he has information on the topic that I was talking about the real estate. So please come up and enlighten us.
So in the meantime, because you have discussed this and they missed all the fun, can someone sum up what happened with the washing machines?
So I can do it. So Russians steal washing machines in Ukraine, Russians are also importing a whole lot of washing machines, refrigerators, and other things, other electronic devices from third countries that are close to Russia, such as Armenia and Azerbaijan. Armenia and Kazakhstan, not Azerbaijan, that have been importing a whole lot more of certain white goods and other electronic devices from the European Union than they have ever done before. There are strong suspicions that Russians are using and scavenging electronics out of those electronic devices for use in possible military applications. What Chris very kindly sent me, the Malamud Chris, is a note from a Washington Post article from as far back as May, where a US official noted that as Ukraine overran Russian positions, they often discovered scavenged bits of electronics out of various household goods. So not just washing machines that were being stolen by Russian troops from Ukrainian civilians, then sent back to Russia to be used as washing machines, at least plausibly. But in some cases at least, they did seemingly do the sensible thing, which is steal a washing machine, dismantle it, get the electronics out, and just keep those, because that's a whole lot easier to carry around than a whole washing machine. Additionally, European officials are worried that indeed these electronics that are being procured from third countries, such as Kazakhstan and Armenia or wherever else, are indeed being then used and recycled and, well, not recycled, reused in various Russian military applications. So that's really what happened. And also Tom told us a wonderful story that sadly you missed about his own history with moving washing machines, which can be indeed very heavy, which we've established previously already. Right, so the Portuguese helicopters are Kamov 32, not 52, obviously, because why would it be 52? It's also been told to me that yes, Ukraine did previously already operate Kamov 32s, so they're very familiar with them, and that they will be very easily integrated thus within the Ukrainian military. I'm still wondering, they're transport helicopters. I don't know if we'll see a whole lot from them or of them, but we shall see. As to one more little question from DMs about the possible Swedish CB-90s. Now, it's not the CB-90s because that's a ship or a cutter. CV, V as in Victor. CV-90s is what we were talking about, and those are infantry fighting vehicles. So they're kind of like I forget, are they tracked or they wheeled? Whatever they are, they're kind of the Swedish equivalent to a Soviet BMP or a German Marder or a Puma or nowadays a Boxer or an American Bradley, broadly in that space. So medium armored vehicle with a medium-sized gun, so much bigger than a machine gun, markedly smaller than the main gun on a main battle tank. I don't know, 35 millimeter, I think it is, the autocannon on a CV-90. But the idea behind them would be that Sweden would finally break this seeming deadlock between several Western countries, none of which have provided Western manufactured main battle tanks or indeed infantry fighting vehicles. And being the first mover, that would be very beneficial to Ukrainians, because hopefully that first move would then be followed up by other moves by other people, and that would be of some benefit. So that answers that as well. Timo.
Hi, so yes, Ukraine used the Ka-27 as anti-submarine helicopter and Ka-29 as assault transport helicopter. Those are basically same as the Ka-32. And then there was kind of funny statement from the Zakharova. She claimed that Portugal should refrain from the transfer because it would discredit Portugal as a reliable partner. That is kind of funny coming from Russia.
Yeah, you see, it's a good example of a country willing to breach re-export restrictions. Well done, Portugal. And it is indeed ironic and ridiculous, as you note, when Russia accuses others of not being a reliable partner. Yeah, but I mean, well done. Well done.
I have another praise for Portugal. They have sent to Romania trainers for snipers, right? So along with the NATO troops, we will have Portuguese troops here in Romania. So I wanted to thank them for us. Abdullah. Abdullah, do you hear me? Mic check.
I can hear you fine. Abdallah, can you not hear Anda?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yes. Thanks, Doman. Thanks, and hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to say I'm really surprised when it comes to Portugal. That their prime minister coming from the left. I really expected that he wouldn't do much when it comes to Ukraine, but he has been one of the first supporters of Ukraine. He has visited Ukraine very early. I think it was back in May, and has been very supportive. So kudos to Portugal. Really. I think Russia was one of the countries they were counting on to support them, but that hasn't happened. So well done, Portugal. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Abdallah. I think what some people at least have jumped up previously and were eyeing are the Portuguese still operate a number of, and I still don't know how to pronounce it, chaparrals, something like that, which are pretty old American-made mobile air defense systems. Now, they're not very good at being air defense systems necessarily, but they're plenty good enough to be taking down Iranian drones with their missiles. Now, Ukraine is somewhat inundated with a whole lot of stuff flying towards them by Russians, and just having more things that have reasonable coverage to attain more reasonable coverage of the country would probably be very helpful. Portugal is replacing those systems anyway. They will be phased out. I don't think they'll exactly find a buyer for them. So I, for one, would be very excited were they to send those. I really don't think that they particularly need them. And right now, especially against these, simpler systems that the Russians are employing against Ukraine, they could be of some, decided use. While Spain and possibly also the US are sending Hawk anti-air defense systems, which are of a similar vintage, let's say, slightly larger missiles, slightly more involved systems, I would surmise. Sending some of these old chaparrals that the US itself discontinued from use 20 odd years ago already, I think, might be a good additional solution for Ukraine as well. Helping them out with combating these loitering munitions that Iran has supplied to Russia and that are being sent into Ukrainian skies, and eventually at Ukrainian civilians.
Do you want to talk about
And crucially, they could hit grain silos, they could hit grain terminals in those ports, and thus effectively make it impossible for ships to be loaded. Right? That's kind of a big deal, and a big component of what they could be making. So it's kind of under question what they might be doing. The other component that I'm quite curious about is what does that mean for all of those ships that are stuck at the north entrance to the Bosphorus. Under the grain deal, one of the stipulations is the formation of something called the JCC, the Joint Coordination Committee, something like that, where Russia, Ukraine, as well as Turkey all have seats. And what that joint committee does, again, among other, have inspection teams that check both the ships coming into the Black Sea headed for Ukraine, but also check the ships heading out of the Black Sea that have already departed those Ukrainian maritime ports of Greater Odessa and are heading out onto the high seas. Now, those inspections are to do various things, but it's primarily a stunt by the Russians, right? To so-called prevent Ukraine from receiving weapons from elsewhere into the maritime ports. The inbound inspections can be explained by that. The outbound inspections are just ridiculous on the face of it. But what they've caused is something of a backlog. There are literally dozens of ships that have departed from Ukrainian ports that are headed to various places around the world that are stuck, some for days or even weeks, in front of the north entrance to the Bosphorus, waiting to be cleared. Now, if Russia steps away from the grain deal, I would suggest that all of those ships should be able to sail straight through the Bosphorus, because if there is no grain deal anymore, there shouldn't be any more of the JCC, and normal rules for passing through the Bosphorus should apply, which would basically mean that commercial shipping can pass more or less at will, as far as the capacity of the strait allows. So there might be a little bit of a silver lining here to that. The other thing that I think is quite interesting is that retired U.S. Admiral Stavridis, former Supreme Commander of Allied Forces in Europe, or Supreme NATO Commander, I forget exactly what his position was, but he was awfully high back when he was still an active U.S. Admiral. Noted that as far as he's concerned, now it's time to go in and protect commercial shipping in the Black Sea, come what may. Which, good positioning at the very least from Admiral Stavridis. A good game to be talking. I don't know how realistic that is, because there are certain other considerations to include there, including really the one of the major threats is to mines, and the other major threats is to actual Ukrainian port infrastructure by the Russians, using especially standoff weapons, cruise missiles, drones, and the like. However, nevertheless, I very much appreciate his attitude to this. Anda, what else has been suggested to that regard? What else has been suggested to resolve this issue of Russia's causing again and again and again?
Well, one of the options that was taken into consideration was a statement from Lithuania, actually, which said if negotiation with Russia doesn't work, and he continues to jeopardize Ukraine's grain export, everybody meaning the whole world should unite in escorting the grains from Odessa and the other ports to the Black Sea. Basically, you have had an interview. I forgot her name, and I'm sorry.
Elena Neroba, I think.
Yes, Elena. And you did a deep dive in how grains are being exported from Ukraine. And a couple of days ago, we have had not a change of heart, but a change in attitude from Poland, who decided to finish and enlarge the gauge for a certain how do you say, it's not a road,
the rail gauge, right? So but this is a proposal. I don't think this ever came through in the end, because really what they would have to have done is connect a bunch of bits within Poland to actually get a Soviet gauge railway, so a 15-20 millimeter railway all the way to the Baltic ports. But they never actually finished it, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes, that's correct. But I have to look for it. But I saw an article recently about that, saying that they are resuming this, and they want to finish this project. I have to look for it because I from the top of my head I cannot remember where I've seen it. So basically, if this works out, it's an expensive variant overall, because the one good thing of shipping them straight from the Black Sea is that the road from Black Sea through the Bosphorus into the Mediterranean Sea, and from there through the Suez Canal, you get really fast on the eastern side of Africa, and in India, in China, in Japan, and so on. So it's the fastest route, right? And every day on sea, it costs more. It costs in insurance, in fuel, in men, in everything. So if the port of Odessa will be again closed, we must remember that not even the last year production, at the beginning of this year in February, Ukraine had 40 million tons of grains in their silos. Add to that the new production from this year, which is not as extensive because war, because shelling, because the Russians didn't only shell the cities, they shelled and launched drones and other explosive devices over the lands which were already planted. So some of them could be harvested, some of them didn't. But even if you have half of that production, you still have to ship it, right? You still have to store it and still have to ship it. And some of the production from last year, because always we start with last year, right? We start with the oldest production possible. And the reason we do that is because the risk for it to spoil is high. So you want to sell it, use it, and as long as it is still good. And basically, this is why everyone pressed for this option for the shipment through Odessa, because the facilities to load the ships were already there, right? You have the grains coming on trains on railroad. And also you have the facilities. There are some special facilities that will pour the grains straight into the ship. It looks amazing, actually, when the ship is full with grains, and from there they are expedited, and it's the easiest and cheapest and fastest way. And
so this is the thing, right? The Ukrainian ports are very well adjusted to sending out grain, sending out bulk, dry, agricultural cargo. Other ports in Europe, even if that broad gauge train line to the Baltic ports were to be constructed, are just not anywhere like as well adjusted for it. Are just nowhere like anywhere as well set up for transshipping large volumes of grain. They don't have storage for large volumes of grain. They don't have loading capacities for anything like the volumes of grain that the southern Ukrainian ports do. And while other options are options, as you noted, they cost more because much longer rail journeys cost a lot more. They're more complex because for now, transloading is still necessary to actually send stuff to, say, Poland. There is something of a shortage of rail car capacity because grain hoppers, well, not every rail car is the same. Different ones are used for different purposes, and there's only so many grain hoppers around. So because of that, as Elena was saying, Ukrainians cared quite a bit about having this way out onto the seas. Not to mention that there's extensive storage capacity in the southern Ukrainian ports, in Odessa, in